Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
During the 2 days that Lin was sleeping, as the leader of the mutants, Professor X has always had a very close relationship with the human side. Politicians from various countries called one after another, just to ask what the strange phenomenon was when Lin was fighting with Chin. Professor X naturally couldn't tell anyone about Lin. But deal with these people. Even if he has the telepathic ability to read minds, he also felt exhausted physically and mentally. This made Professor X understand deeply. We must not let Lin grow up wildly outside. We must guide him to be a good child. Beast fell silent upon hearing this. That's indeed the case. Now if Lin is expelled from Xavier College, then their college can get some peace for a while. But if Lin has some unexpected changes outside, it's not necessarily a Xavier College thing. It could very well turn into a problem for the entire world. Which incident is more serious? Beast understood it in his heart. But because of my teammates, they became like this. He still felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lin. X-Men is pretty much useless. Cyclops couldn't open his eyes, Storm is still very weak. Not to mention the piano. Although his vital signs were restored, he was still in a coma. It can be said that these pillars of the X-Men are all useless. Currently, the only ones who are still capable of fighting are Professor X and Beast himself. What if there is a mission they can't go on a mission? Beast was silent for a while, then asked again. He did not directly answer Professor X's question, but it also tacitly accepts the way it is handled. You or I can do it. Aren't there also a group of students undergoing combat training? Now is the time to get them on the field. Professor X even thought about making a comeback. Beast shook his head. Professor, you should stay in the academy. The students at the academy need you. I'm going to see how the students who have undergone special training are doing. How could he really let the disabled Professor X take part in the battle himself? The other side. The fireman John also learned the news that Noreen had woken up. You have to know that Lin is now a celebrity in the entire Xavier College. As soon as he wakes up, everyone will know about any slight movement. Not to mention that he is the one who pays special attention to Lin. He wakes up, will he come to find me? Will you come find me? Burning John's self-healing ability is not particularly strong. So after being thrown out by Lorraine last time, he is still recuperating in the college's infirmary. It took less than half a month for Jai to get out of bed. Later, he learned about Lin's great achievements only after hearing about them from students around him. It may even be so big that it would cause a global sensation if it were to get out to the outside world. This is one person taking on the entire X-Men. Fireman John never dared to think before provoking Lorraine. Lin's strength is unexpectedly so strong. Otherwise, give him 100, 1,000, or 10,000 courages. I didn't dare to provoke him. Now it is known that Lin has woken up. The fireman John was filled with fear and panic. It even made him want to escape from Xavier College as quickly as possible. Get away from Lin quickly. Will he come to me? Will he come to trouble me? Why? Why didn't the professor kick him out of Xavier House? He obviously made such a big mistake and caused such a big mess. Why not expel him from Xavier Academy? Fear spread through John. He actually began to blame Professor X for not expelling Lin immediately. I even started to feel resentment towards Professor X because of this. The professor must be too chaste again and doesn't want to expel him. Is he more important than me? Doesn't Professor X know that Lin will come to trouble me? John's thinking is very distorted. He had no idea why Lorraine did these things in the first place. Why did he become like this? It was all because of himself. I knew it, I knew it. A guy like this who is too chaste can't be a good leader of mutant. I knew I shouldn't have enrolled in Xavier Academy. John thought in pain, holding his head. Fear caused his wounds to relapse again. The pain made him curl up on the hospital bed. This made him hate Professor X even more. I also resent Lin even more. No. Is it possible that this is all fake? The students who deceived me just didn't like me. So they made up this lie. John's eyes lit up. I actually started to deceive myself. It seems like I have found the perfect statement. That's the only way. Professor X would not choose to expel Lin, right? Professor X is not that old and confused. Yes, it is very likely, very likely. Didn't they say the sky was torn apart? Didn't they say that most of the teaching buildings and dormitories at Xavier College were destroyed? Why is it that after I woke up, everything was the same as before, nothing changed at all? They really are lying to me, they really are lying to me. Last two sentences. John is like being in hypnotic ability himself. Each word is more important than the other. That's right, Lin is not that strong at all. But I still have to get out of here. There was no way John would admit that he was afraid of Lin. These people hate me so much. To deceive me by telling such a big lie. Professor X didn't do anything. Just let the lies spread and let me stay here. Get out of here, find a greater leader. Follow the more correct leader. The idea took root in John's mind. This also provides opportunities for Mystique in the future. Lin's perception ability naturally allows him to grasp the conversation between the two and their thoughts. But he still ate leisurely. I don't care at all. Even if they were going to tell their parents, didn't care. I had no intention of keeping it secret. If you want to expose it, then expose it with his strength. I really don't know what will happen after he is exposed. As for John the fireman, Lin really had no idea what that guy was thinking. Because there was no need for Lorraine to care about it. It can be said that even if he knew, he would not do anything. I can only laugh at Joker in my heart, the other side. After such a long period of preparation, the Wanji chat group seems to have finally welcomed a new member. Yuuki Asuna, I'm going to put on my SAO game helmet, folks. Gambling maniac, are you nervous, Asuna? Yuuki Asuna, I was nervous before. But now that I have to bring a tie, I'm not nervous anymore. Deadpool, the little girl is right to think this way. The more times like this, Kameth, less nervous you should be. Otherwise, it is easier to make mistakes. Deadpool occasionally blurts out a profound truth, which shocks everyone. This is outrageous. Am I blind? How could this little b*** d say something like this? This really refreshed their horizons. Is this still a little b** ch, blood demon? Blood demons, who are you? Who are you? Get off this little b** ch, Deadpool. Gambling maniac, I am really sick. I never thought that one day I would say the same thing as Zio Gianjian. Deadpool, my superpower 4. 7 is money. Where is this for me? Is this still a Wanji chat group? I feel like this sentence should be said by me, Deadpool. Deadpool, I don't mean to say, what do you mean? Zio Gianjian was asking questions frantically. Deadpool, I have lived a long time and experienced a lot. I can say one or two very correct truths. What's wrong with that? Deadpool, no, what I said is correct and reasonable. Gambling maniac, yes. My super ability is to be rich. That's right. Deadpool, you guys are not cute. Deadpool, Asuna, do you think I'm right? Yuuki Asuna, yes, what you said before is really true. There is no point in being nervous now, Deadpool. Isn't this just avoiding the answer? Deadpool, I'm going to break, I'm really going to break. Deadpool, stare me lovely stranger. Little stranger brother, are you there? Look at them and refute them, the potcut leader, How to refute, I don't know, Deadpool. Deadpool, it's all in vain, it's all in vain. It's really all in vain. The little b** d breaks the defense and the big defense. Nezuko, it's okay, brother Wade, I believe you. Deadpool ooh 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 ooh. After hearing this, Zio Jianjian actually burst into tears in the group. So warm, is this what it feels like to be exposed to the sun? Deadpool, my lovely Nezuko. You are simply a ray of light in my dark life. Gambling maniac, little b asterisk 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 d. You know that your life is dark. I suggest you don't let Nezuko get involved, Deadpool. Deadpool, I mean it's you who made my life dark asterisk ck. Don't misunderstand me, okay? I am bright. Blood demon, it feels like no one believes it. Zio Jianjian is a bright person. If you really say this to others, people who know Zio Jianjian will laugh. You can say that. The person Zio Jianjian has nothing to do with the word light. He himself may have only had the word bright when he was very small. Later career as a mercenary and after obtaining the mutant self-healing ability. It has nothing to do with the word light anymore. Even though he later joined the X-Men for a short period of time. I also chose to leave because I didn't fit in. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, little b asterisk 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 d. Come to May, you should know where I am. Let me see if you are so bright, okay? 581. Deadpool, why do I feel like what you said is so much like kidnapping elementary school students? Am I such a fool? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, what? Do you think elementary school students are easy to deceive? Please take a good look at my name and say it again. Deadpool SHHH Deadpool F asterisk asterisk K Deadpool Mistake. Mistake, I'm not talking about you, Mr. Lin. You have to understand me. Ding, leader of the snowstorm team, join the chat group. Ding, your majesty, join the chat group. Deadpool, a new member has joined the group, will come. Welcome me, a warm welcome me, a very welcome indeed. Deadpool's hello newbie, come on and tell me your name. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, can I take this as you trying to change the subject? Gambling maniac, little b asterisk 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 d. You were so abrupt in changing the subject. You must have scared the newbie. Yuuki Asuna, don't even think about it. It will happen for sure. Team leader of Fubuki, there's a weirdo playing tricks on me. What the hell is this? Her Majesty, do giants have this ability? Or has the army developed some new weapon that caused me to hallucinate? A blood demon, two newcomers are bubbling together. So it's easy to deal with now. Yuuki Asuna at Fubuki, team leader at Queen. This is a chat group that connects all the worlds. We all come from different worlds. As for the people and giants you mentioned, I don't know what they are, but it is absolutely impossible to do it like the chat group of all the worlds. Ding! Group member Yuuki Asuna answered questions for the newcomer and is awarded plus 20 points. Blood Demon, wow, I didn't expect Asuna to get it first. Universe Overlord, 20 points. Burroughs actually always thinks it's important to help newcomers solve their problems. So embarrassing. But after actually seeing the points being earned a few times, I feel that it is nothing, try it next time. What's wrong with losing some face in order to become stronger? Come on, perhaps Burroughs was the only one who felt ashamed. He usually holds himself too high. As a result, he felt that this was embarrassing. In fact, other group members don't think so at all. Deadpool F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, I was ready to send it out. Why is it not me, damn it? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, I really want to tear you in half right now. And just as Yuuki Asuna said, some people were indeed scared, that's Her Majesty. After as soon as I came in I saw Zio Jianjian going crazy. And then it was torn in half or something, it sounds bloody. It's scary just thinking about it. These people are so weird. Gambling maniac, Wade is just such a persona jerk. Otherwise we wouldn't call him a jerk. Yuuki Asuna, little b asterisk asterisk ch. You better pray that the new guy won't be scared by you. Or I'll chop you to deaths. Team leader of the Fubuki team, that's ridiculous. How could I be scared by you? Stop teasing me, okay? Team leader of Fubuki, whatever you say is true. How can I believe it? Do you think I'm a fool? Gambling maniac Wells. This proves that the chat groups answer questions reward doesn't seem to require actually answering newcomers' questions. As long as you speak up. What follows is a whole set of processes to prove that the Wanji chat group really exists. In fact, it is very simple. It is nothing more than signing in to earn points, and then using the points on yourself. Then you will feel the magical changes of the points. You have to believe it whether you like it or not. The Wanji chat group really exists, Deadpool, newbie. If you don't even believe in the Wanji chat group, then what else can you believe in? My evaluation is that you are stupid. I am too lazy to criticize you, Blood Demon. Oh. Who was the one who also shouted that he didn't believe it when he first joined the group? Zio Jianjian, stop. There's a new guy here, can you please give me some face? There were a lot of people outside just now. I'm kneeling down for you now. Fubuki looked at the virtual screen in front of her. Believe it, it seems impossible after all. There is this thing called a chat group for all worlds. It's really hard to believe if you tell it to others. Don't believe it, but it seems to be true. Don't be fooled by her arrogant words. In fact, I am still a little skeptical. Then do you want to? Give it a try. Fubuki's super ability is psychokinesis. To be honest, she's not bragging. She thinks that the only person in the world with stronger psychokinesis than her is her sister. The basis of psychokinesis is mental power. A person with strong mental strength. It is difficult to invade the brain. My sister wouldn't be so bored as to play this kind of word game with me. Oh, that's not right. No, it shouldn't, but definitely not. Zding. Congratulations to group member Blizzard Team Leader for signing in successfully for the first time. Bonus points +2 first double bonus points +4 ding. Congratulations to group member Her Majesty the Queen for signing in successfully for the first time. Bonus points +4 first double bonus points +8. Fubuki group Ahim sorry. I didn't try to say that, just no, please don't mind. It's my problem, Deadpool, you were so arrogant just now. Why aren't you so arrogant now? I want to see you continue to be so arrogant. My super ability is to be rich. At Deadpool, be careful. I'm researching how to suppress your self-healing gene. Maybe I can use it on you someday, Deadpool. Deadpool, no, don't do that. 683. Bruce is true to his word. This is the consensus of many people in the group. If it is really researched out, Wade could really kneel down to Bruce on the spot. Gambling maniac, next time a new member joins the group. Can you please ban Wade first? I always feel like letting him speak is a bit embarrassing for the Wanji chat group. Yuuki Asuna, it's hard not to support. Yuuki Asuna at Fubuki Team Leader, ignore Deadpool. You should have been able to tell when you first joined the group that this guy is like this. Team Leader Fubuki, I don't mind. After all, I was indeed arrogant just now. I made rash comments without understanding the whole situation. Fubuki is undoubtedly very arrogant at ordinary times. But now it's better to be timid. Arrogance is arrogance. She is not a fool. Team Leader of the Fubuki group, hello everyone. My name is Fubuki. Her Majesty the Queen, hello, my name is Historia. It was indeed blowing snow, in fact. At the moment when Fubuki entered the Wanji chat group, Lin had already guessed her identity. After all, he is the leader of the Fubuki team. The name is there, it's really too easy to guess. As for another group member, her name is Her Majesty the Queen. It's the one that's hard to guess. After all, he didn't talk much after he came in. Moreover, there are too many female queens in the 10,000 worlds. Just think about it and you will find a lot of them. Never mind 10 fingers, I can't even count them with my hair. But after introducing myself, her identity is also about to be revealed, Retreat Dwarf. The attitudes of these two people are really very good. Therefore, no one bothered Fubuki about her behavior at the beginning. Instead, they started introducing themselves very enthusiastically. Even the diving Sun Wukong, and there is Shija Kageyama. They all showed their heads and became familiar faces. Definitely, except for the arrogant cosmic overlord Burrows. Nezuko, Sister Historia, what kind of queen are you? You sound so powerful, Her Majesty the Queen. What Her Majesty? I don't know. Why am I called this? Don't be afraid of being laughed at by everyone. I am just an ordinary soldier, blood demon. That's weird. Could it be that the Myriad Worlds chat group could make a mistake? Then I'm going to make fun of the Myriad Worlds chat group. Deadpool, it must be something wrong with the Wanji chat group. I told you long ago that there will definitely be problems with him. My super ability is to be rich. Are you kidding? Even if you two die, there won't be any problems with the Wanji chat group. My super ability is to be rich. It can only be said that Historia is not the queen now. But she may be the queen in the future. Yuuki Asuna, if that's the case. Then it's definitely possible, Blood Demon, in that case. There is a possibility that a queen will appear in our Wanji chat group. Deadpool's wow, the queens. To be honest, I haven't even met the queen yet. Her Majesty, hail, 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 Her Majesty. Her Majesty, don't be ridiculous. I'm not Her Majesty the Queen, I'm just an ordinary person. Yuuki Asuna, you little b******, you scared me again. Gambling maniac, it's a pity that there is no administrator in the Wanji chat group. If there is an administrator, I would propose to ban Zio Jianjian for 24 hours. At least the newcomers need to be banned for 24 hours after joining the group. Yuuki Asuna support, Blood Demon support. Gambling maniac Akukatwo newcomers. Can you introduce your world or something else? I seem to have seen something about monsters and giants just now. Lin looked at Historia, who was introducing the giants, and Fubuki, who was introducing the monsters in the Bankai chat group. I couldn't help but recall the story of the giant world in my previous life. The plot of Attack on Titan is actually not particularly complicated. The early stage revolved around regaining the territory within the wall. And find out the spy inside the wall who can transform into a giant. The protagonist Alan's mother was eaten by a giant in the early stage. In the later periods, it began to turn to intrigues between countries. In the later period, Alan, the protagonist on the internet, is called a filial son by everyone. So why is Alan called a filial son? This brings us to the abilities of the Founding Titan and the Attack Titan. Only the royal family can unleash the full power of the Founding Titan, such as controlling other intelligent giants. If the royal family had not inherited the Founding Titan, there is no way to control them. The origin of all this. It was during a certain incident. The royal family placed a curse on the descendants of the Founding Titan. It's called Oath of No War. The Eldians retreated to Paradise Island and isolated themselves from the outside world. Eternal life must not go to war with the outside world. It's the same even if the opponent attacks. Because that king believed that it would be normal for Eldia to be extinct. But this oath of non-war only works among the royal family. After all, only the royal family can use the ability of the Founding Titan, such as commanding all giants, etc. Coincidentally, the ability of Attack on Titan is freedom, not controlled by the Founding Titan. Alan's father is a user of Attack on Titan. Eat the royal families. Inherited the power of the Founding Titan. Then he let himself be eaten by Alan and passed it to Alan. This unlocks the pledge of non-war bug. As long as a non-royal successor to the Founding Titan comes into contact with another royal intelligent Titan, you can cross the vow of no war. Use the Founding Titan's ability, Alan. He has the same father as his half-mother. My mother is the elder brother of the royal family. Zeke, the successor of the Beast Titan. This condition is met. So a series of subsequent events happened. Up to here, everything seems normal. So why is Alan called a filial son? Because of another ability of Attack on Titan. The Founding Titan can see the past of all the Eldians. Attack on Titan allows the previous generation of Attack on Titan successors to see the memories of the next generation of successors. Alan's father was a kind doctor. He didn't want to eat the Founding Titans and killed the entire royal family until Alan's memory appeared in his mind. It was like Aren was whispering in his ear, constantly stimulating him with various words. This eventually led to him eating the founding titan, and had a mental breakdown after that. Because when Alan gets excited, he doesn't leave any leeway for his father at all. The memory of my sister being killed by a dog when I was a child kept recurring. And then later on, the death of my mother's. It was Eren who personally utilized the power of the founding titan. Control the giant to eat the mother. Because he had to make sure his younger self would follow the path he envisioned. Forced his father to kill someone. This caused him to have a mental breakdown and burst into tears. He personally controlled the titan to kill his mother, who once said, "As long as she was born, she was great." Alan is indeed a very filial son. But the word filial son is a derogatory term. And at the moment, everyone has understood the general world view of the Historia world. Deadpool, after listening, hit the target directly and accurately. The so-called wall isn't that just feeding yourself. It's a little funny. And Historia didn't have any chance to refute. Because she knew in her heart that what Deadpool said was true. Yuki Asuna, shut up. This was the first time Asuna spoke in such a strong tone. Because she was really angry, it was miserable. Do you want another blow, little b asterisk 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 d? Gambling maniac, little b asterisk 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 d. You were just teasing me before. But you really went too far this time, poking at my heart. 581, actually, after finishing speaking. Wade realized something was wrong. Deadpool, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I meant no harm. Everyone knows that. Her Majesty, no, I know that's the truth, I just said it. Her Majesty the Queen, but oh, be honest. If we continue as you said, it is not impossible. But God does not always give us what we want. Her Majesty, humanity only has such a small territory. But a 60-meter-tall giant appeared and broke through a city wall, causing humanity to lose 1/3 of its leaders. Now many refugees are homeless. Her Majesty the Queen, later. Even if the authorities organized the refugees and launched a war to recapture them, it was still useless. Deadpool, seriously. If the giants really can't do anything to the well-trained soldiers, then what's the point of these refugees? It looks like they're just sending them out to die when supplies run out. Just to clear out a bunch of useless people, Her Majesty. Her Majesty, indeed, Historia sighed deeply. She is very smart. Naturally, we can also think of the official ideas. And this is the fact. Are we expecting these refugees who don't even have a 3D maneuvering device and don't know how to use it to recapture the wall? I'm afraid I haven't even thought about it. Just send them out to die. Those specially selected are the old, weak, sick and disabled. Because it is still useful for young people. Yuki Asuna, little b asterisk asterisk chif, you can't talk. You really don't have to say anything, right? Deadpool, sorry, I shut up. Now I really shut up, Her Majesty the Queen, alas. Super Saiyan, poor kid, I can help Historia later if I can. Super Saiyan is the giant strong. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, King Kyan, what's so strong about it? It's not strong at all. Asuna and Yum's modern worldview weapons are enough to defeat them alone. Yuki Asuna, huh? Gambling maniac, is this true or false? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, would I lie to you? Bruce can kill those giants miserably with just any weapon he takes out. What? My super ability is money, I thought I couldn't do anything. But now it seems I can, Her Majesty, Watching the sudden change in style. Historia was slightly stunned. What's the meaning? Team leader Fubuki, doesn't that mean I can help too? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, without a doubt. The question mark on Historia's head deepened. Her Majesty, Her Majesty, is it so easy? Once you've experienced it, you won't say it's easy, right? Unless they are not people from their own world. Historia couldn't imagine it. They tried to do it with difficulty. There's no difficulty at all on the other side. 17. 810 are giants that weak. In fact, even they couldn't imagine it. Is this true or false? Lin's description just now and Historia's description. They all make them feel that giants are a very, very terrifying species, but now I tell them. Even the modern weapons from their world could be easily defeated alone. So I couldn't help but feel a little bit unbelievable. Lin also knows, after all. The plot of the world of giants is quite complicated. Asking them to accept all of a sudden that this world is actually very weak. It's indeed a bit difficult. So he just posted a random video. The video is probably a replay of the moment when the giant was killed by the 3D mobile device. As soon as the video came out, these people were stunned. No. Giant, that's it, Deadpool, that's all very weak. Very weak, really looks very weak. My super ability is money, that's true. Normal modern technology can easily kill giants. Yuuki Asuna M. Gambling maniac, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Team leader Fubuki, if it's only this level. It can't even beat ordinary monsters. Then can't I help Historia, Her Majesty, hiss. Historia was confused, how could it be true? She thought the Titans were very strong after watching the video. Why do people think the Titans are weak? Question life. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, by the way. Historia, you need to pay a little attention to Eren. Her Majesty, why? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, wait 80 and you'll know. He's a very filial son. After saying that, Lin began to explain things about Alan, one by one. List them all out. My super ability is to be rich. It's a very complicated worldview. Alantha's little beast drove his father crazy and killed his mother with his own hands. Bruce clenched his fists tightly after watching the whole process. There is an indescribable anger burning in my heart. As a child who lost his parents at a young age, he has longed for fatherly and motherly love since he was very young. Even now, he still misses his father and mother very much. It is simply impossible to imagine how Alan could do these things with this mentality. If it were him, even if you don't make that choice, you can only have a winning rate of 0.1% or even 0.01%. He will also give it a try. Instead of choosing to cause irreversible harm to your parents. It would be fine if Alan's parents were bad parents. But obviously not. Alan's mother even loved Alan so much that she said that he was great just by being born into this world. Father also loves Alan very much. So after seeing Alan's behavior, Bruce could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. I can't wait to rush into the world of giants. He immediately gave Alan a solid set of military boxing. Let him know that his parents are the best in the world. Gambling maniac, oh my god, it's outrageous. No wonder Lin said he is a filial son. This guy really is a filial son. The weirdness is max, just pull it to the maximum. Gambling maniac, it turned out to be such an ending. When I first watched it, I felt sorry for Alan. But I never thought he would be such a beast. Blood demon, humans are capable of such horrible things. Haha, Pava is a demon, in fact there is no morality at all. But I was also shocked by Alan's actions. Yuuki Asuna, it's unreasonable. How could you do such a thing? Your mother loves you very much. Yuuki Asuna is just an ordinary person, with a father and mother who love her. I can't understand Alan's train of thought at all. Super Saiyan for the so-called freedom. Alan's mind has gone crazy. Blood Demon, before the final ending I was just a Yi faction. But what happened in the end, damn, destroy the world. And you're still saying don't do this kind of thing. How embarrassing, Tilda. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, be angry. I'll say. Nezuko, she actually drove my father crazy and indirectly killed my mother. I can't forgive her, Jane, it's just Deadpool. Nezuko. You have a very small vocabulary, you beast, right? Nezuko, that's right. Her Majesty the Queen, I never expected that Alan would be such a person. Historia's 3 views exploded. Things in the chat group have come to a temporary end. And Lin's time, it was already evening. He went to sleep and woke up. I used my telepathy to radiate Xavier College a little bit. Then I found that the figure of the fireman John had disappeared. Where did he die? Lin was too lazy to look for it. Otherwise, it only took him a matter of seconds to find out where John the fireman was. Only there is really no need for that just last night. John's wounds have not healed yet, but he resolutely chose to leave that night. In this Xavier Academy, he couldn't stay there even for a second. John has brought his hypnotic ability to success. Now it seemed to him that the entire Xavier Academy was deceiving him. Professor X, however, remained indifferent. The anger and frustration in his heart made him want to leave all the time. So I simply chose the night when the idea came to me. Not feeling depressed at all. It might just be a little bit uncomfortable physically. This afternoon, Beast actually came to see him. After all, John's personality is not that good. Not many people like it in the college. But his fighting ability is still much stronger than those people. The only weakness can be said to be if there is no fire around. He had no way to control or amplify the flames. But if he is allowed to hold the lighter all the time, then even Beast would find it difficult to get close to him. So he was selected by Beast as a candidate for X-Men. The other person's character is something that requires serious consideration. Definitely Beast has also thought about it. The X-Men are more than just one person, but a team. There's one person inside who can't do it. All of these have tainted the name of X-Men. So it's not just combat training. Ideological training is also very necessary. He and Professor X are quite confident in ideological training. Therefore, I didn't take John particularly seriously. However, this only made John angrier. What's going on with the people at Xavier Academy? A large group of students can't stand me. However, Professor X, the leader, did nothing. Now I want to join the X-Men and help them do things. Is there such a good thing in this world? He felt like he was just a part of the process being used by them. If it is useful, pull it over and use it. It's useless. I don't care no matter how others bully me. Xavier College is very quiet at night, normally. There would be teachers doing routine patrols or observing the surroundings. It's just because of Lin's matter. This resulted in the destruction of many X-Men currently. Students who are capable of fighting are also undergoing emergency special training. So he could even leave directly through the main door. But just to be on the safe side, John still endured the pain and found a loophole in the wall of Xavier Academy. Get ready to leave here. I'm going to follow the more correct leaders, instead of staying in this small place like a loser. This thought allowed John to temporarily ignore the pain in his body, gritting teeth just getting ready to live. But then I heard the sound of a wheelchair. He quickly turned his head and looked. I saw a big bald head that looked very shiny in the moonlight. He appeared in front of him in a wheelchair. That's right, this person is Professor X. A moment, John, who was originally full of hatred, suddenly became weak, standing there like a primary school student who has made a mistake. At the same time, my heart was full of regret. Yes. Professor X's ability is telepathy, I think so much. Want to do something, he must know everything. He actually thought about sneaking away under the nose of such a person. How is that possible, kid? What are you doing here so late? Professor X still had a kind smile on his face. No, I was just taking a walk. As soon as these words were spoken, John regretted it again. Are you kidding? The person I am facing is Professor X. Lying does not exist in front of him. He slapped his head. His expression changed immediately, became very angry. I don't want to stay at Xavier Academy anymore. I want to get out of here. I recognize your leadership ability, but the direction you're leading in is not what I like. I hope you can let me go now. Otherwise, I will only cause trouble for you in your academy. What John said at this time was very reasonable. The idea is very clear, the expression is also very clear. 147, Professor X's expression suddenly changed. You are on the wrong track, what went astray? John said in a deep voice, it's just that we chose different directions. You take your bright roads, and I take my single-plank bridge. How can it be considered as going astray? If you don't let me go, don't force me to do it. He took out a lighter from his pocket. There was only a click. The flames were extremely obvious in the darkness. John's face was red in the light of the flames. His expression was very serious, however, at the moment. Professor X actually stood up from his wheelchair and grabbed his wrist. He snatched the lighter away easily. Caught off guard, John was totally taken aback, trying to get the lighter back from him. However, Professor X is extremely agile. With just a few grabs, he was easily pinned to the ground. John understood at this moment. You are not the professor, who are you? Who the hell are you? John's head was pressed into the mud. He tried desperately to raise his head, looks very angry. Kid, you are really interesting, Professor X smiled. There was a hint of charm on his old face, then he let John go. Stand up. The skin on his body fluttered rapidly like feathers and scales. Cover the original skin just like that. A woman dressed in blue appeared in front of John. Who are you? John's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the scene in front of me in disbelief. Although he had never seen the person in front of him. But it is extremely familiar, in other words. There is no one in the entire mutant group who doesn't know his name. Mystique, without a doubt, it's Mystique. It looks like you know me, Mystique smiled. Reach out your hand. John held out his hand stupidly. Mystique tugged gently, then he pulled him up. It turns out to be Mystique, not the professor. John let out a long breath in his heart. How could he know that Professor X was now checking on Jean's injury every day? Wanna see if Chin can wake up? How could I have the energy to use telepathy to pay attention to the entire Xavier College students? In fact, all these things were handed over to Beast to deal with. What you just said is correct. I don't like Charles' leadership style either. So who is the right leader you want to choose? Mystique looked at John, who seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Smile again, ask questions directly. John looked up and immediately said excitedly, Magneto. Definitely Magneto. Magneto is the right leader in my mind. Mutant Brotherhood is also the organization I have always longed for. In fact, before this incident happened, he already had a crush on Magneto. His personality is not suitable for Xavier College. Now this happened, then I want to hang out with Magneto even more. And now I meet Mystique. John naturally wanted desperately to show his support for Magneto. I want to try and see if Mystique can bring him to Magneto. As long as you support us, you are our brother. This sentence is definitely just nonsense to win people's hearts. No one will really take it seriously. If Mystique hadn't turned into Professor X and interrogated John just now, there was no way she could show closeness to John so easily. Can I join you then? John asked more excitedly. I feel like victory is just around the corner. Definitely yes. Mutant Brotherhood welcomes all like-minded brothers. Mystique opened her arms in welcome, but soon. She seemed to have just remembered and asked, You just came out of Xavier College. So now you should know everything that happened at Xavier College during this period. I know, I definitely know, and it has a lot to do with me. John nodded frantically. That's good. Magneto is very interested in what's going on at Xavier Academy. If you can provide it, I believe you can better integrate into our big family. Mystique is an old hand at deceiving people. Every day I have to look different and deal with different people. Naturally knew how to deal with John, a young and inexperienced guy who had just entered society. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll tell you everything I know, really. John just kept nodding. In that case, come with me. Mystique glanced at Xavier Academy as she finally left. I have some doubts in my mind. Are Xavier Academy's defenses so weak? She's already here. But still no one showed up, or rather. It can actually make this little guy John sneak out of Xavier Academy. It seems that something really happened. After a night of traveling, John finally meets Magneto in person. He has short silver hair and deep eyes, wearing a bodysuit with red and purple elements. The garment has metallic decorations such as metal plates and chains. Still wearing a cape. Definitely at least one of Magneto's most famous logos. His helmet. This helmet is called a brainwave suppressor. Can protect him from telepathy attacks. such as Professor X when seeing Magneto himself. John was excited, but he didn't show it directly. The main reason is that he is afraid of being looked down upon by Magneto. Magneto glanced at the young man Zero, request flowers, Zero. Then he glanced at Mystique again. The tacit understanding they had developed from their early years until now made him understand Mystique's practices and ideas. He smiled and said, "This must be the little brother who wants to join us." The first thing he said was, "I've known you for a long time and have been paying attention to you." This immediately made John unable to control himself. "Yes, it's me." Then there was a series of very old-fashioned pleasantries. But people like John are very susceptible to this. To the very end. Magneto then told him what he wanted to know most. What happened at Xavier College some time ago? The surroundings seemed to suddenly become quiet at this moment. Magneto and Mystique both stared at John. This left him a little overwhelmed. I know. I'll tell you bit by bit, obviously. There was no way John would honestly tell the whole story from beginning to end. He simply ignored why he had a conflict with Lin's uncle. Instead, he said that he just wanted to talk to Lin. The result was Lin's attack. He spoke of what happened later with great disdain. After all, he thought those things were just lies made up by Xavier College to exclude him. Definitely John said it anyway. Because he felt that by saying this, Magneto and Mystique would feel his loyalty. After all, that group of people were rejecting him. Now that I've come here, there's no turning back. So they will definitely let me join them, right? After Magneto and Mystique heard what John said, they looked at each other. An indescribable curiosity arose in my heart towards Lin. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to think like John that those things were used to deceive them. The scene of space shattering that day spread across half of the Earth. Countless people saw it. How could it be fake? Mystique thought, no wonder Xavier Academy's defenses have become so weak. It turns out that it is not weak, but simply useless. We understand. You must be tired after coming all the way here. Let's go down and have a rest first. John wanted to say that he was not tired, but was still taken away by Mystique. Not long. Mystique returns to reunite with Magneto. The two looked at each other again. After a moment of silence, I'm really a little jealous of Charles, Magneto exhaled. Lin, is this his name? Xavier College really has the best talents in the world. Mystique smiled at the moment and said, from what John described, didn't you find that Lin has no sense of belonging to the X-Men and Xavier Academy? Or even a favorable impression of them? How could there not be? King Vance instantly displayed a wave of facial expression changes. With a confident smile on his face, Charles, if you can't control it, then Lin, let me control it. Max, when do we leave? Mystique looked at Magneto. According to the current situation, sooner the better. Magneto had a wise smile on his face. Nowadays, the strongest fighter Chin is useless. Storm and Cyclops are also useless. The only ones capable of fighting in the entire Xavier Academy are Beast and Professor X. Beast's combat ability may seem good to ordinary people, but in Magneto's opinion, it's just a small grasshopper. It's very easy to grasp. As for Professor X, that's even easier with the helmet on. The instructor looks like an old, frail, and disabled man. As for the remaining mutant students, all I can say is that he didn't take any of them seriously. They are just some flowers that have not been beaten by society and are protected too well in the greenhouse of Xavier College. Once you experience a storm, will be destroyed. Now this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just like I thought. 967. Mystique smiled. Lin didn't know that he had been targeted by Magneto. Or even if I knew, it wouldn't matter. Lin made a light stroke with one hand. A void crack quietly appeared in front of him. This crack, like a flash of lightning, tearing apart the curtain of reality, revealing the entrance to another world. A strange light flickered at the edge of the crack. It seems like a channel connecting countless parallel universes. Lin stepped into it without hesitation. The figure instantly disappeared in the light of the crack. With the departure of Lin, the crack slowly closed, as if it had never existed. As soon as Lin stepped into it, he came to a messy city. Tall buildings collapsed during the battle. Shards of glass and chunks of concrete rained down. The streets were littered with broken bricks and twisted metal. Traffic was paralyzed and vehicles were overturned. Flames raged through the ruins. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, dyeing the day into dusk. People screamed and cried for help one after another. They sought refuge in the chaos, or trying to escape this war-torn area. Fear and despair spread among the people. But there are also brave people. They helped each other and tried to find a ray of hope in the disaster. Aliens, that is, those creatures from the planet Chitauri. Like a tide pouring into the city, their flight machines shuttled through the air, shooting energy beams. Destroy all obstacles that stand in their way. Ruthlessly attacks any moving target. This is Avengers 1. Lin sighed, and at the moment, a giant steel fish. Its body is huge and heavy. The surface is covered with cold metallic scales. Every scale flashed with cold light. It's like countless sharp blades. Its eyes are like two deep rubies, exuding a chilling light. The body is like a shark that has been magnified countless times. But there is no breath of life. Only mechanical coldness and ruthlessness. It was as if it were a giant mechanical beast that had traveled from another world. Flying from the street ahead and above, there is a green figure that is constantly destroying things. This causes the giant fish to sway continuously in the air. From time to time, it crashes into the surrounding buildings at last. It seemed like he was hit in a vital spot. Completely lost life falling from the sky. When the giant steel fish fell from the sky, it's getting faster and faster. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, heading straight to the ground with a breath of destruction, followed by a deafening bang. The giant steel fish fell heavily to the ground. Boom. It has a huge impact. The ground was smashed to pieces in an instant. The concrete floor was plowed abruptly. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Gravel and dust were flying everywhere. A smokescreen of chaos was formed. Everything around was shrouded in haze in this smoke. The body of the giant steel fish did not stop its destruction. Its fall created a powerful shockwave. This force swept in like a strong wind. The gravel and dust on the ground were pushed in the direction of Lin. Like an invisible hand. Push away all obstacles that stand in its way. Sliding relentlessly towards Lin, child, be careful. Just at this moment, one was in uniform holding a shield. There is blood at the corner of the mouse. A man who looked somewhat embarrassed rushed out from the side. Saw Lin. Captain America was suddenly too anxious to attach. He didn't want to watch a young man die in front of him. So I tried my best to rush forward. But Lin just glanced at him lightly. There was no intention of moving. To outsiders, he seemed to be frightened. I was so frightened that I couldn't move, after all. This is a war that even adults find difficult to face. Not to mention that it was just a kid who looked only in his teens. In the war-torn battlefield, Lin looks particularly lonely and weak. The giant steel fish, like the messenger of doom, brought with it a breath of destruction as it ruthlessly crushed towards Lin. The metal scales sparkled coldly in the sunlight, as if announcing the coming destruction. However, just when the giant steel fish was about to touch Lin's movements seemed unusually calm. He just raised a finger, gently pressed against the front of the giant steel fish. This action is like an artist lightly touching the canvas, full of calmness and confidence. At the moment when Lin's fingers touched the giant steel fish, a miracle happened with a loud crash. The body of the giant steel fish suddenly turned into countless pink butterflies. Their wings are light and beautiful, as if woven from the finest silk. The butterflies are dancing in the air, flying in all directions. It forms an extremely dreamy picture. People in the battlefield, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In their eyes, The appearance of these pink butterflies is like a miracle. It unexpectedly transformed the battlefield, originally filled with smoke and death, into a world full of vitality and hope. People's attention is attracted by these butterflies. My heart was filled with doubts and amazement. Their beauty contrasts sharply with the devastation around them. A strange beauty lingers all around. Lin stands at the center of the butterfly. His figure looked particularly tall in the sunlight. There was no pride in his eyes, only calmness and depth. Captain America was stunned. He didn't know how to describe the scene before him. The only thing I saw was Lin, a little kid I had never seen before. He actually showed such terrifying ability and strength. Is this magic? Is this child related to Thor involuntary? He thought of someone who had access to magic, that is Thor. But at the moment, he didn't have any time to think about why Lin appeared on the battlefield. A battlefield full of butterflies does not mean there are no other enemies. But just when he wanted to rush into the battle again, all those butterflies evaporated into pink starlight that filled the entire battlefield. After being sucked in by those Chitauri, he actually fell straight to the ground, the ones in the air. Bangs, bangs, bangs. It was like raindrops falling all over the street. In the blink of an eye, the whole street became extremely quiet. There was no trace of the enemy, or say. There was no sign of any living enemy. Captain America was already shocked. I can no longer calm myself down, and at the moment, Thor, who was nearby, also noticed something was wrong. Come here immediately. Then I saw Lin standing in the middle of the street. And a stunned Captain America, I couldn't help but ask, what happened? Why is the child standing there alone? Why don't you take him away quickly? Thor at the moment seemed very anxious. But Captain America took a long time to think about it. I found myself not knowing how to describe what had just happened. See these dead bodies of Chitauri, this kid did it. Captain America thought this child had some relationship with Thor. But judging from Thor's performance now, it seems not to be the case. I can only use the shortest sentences to express what just happened. Thor looked at Lin in disbelief. Then he looked at Captain America again. My mind is full of question marks. No, this child. Is this true or false? He originally thought that all the Chitauri on this street had died due to some mysterious reason. This is unbelievable enough, but Captain America. But it told him an even more unbelievable fact. Steve, are you serious? Thor couldn't help but ask. Pointing at Lin and said, is this child real? I saw it with my own eyes. I don't think I'm that old and blurry yet. Steve said, shaking his head, daff. Thor scratched his head in confusion. But now is not the time to focus on these. He looked towards other more intense battlefields. Swinging Mjolnir. He said urgently, no matter what the truth is. We need to help others now. Steve actually wanted to find Lin and get to the bottom of what was going on. But weigh the pros and cons, finally decided to follow Thor. And Lin just watched them leave. Didn't make any response, if I remember correctly. Thanos has already set his sights on Earth at this point in time. Lin thought about it, the invasion of the Avengers. It seems to be Loki's behavior alone. In fact, there is a bigger conspiracy behind it. Loki is a lonely man. How is it possible for such a large army of Chitauri to invade the Earth directly? Actually, Thanos is the one behind Loki, including the Chitauri. It is also the army provided by Thanos. A smile appeared on his face. Lin disappeared instantly. Wait for the next appearance. It's already another dark place. In that dark place there was a place similar to a throne. And a person sits on it. He is more than 2 meters tall. Standing anywhere is as majestic as a mountain. It gives people a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. He has a strong body. The muscle lines are faintly visible under the black robe, revealing a sense of primitive power. The attire is mainly black. The wide black robe covered his entire body. Only the purple skin was faintly visible in key areas. The material of the black robe is extraordinary. It seems to be woven from some unknown cosmic fiber. It is both light and tough, and can withstand various extreme environments. The edges of the robe were decorated with golden patterns that were intricate and mysterious, as if they contained ancient laws of the universe. This person, it's Thanos. Who are you? Thanos looked at Lin, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned and asked in doubt, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I know you are Thanos." Lin smiled and said, "I just came to see the cosmic overlord who will remain steadfast even then." Thanos' style of action is ruthless and cruel. His purpose is unwavering in order to realize his ideal. He is willing to sacrifice everything, including himself, his existence, for many civilizations in the universe. It is both a threat and a warning. His strength, his wisdom, his determination. All of these made him one of the most awe-inspiring overlords in the universe. It is also the most terrifying enemy that the Avengers will encounter in the future. Then Lin must come and take a look. Thanos saw his identity exposed. Then he lifted up the black robe, reveal his face. Look at Noreen's. There is an inexplicable feeling of discomfort in my heart. After all, Lin's tone made it seem like he was just a tourist attraction. He felt like a famous joker in a circus. The child wanted to come over and take a look. "I won't kill you, just go away." Thanos also saw Lin's identity as an Earthling. If it's not necessary, he would not kill anyone. Because in Thanos' creed, every planet should have half of its people killed. This is the only way to ensure maximum utilization of planetary resources. As for who to kill, it wasn't that he made the decision himself. Instead, half are picked at random. Will Lin die in the future? It all depends on his luck. Lin, however, had no intention of leaving. He teleported again. He actually sat directly on Thanos' shoulder, patting Thanos' huge head. "It's like shooting a basketball." He said earnestly, "You will lose miserably against the Avengers." Although the process of Avengers was also tragic, but the final result was undoubtedly very tragic for Thanos. After all, only one Iron Man died in the Avengers from beginning to end. The rest of the group was intact, and what about Thanos? The army is gone, the dream is gone, infinite gems are gone. He died too, Thanos frowned. He patted his shoulder in annoyance. But Lin instantly appeared on his other shoulder. "Why did I lose? I have never lost in this universe." Thanos' words full of confidence and disdain for Lin. "I'm telling you this now because I know you won't believe it." Lin once again said earnestly, "But do you know that destroying half of the people on each planet is a very stupid decision? Especially for your dream." What is Thanos' dream? Thanos has a dream, the balance of the universe. This is an obsession and philosophy that belongs to him. If you simply listen to him verbally express his own ideas, there really is nothing wrong with that, randomly destroying half of all life for the sake of the universe's balance. Balance of the universe is such a great and noble ideal. The word random represents that one has no selfish motives. This means absolute fairness. Even those Avengers members who had crossed him were randomly eliminated. Not all of it is erased, a fair and noble concept, therefore. It has received a lot of praise and admiration from the audience. But it also made Lin feel that Thanos was very stupid. Thanos, your dream is good. But have you ever considered how long it will take for half of all life to recover and even experience a population explosion after you wipe out half of them? Well, you have to know that the world's population was 4 billion in 1974. By 2022, it will have reached 8 billion. In other words, in just 48 years, the world's population alone has doubled. It's not necessarily like this, but at least half of the Earth's population will be wiped out in 100 years. 100 years later, it will definitely return to its original state. Even better, except for races that have particularly difficulty reproducing in the universe. Basically, it can recover within a few hundred years. Moreover, the original population of a race that has particular difficulty in reproduction is not large. It accounts for a variety Very small proportion in the universe, inconspicuous. Whether it is restored or not doesn't even have any impact on the universe's population. Hundreds of years, perhaps it seems very long to humans 590. But a few hundred years is just a blink of an eye for the Earth. That is to say Thanos' ideal cannot even last to 1%. 1,000th or 1 billionth of the life in the universe. Thanos was originally a little unhappy with Lin. But Lin's words made him freeze again. He didn't seem to really think about what would happen after he wiped out half the population. How long will it take to recover? If you think what I said is ridiculous, then you can go check the life situation on your planet, where half of the population was wiped out dozens or even hundreds of years ago. What is it like now? Lin patted Thanos' big head. At the moment Thanos was completely lost in thought. I didn't care about Lin's offense at all. I'm doubting my life a little bit. After all, that's what Lin said. A dream for which I gave everything. It may even only last for 100 years. It can't even reach one of his own life cycles. So what is the point of his persistence? In fact, in Lin's opinion, the so-called cosmic balance. I'm just worried that the universe will be overpopulated. And there are too few resources in the universe. But with infinite gems, you can create something out of nothing. You can easily create a large amount of resources that will not be used up until the destruction of the universe. Just tell your dream. The chance of being stopped by others is extremely small. Very small. Even the entire universe will start looking for Thanos to find out where the 6 infinite gems are. After all, who hates more resources? That is the guarantee for the future of oneself and even of one's race. Okay, think about it yourself. I'm leaving first and going to play around on Earth. Lin left. Thanos doesn't even know what his name is from the beginning to the end. But his words really woke Thanos up. He immediately found his subordinates and immediately led to the nearby spacetime wormhole. Go to the nearest planet with life, where they destroyed half of its life and found out the situation. Ebony Maw, he is the smartest of Thanos' 4 generals. So this kind of thing that Thanos thought was more important was left to him to act. The Ebony Monkey is also quite fast in just a short moment. The information was placed in front of Thanos. Thanos spread out the document and took a look. I just felt like the sky was falling. It was just as Lin said. A planet with half of its life destroyed by him hundreds of years ago. It is still thriving now. The massacre that happened 100 years ago has long been forgotten. The number of people and the population even doubled. Yes, not twice as much as after half of them were destroyed. Rather, it is twice the original population of hundreds of years ago. According to records, because half of the population was destroyed. Some parents miss their children so much that they speed up the process of having a second child. Place your thoughts on another child. In addition, policies are constantly being introduced. The more children you have, the better. That's why there are so many more, however. The people who were originally relatively peaceful also suffered from the shortage of resources due to the population explosion. Start to conquer the outside world. There is no doubt about this. Let Thanos reaffirm the dream that the universe must be balanced. In that case, I will clean it up every once in a while, yes. Thanos made the decision. This is why the population explodes every 100 years. Then he would randomly eliminate half of all life in the universe every 100 years. He just didn't believe it, this wouldn't work. Let Lin know what Thanos is thinking. I just feel that this person really doesn't know how to adapt. Stupid, okay. Why do we have to think of killing people to bring balance to the universe? The increase in cosmic resources has reached the same level as the population. Isn't that another kind of balance? But now Lin is too lazy to care. He was just teasing Thanos in the past. He wouldn't do anything you asked him to do. I don't want to do it either. The Battle of New York on Earth is coming to an end. The United States simply decided to abandon New York. It's peopling the Avengers, a nuclear bomb was launched. This makes perfect sense. After all, the Chitauri's attack was too terrifying. At the moment, they see no hope of victory at all. Give up New York, its people, and the Avengers, in exchange for the safety of the entire Earth, is the best choice only. They seem to ignore it after this one. The Earth will completely come into the sight of all races in the universe. If no Avengers existed, the Earth will just become a colony. They will not have any ability to resist. It's just common sense. It is the best choice for ordinary people. But it is very short-sighted. Many people even harbor hostility towards the Avengers. In their thoughts, it would be best if the Avengers disappeared along with New York. Lin arrived at the Stark building ahead of time. Get ready to watch this gorgeous fireworks display. The invasion of the Chitauri was like a nightmare. Every corner of the city is filled with panic and despair. However, in this chaos, a hero stood up and his name will be forever engraved in human history: Iron Man. Tony Stark. Tony was flying in the air. His iron armor flashed a cold light in the night sky. His eyes traversed the chaotic battlefield, landed on a huge amounts of space-time wormholes. That was opened by Loki's scepter, a passage connecting Earth and Zeta in the cave. Countless Tari warships were still constantly pouring into the Earth. Prepare to completely destroy the city. Just at this moment, a nuclear bomb flew in from a distance. Its target is New York. It is countless innocent lives. Tony knows if this nuclear bomb explodes in the city, then everything will be reduced to ashes. He thought about it for a moment without hesitation. Activate the armor's thrusters. It turned into a stream of light and headed towards the incoming nuclear bomb. Iron Man is incredibly fast. He hugged the nuke tightly. Use your body as a guide, brought it away from the city. He had only one thought in his mind: to send this nuclear bomb into the space-time wormhole. Let it explode in the Chitauri warship, and by a glimmer of hope for the Earths. Tony flew towards the wormhole. His figure drew a magnificent arc in the night sky. The armor made a sharp whistling sound during the high-speed flight. It was as if singing a hymn to his heroic deeds. He passed through the wormhole and saw an unfamiliar starry sky before him. The Chitauri warships were like a dense swarm of bees, waiting for his arrival. Tony adjusted the direction of the nuclear bomb. Aim it at the nearest battleship. His heartbeat quickened and his blood boiled beneath his armor. He knows this moment. He will use his life to exchange for peace on Earth. He closed his eyes, take a deep breath. Then the nuclear bomb was released. There was a loud bang. A nuclear bomb exploded in the Chitauri warship. Releases an extremely dazzling light. The light was like the most brilliant fireworks in the world, illuminating the entire wormhole. It also illuminates Tony Stark's resolute face. The shockwave of the explosion swept over, swallow the surrounding warships and turn them into ashes. Tony was thrown far away by the shockwave of the explosion. His armor was damaged in the explosion. Until the last moment, his body was floating in space. Consciousness gradually becomes blurred. But he knew he succeeded. He used his life to win a glimmer of hope for the Earth. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, the wormhole begins to close. The invasion of the Chitauri was completely stopped. The New York sky returned to peace. Countless people stared blankly at the wormhole in the sky that was about to be closed. Speechless, the Avengers and others had extremely complicated feelings. Unexpected, that proud Tony Stark. They would sacrifice their lives for the Earth without hesitation. The sky over New York was shrouded in war and panic not long ago. Now but fell into an eerie silence. The eyes of countless people were dull and empty, staring at the wormhole in the sky that is about to close. That wormhole was once the channel for the Chitauri to invade. Now it has become a witness to Tony Stark's heroic sacrifice. Shock and disbelief were written all over people's faces. They can't imagine. The always proud and radiant Tony Stark. It happened at this moment for the Earth because of them. He gave his life without hesitation, his figure. The figure that drew a magnificent arc in the night sky. It has disappeared at the other end of the wormhole. Only silence and endless grief are left. The members of the Avengers were standing in the ruins of the battlefield. The mood is extremely complicated. They once fought side by side and fought against countless enemies together. But at this moment, they felt unprecedented loneliness and powerlessness. Tony's sacrifice, like a huge rock, weighs heavily on everyone's heart. Captain America gasped and collapsed to the ground. His fists were clenched. My heart is filled with respect and sorrow for Tony. He knew that Tony's choice was the best interpretation of the word hero. But this sacrifice made him feel extremely heavy. Black Widow's face no longer had the calmness and composure it once had. There was a deep sadness in her eyes. There is a complicated emotional entanglement between her and Tony. But at this moment, all personal emotions were overwhelmed by mourning for a friend. Thor is the god from Asgard. I also felt an unprecedented shock. He looked up at the sky and prayed silently in his heart. I hope Tony's soul can rest in peace, Hulk. The green giant who is always angry. But at this moment it seemed unusually silent. There was no more violence in his eyes. Instead, there was a deep sadness. Lin didn't know when a handful of melon seeds appeared in his hand. Knowing the plot well, he knew Tony wouldn't dump the spoon here. Just see the moment when the sky wormhole is about to close. Tony fell out of it. He casually held out his hand. A pair of transparent blue giant hands suddenly appeared in the air. Hold Tony gently in this heartbreaking moment. The members of the Avengers were all immersed in deep sorrow over Tony Stark's sacrifice. Their eyes were filled with loss and despair. It was as if the whole world lost its color at that moment. However, in this endless darkness, a ray of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Thor's eyes were extremely sharp. He raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The moment before the space-time wormhole closed was captured in an instant. A figure fell from it. His eyes suddenly widened. An incredible excitement surged in my heart. It's Tony. His voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The Avengers members all looked up, looking towards the falling figure, as expected. That was Tony Stark, who they thought was dead. His figure drew an arc in the air. It seems like fate. He returned to them at the last moment. Thor swung Mjolnir in his hand without hesitation. Prepare to take off into the sky to catch Tony as he falls. However, the Hulk is faster than him. Roar. Hulk just roared, jumped up suddenly. His hands constantly slammed on the building next to him. Bangs, bangs, bangs. With the help of reaction force, in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed high into the sky. He 203 stretched his hands out towards Tony. Trying to catch him in midair, the Avengers' eyes widened. Watching this moment nervously, their breathing almost stopped. My heart is filled with anticipation and fear. Come on, Hulk, Hulk, you must catch Tony. However, in the next moment, a huge amount of blue hands suddenly appeared beneath Tony. Hold him gently. It was a hand from another time and space. Its appearance seems to be a destiny. Tony was able to survive at the last moment, and the Hulk. He bumped into it head-on with a thud. Does it sound good? Good sounding means a good start. His expression was distorted. I lost several teeth directly. He fell heavily from a great height at this moment. The Avengers members almost forgot to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the huge amounts of blue hand in the air. My heart was filled with doubts and surprises. They can't imagine whose mysterious hand is this. How did it appear here? Thor sees Hulk falling. Respond quickly and decisively. He brandished Mjolnir. The hammer seemed to come alive under his control. Take him with you. Rushed towards Hulk like lightning. Booms. He was like a bolt of lightning that split the sky. At the moment when Hulk is about to hit the ground, Thor arrived just in time. He used the power of Mjolnir to catch the Hulk firmly. The two bodies paused in the air for a brief moment. It seemed as if time had frozen at this moment. However, their weight and impact were simply too great. Not even Thor could completely counteract this force. The two of them fell to the ground with a thump, bang. Moment it smashed a big hole in the ground. Dust was flying and gravel was scattered everywhere. The air around seemed to tremble with the huge amounts of impact force. However, even though a big hole was smashed into the ground, fortunately neither Thor nor Hulk was seriously injured. Thor stood up from the pit. He looked in a disastrous state. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but more of it is relief. The Avengers members saw this scene. The tension and worry in my heart finally eased a little. They stepped forward and helped the two men out of the pit. "Are you okay?" As soon as Steve said this, he knew he was talking to a wall. How could anything happen to Hulk and Thor? Everyone's figures were still gathered on the big blue hand. Then, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on the god Thor. After all, Thor is the Thor in Norse mythology. Both his identity and abilities are closely tied to the mysterious and supernatural. At a moment like this, they would naturally expect him to have an answer, or at least provide some clues. Thor felt the gazes of the crowd. He spread his hands helplessly. "I don't know what's going on. It's magic I've never seen before." There was also a hint of helplessness and confusion on his face. Obviously, he also didn't expect this to happen. He explained, even though he is a god. But the appearance of this giant blue hand was completely beyond his understanding. He knew nothing about it. Maybe if my parents were here. You should be able to know after all. Even though Asgard has a lot of magic secrets. But Thor has always been a big and strong man. All I can think about is fighting. Fighting and fighting. I have never learned how to use magic. The most commonly used magic at present is probably thunder magic. That is also used for attack. So he didn't know what this thing was. The Avengers listened to Thor's words. The doubts in my heart did not diminish because of this. They know Thor would not lie easily, but it also means the origin of this giant blue hand is even more mysterious and complicated. They began to speculate in their minds. Could this hand be a creature from another time and space? Or some unknown cosmic force? Just when everyone was lost in thought, the giant blue hand had already gently placed Tony on the ground. At the moment, everyone had no time to worry or to delve into the origin of the giant blue hand. "Rush forward quickly, Tony." They carefully opened Tony's visor, looking forward to seeing his familiar, wise eyes. But he found Tony's eyes were closed, looks pale. He actually stopped breathing this moment. The hope that had just risen burst like a bubble. The Avengers fell into deep sorrow once again. Even the usually calm Hulk. I couldn't help but roar out loud, roared. His voice echoed in the air like dynamite, filled with endless anger and grief. However, amidst this roar, a miracle happened again. Tony, who was in a state of suspended animation, was abruptly awakened by the Hulk's roar. He took a breath, panting frantically. It was as if I was pulled back from the brink of death. He looked around at the familiar faces in panic. Then look up at the sky. The space-time wormhole is gone. I understand it in my heart. At this point, the matter was finally resolved. He breathed a sigh of relief. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. He looked at everyone and said in that familiar, slightly teasing tone, "I want to eat a hamburger. Want to join us? Cough, cough, cough." These words seemed like a ray of light. It instantly lit up the hearts of all the Avengers. They looked at Tony with surprise in their eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, eat, you must eat. Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin is not the only one in the Stark building now. And Loki looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. The whole person is very decadent. After seeing the wormhole close over New York, he knew that his invasion plan was over. It's completely over. He was quite furious. He fixed his eyes on Lin. His eyes were also very sharp. So Tony Stark was noticed, falling from the sky, and reach out to help the other person, without a doubt. It's the child in front of you. Loki never judges people by appearance, therefore. They will not be too kind to others just because of their appearance. After all, he is a god who relies mainly on deception and lies. If he wants to, you can also transform into a child at any time. As he said that, Loki reached out and grabbed Lin's arm. He shouted angrily, "Let him go. I won't lose as long as he dies. Then I still have a chance to win." Lorraine's arm didn't move. He glanced at Loki speechlessly and said lightly, "How? You still want to fight against the entire Avengers alone? Deal with your brother one-on-one first." "Is it possible?" Lin's eyes were filled with 3 words. "Too lazy to spray. You also think I'm not as good as Thor. You also think I'm not as good as Thor. You also think I'm not as good as Thor, Loki. Asgard's god of trickery. He has always been a character full of contradictions. Deep in his heart, there is always an unspeakable anger and desire hidden inside. The source of this emotion, it dates back to his childhood. A period when he felt he was always ignored and marginalized. In the Golden Palace of Asgard, all eyes were on his brother Thor. The brave and powerful Thor's light is too bright. So much so that Loki often feels like he is just a shadow. A being that can never be truly seen, Loki's father Odin. God King of Asgard, his eyes were always towards Thor. Odin's expectations and approval of Thor. It's like an invisible knife. It hurts Loki's heart again and again. Although Mother Frigga loves Loki equally. But in that country that advocates strength and courage, her love could not fill the hole in Loki's heart. These signs add up in addition. He found out that he was not actually Odin's biological son. It made him feel even more painful. He thought he would become like this. It's all because he is not Odin's biological son. Odin's throne as the God King, Loki had never expected to inherit. But he longed for recognition. Eager to prove that he is no worse than Thor, this desire. This eventually evolved into Loki's various actions in the Avengers. He's not a born bad guy behind his actions. It is more of a pursuit of self-worth and a desire for recognition. He wants to make his own way. Prove that your existence is meaningful. Proving that he too can do great things, but every time. When he thought he was finally in the spotlight, reality always pushes him back into the shadows mercilessly. When Loki heard Lin's words, "In addition, I am almost completely defeated now," his inner defenses finally collapsed. The vulnerability and insecurity he had been trying so hard to hide. At this moment, everything was completely exposed. His anger, it's like a volcano, it finally broke out. His efforts and struggles. In the eyes of others, it is just meaningless rebellion and destruction. This failing, it made him feel more lonely and desperate than ever before. In fact, Loki's defense is broken. It's not just because of misunderstandings from the outside world. It was also because of his disappointment in himself. He once thought, as long as you work hard enough, you will be able to win respect and recognition. But the reality is, no matter what he does, he couldn't escape Thor's shadow every time he tried. It's like fighting an invisible opponent. And that opponent is his own inner fear and lack of confidence. In that tense moment, Loki's rage erupted like a volcano. His fist carried the force of thunder. Go straight to Lin's face. The air seemed to be filled with energy that was about to explode. However, just when the fist was about to touch Lin, time seemed to have stood still, bang. Lin stood there expressionless. It's like an unshakable mountain. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. There was only an unfathomable calm. Loki's fist was thrusting in a way that was almost impossible. The moment it touched Lin's face, weird shapeshifting occurred. There was only a crisp click sound. Loki's wrist was bent at a 90-degree angle. It's like being blocked by the hardest substance in the world. Unable to move forward any further. Loki's expression froze at that moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then pain came like a tide. He withdrew his hand. He held his injured wrist tightly. Howls of pain echoed in the air. His body trembled with pain. Sweat and pain intertwined. It formed a picture that was hard to look at, and Lin always maintained that indifferent attitude. His eyes revealed a kind of contempt and disdain for Loki's behavior. It was like watching Joker, Are You Serious? This scene. It's like a silent drama, Loki's anger and pain. Lin's indifference and teasing. All of this was most vividly displayed at this moment. Eventually, Loki's howling faded. His body was in so much pain that he could barely stand. He looked at Lin, his eyes were filled with fear. Are you stupid? Lorraine rolled her eyes. I feel speechless. He now uses energy to protect his body all the time. Not to mention Loki's fist. Even if the Big Bang exploded in front of him, he couldn't get hurt at all. I am Loki, I am a god, you mortal. Loki sputtered once again, only this time. He did not choose to use physical strength to fight Lin. Instead, he decided to use magic, which he was best at. His eyes were gleaming green. A sly smile quickly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had foreseen everything that was about to happen. Just like that, he couldn't help but think that Lin was a guy like the Hulk. They are all purely physical creatures. Strong limbs, simple mind. Lin only felt a flash before his eyes. Zero request flowers. The surrounding scene changed drastically in an instant. The stark building that once towered into the sky is gone. In its place was a barren land, the sky is gray. It seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dust. Even the sun cannot penetrate this haze. The whole world is shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Immediately following, some strange creatures began to emerge from the surrounding mud. They are monsters made of mud and twigs. Some are as strong as bulls, some are as small as mice. Various shapes, but they all exude a strange and dangerous atmosphere. Some of these mud monsters hold weapons like bows and arrows in their hands. Their eyes glowed red, just like a goblin, full of cunning and cruelty. Showing off one's skill before an expert. The most important thing about deception magic is to deceive people's minds. And Lin's mental strength is unfathomable. How could he be so easily fooled by Loki? The magic before him looked like a math problem done by a child to him. Full of flaws, but he didn't mind having some fun with Loki. Lin stands on the barren land, facing the mud monsters swarming in from all sides. His expression was as calm as water, as if all this was just a trivial challenge. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. There was only an unfathomable calm. Roar, roar. The monsters roared, waving the weapon in hand. Launched a fierce attack on Lin. Although their movements are fast, but in Lin's eyes, it all seemed incredibly slow. He raised his hand gently. It's like shooing away a swarm of annoying flies. Every movement seemed so easy and natural. Bang. The first monster was hit by Lin's slap. Its body spun several times in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground, mud splashed everywhere. And the battle history was lost in an instant. Immediately following, Lin's slap fell like a torrential rain. Every swing hits the target with pinpoint accuracy. Snap. Snap, 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 snap. The monsters fell one after another. Their bodies seemed so fragile in front of Lin's power. It's like it's made of paper. Lin's movements are graceful and powerful. Every time the slap landed, all accompanied by a crisp sound. And the screams of the monsters, it only took a moment. All the monsters have been knocked to the ground by Lin. Their bodies are twisting and shapeshifting. Mud and sticks were scattered all over the ground. It can no longer be seen in its original appearance. Loki, on the other side, looked at the Avengers members around him who were beaten to pieces and fell to the ground. I was laughing so hard that I couldn't speak pain. It was not enough to hide his joy, in fact. Loki was surprised by Lin's strength. His plan was to use illusion to lure Lin. Make him think he is in a real battle. This is used to entangle the Avengers. Give yourself a chance to escape, however. The development of things was far beyond Loki's expectations. The power of Lin's, like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time. Once it breaks out, then it will be unstoppable. His movements were simple and direct. Every wave, every clap. They all contained destructive energy, members of Avengers. Those superheroes who have proven their strength in countless battles. In front of Lin, but it is like fragile porcelain, which breaks at the slightest touch, Loki's brother Thor. The god of thunder, known throughout the 9 realms for his great strength and fearless courage. Even if Loki himself has never admitted it. But it cannot change the fact that Thor has always been a symbol of power in his heart. 857 But in front of Lin, Thor's power seemed so small. Just one slap, Thor was pushed into the wall. It was a power Loki had never seen before. A power that is enough to terrify even the gods. Thor's body was embedded deep into the wall. It seems to be frozen in time, unable to move. Not to mention breaking free and the Hulk. Always the strong support of Avengers. But in front of Lin, Hulk's power also seems so weak. It was the same slap, Hulk's once indestructible body. But at this moment it is like paper. It was easily slapped into the wall, alongside Thor. Became another mural of this battle. Loki was filled with shock. He once thought he held the secrets of the universe. I thought my plan was perfect, but then Lin showed up. But it's like a mirror. It reflects his insignificance and powerlessness. Members of Avengers. Those heroes who once gave Loki a hard time. But at this moment, they were easily subdued by Lin one by one. Their strength seemed so insignificant in front of Lin. Lin's strength, even Loki felt an unprecedented fear. But he also realized it. It seems that I can take advantage of the other person. Turn the already messy situation into an advantage again. Looking at Lin, he looked like he was completely deceived by his own illusion. Loki's emotions also changed from shock to excitement. Kill them, kill them, kill them. There was a stinging pain in his wrist. But at this moment, the pain was insignificant to him. There was a fanatical gleam in his eyes. It was as if I saw the dawn of victory. His eyes were fixed firmly ahead. There Lin was still immersed in illusion. Steve's face was filled with confusion and exhaustion. But those blue eyes remained firm, revealing a hint of unyielding rationality. He looked around and watched his comrades fall one by one. My heart is filled with confusion and anxiety. Lin's sudden attack caught them off guard. These people were originally just trying to capture Loki. But I didn't expect to encounter such a fierce counterattack. It's still Lin's counterattack. Is he Loki's teammate? No, it shouldn't be. If yes, then it would be impossible for him not to take action against me and others just now. Steve gasped. He tried to make sense of it all. But there is no logic in Lin's behavior. It's magic. It's Loki's magic. Steve took a deep breath. He knows. This is not the time to dwell on the reasons. He must find a way to awaken Lin's sanity. He opened his mouth with difficulty. A voice sounded, trying to penetrate the fog in Lin's heart. Child, stop. This is not you. This is not what we are fighting for. However, Lin didn't seem to hear Steve's call. His attacks were still relentless and fierce. Steve felt weak. He knows. Words alone cannot wake Lin up. He had to find another way. Find the key that can touch Lin's heart. Steve's eyes wandered to Loki, the one who caused all this chaos. He knew that all this was done by Loki. And Loki must have a way to make Lin regain his sanity. Steve wanted to lunge at Loki, but with wounds all over his body, he could only throw out a weak shield. His shield drew an arc in the air. Haven't come into contact with Loki yet. It fell to the ground with a plop. Loki looked at Steve sarcastically. It's useless. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was very clear in his mind. As long as Lin continues like this, those Avengers who call themselves Earth's Asgardians, soon it will be history, and he, Loki, will be the ultimate winner of this war. He even began to fantasize, as the Avengers fell one by one, how people on Earth will look up to him, how to tremble at his feet, turn defeat into victory. I will win. I will definitely win. He clenched his fists and teeth clenched. The excitement in my heart is hard to suppress. He never thought about it. I actually have such an opportunity. Be able to find the possibility of turning defeat into victory in desperate situations. Even now, he no longer needed the help of the Chitauri. No external support is required. He only needs Lin's strength. It was enough for him to take over the Earth easily. Countless plans raced through Loki's mind. Each one was enough for him to establish his rule on Earth. He imagined himself on top of the world, looking down at those who once looked down on him and opposed him. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. He wanted everyone to know he Loki Zero. It's not something they can easily ignore, however. Just as Loki was immersed in his own fantasy, a sense of uneasiness suddenly flashed through his mind. He realized although Lin's power is strong, is this power really reliable? Will Lin's fantasy suddenly be shattered if that? All his plans will come to naught. Loki took a deep breath. Trying to calm the turmoil in my heart, he understands. Now is not the time for hesitation. He must seize this opportunity. He had to make use of Lin's power no matter what. He turned his gaze to Lin again. I swore secretly in my heart anyway. He will be the final winner. Kill him, kid, kill them. They are monsters, just a bunch of monsters. Loki's resolve was as strong as steel. There was an unyielding light in his eyes. The outcome of this war right at this moment. He won't let anyone stand in his way, even the Avengers. Even the entire planet. Nothing can stop him from moving forward. Steve fell to the ground, seeing through Loki's thoughts. His eyes were filled with anger. His gaze was like a sharp sword straight at Loki, as if to expose the conspiracy and tricks in his heart. Loki, you won't succeed. His fists were clenched. His knuckles looked pale from the effort. It shows his extreme dissatisfaction and determination. But I can't do anything. Loki ignored Steve's anger. A smug smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was enjoying the feeling of being watched. Same, enjoy the pleasure of being in control of everything. He cast a spell on his hand and temporarily healed the wound on his hand. Immediately following, walked gracefully to the bar. There were all kinds of wine bottles on display. 6 are the most expensive wines on Earth. All of them are Stark's treasures, F***K. You can't take that bottle of wines. Tony was done at this moment. He yelled in annoyance with a hoarse voice. Loki sneered. He gently picked up a wine glass. Then he poured himself a glass of wine skillfully. The movements are smooth and graceful. Loki picked up the glass, shaking gently. The wine swirls in the glass, emitting an enticing aroma. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if he was announcing his victory to everyone. He took a sip of the wine slowly, then frowned and threw it aside. Rubbish. At this time, he lost interest. The voice is deep and powerful. With an unquestionable commanding tone, okay. Stop hesitating, Linkle them, however, this moment. He just realized that Lin had been looking at him like a fool from the beginning to the end. In Loki's confident and provocative command, Lin's expression seemed unusually calm. There was no wavering in his eyes. Instead, he had a calmness that was almost sarcastic. Loki's words echoed in the air. But Lin seemed to be deaf to it. His eyes remained locked on Loki. It's like observing a self-righteous performer. Loki suddenly realized. Lin looked at him as if he were a fool from beginning to end. This look made Loki feel uneasy. He originally thought his plan was flawless. He thought Lin would carry out his orders without hesitation. However, now Lin's eyes told him. Is all this just his own opinion? Lin was speechless. He could only sigh that Loki's idea was good. But the approach seems stupid. Loki doesn't seem to truly understand his own position and strength. If he could master himself, that would indeed make it easy to eliminate the Avengers. But the problem is, Loki obviously didn't realize it. He couldn't control Lin at all. Lin's eyes gradually turned into teasing at first. He had an urge to expose Loki directly. He wanted to see how embarrassed this self-righteous god would be when faced with the truth. But when Lin's eyes fell on Loki's too complacent look, thinking he was in control of everything. A more complicated emotion surged in his heart. It was an emotion mixed with curiosity, teasing and a hint of imperceptible pity. Lin decided to put aside the idea of revealing the truth for the time being. He wanted to see as Loki's plan unfold step by step. And he remained silent all the time. What kind of farce will this conceited god direct and act out on his own? So Lin chose to cooperate. He was like a bystander, quietly observing Loki's every movie-very expression and every self-righteous decision over time. Loki's performance did not disappoint Lin. He saw Loki on his smug stage, step by step towards the abyss of self-indulgence. Loki's every command, every confident smile, every disparaging comment about the Avengers. In Lin's eyes, all of them turned into funny performances. Loki's confidence and arrogance, in Lin's opinion. It's just Joker's self-entertainment. He looked at the confident Loki. It's like watching a monkey who enjoys jumping around. This feeling made Lin couldn't help but smile. He began to applaud. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What a good show. Lin's applause echoed throughout the Stark building. Every round of applause felt like a tangible slap in the face. Slapped Loki hard across the face. The sound was particularly harsh in the empty hall. It was as if it was ruthlessly exposing Loki's arrogance and failure. Loki's face turned livid. His eyes flickered with disbelief and anger. Impossible. This is impossible. His voice was filled with resentment and anger. The roar echoed in the halls, with a sharpness that borders on despair. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched. The nails dug deep into the palms, as if he wanted to use this method to suppress the anger in his heart. Loki's confidence completely collapsed at this moment. He thought he had everything under control. I thought Lin would be a pawn in his hands. Let him do whatever he wants, however. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Make him realize how ridiculous and childish his plan is. Lin's applause did not stop because of Loki's anger. Instead, it becomes more powerful and determined. Every round of applause seemed to remind Loki. His failure was so obvious, his arrogance is so ridiculous. There was a hint of coldness and sarcasm in Lin's eyes. He seemed to be enjoying the fruits of this victory. Enjoying Loki's pain and struggle, all the signs add up. Loki's breathing quickened. His chest rose and fell violently. Every breath feels like swallowing the bitter fruit of failure. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He couldn't accept such an outcome. I couldn't accept that I could be defeated so easily by Lin. Impossible, this is impossible. Loki's voice sounded again this time. There was a tremor and fear in his voice. He began to realize. I might really be wrong. Maybe I really underestimated Lin. I also overestimated myself. Lin's applause finally stopped. He slowly lowered his hands. He looked at Loki calmly. There was no trace of smugness in his voice. There was only a faint calmness. Loki, you are indeed very smart, but your cleverness may backfire. You think you can control everything, but in fact, you can't even control yourself. He waved his right hand. Following his movements, there seemed to be a subtle fluctuation in the air. It is a force that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people and is quietly operating. Stark building Chinese letter. The Avengers members who were just immersed in coma and pain. Suddenly I felt a strange warmth. Their consciousness began to gradually awaken. It's like a sleeping soul is gently awakened. Their eyelids fluttered slightly, then slowly opened. He showed a confused and surprised look. They found themselves lying on the cold floor. But my body feels unusually relaxed. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. When they looked down at their bodies, a shocking scene appeared. Those wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Those wounds left in the fierce battle with the Chitauri. At this moment, it healed miraculously. The skin at the wound is as smooth as before. No scars were left, there was no longer even a trace of pain. The Avengers members looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They remembered that they had just been fighting a powerful enemy. Remember the scene where there was no resistance ability to be defeated. They remember the last moments before they passed out. Remember it was Lin's power that put them in that situation. So when they woke up, the first reaction was to turn his eyes to Lin. Be extremely vigilant. The Hulk's emotions are always difficult to control. The moment I saw Lin's, I thought of the scene where I was beaten just now. The anger in Hulk's heart was ignited again. He could not forget the pain that Lin had brought him. Nor could he forget the humiliation of being knocked down. Roar! Then Hulk roared, his body swelled instantly. The muscles bulge like rocks. Endless power surges beneath the green skin. Hulk is like a violent beast. Hulk rushed towards Lin, his steps were heavy and powerful. Every step made the ground tremble. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to tear 657 Lin to pieces. Lin faces Hulk's charge, but he seemed unusually calm. His eyes never left Loki. It was as if Hulk's existence was insignificant to him. When Hulk rushed to Lin, waving huge amounts of fists while preparing to attack, Lin's right hand moved suddenly. Lin's right hand stretched out like lightning, accurately grabbed Hulk's head. His movements seemed easy, but it contains unimaginable power. Hulk's momentum was stopped instantly. His body seemed to be frozen in Lin's hands. Unable to move forward any further, roar. Hulk's face turned purple immediately following. Lin's arms sank. Hulk's head was pressed directly to the ground by him. Bangs! There was a loud bangs. Hulk's head hit the ground hard. The entire Stark building shook. Hulk's body lost balance under this blow. His huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Stir up a cloud of dust. Lin's actions did not end there. He sat on Hulk, it's like sitting on a huge amounts of sofa. His posture was relaxed and graceful. It seems like all this is just part of daily life. His eyes remained on Loki. This made Loki clench his fists. He knows this is a provocation. I don't believe it. This is impossible. It just succeeded. Loki opened his hands. Green light gathered in his hands. He'll try again. The Avengers were frightened once again. Although I was caught once just now. But now the powerful Hulk was easily controlled again. Hulk, the most powerful being on Earth in past battles. Hulk is almost a symbol of invincibility. His roar was enough to intimidate the enemy. His fists can destroy anything that stands in his way. However, at this moment Hulk looks like a tamed beast. He was pressed to the ground helplessly by Lin. Unable to move, the Avengers members were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. Captain America gripped his shield tightly. There was a flash of worry in his eyes. Iron Man Tony Stark was quickly analyzing Lin's ability, trying to find a way to crack it. It's not that I want to do anything, just a reflex. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint exchanged a look. They both saw unprecedented tension in each other's eyes. This is outrageous. Captain America Steve whispered to himself. There was a tremor in his voice. He has witnessed countless battles, but never seen Hulk so powerless. Tony Stark was operating his armor quickly on the side. Try to analyze the source of Lin's power through data. JARVIS, give me Lin's power analysis report now. He ordered. There was urgency in his voice. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff calmly observed the situation. She whispered to Hawkeye Clint. We need to find his weakness. Hawkeye Clint nodded. His bow and arrow were ready. But facing such a powerful enemy, he knew that his arrows alone would not be enough. After all, I have just suffered once. The Avengers members were filled with uneasiness. Tony Stark already has a rough plan. We need a tactic that maximizes our advantage. He whispered quietly. There is a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint also expressed their support. They know although Lin's power is terrifying, but the Avengers' unity and wisdom will be their greatest weapon. They are confident even if I lost so badly the first time. But there is the experience of the first time. It definitely won't happen the second time, definitely. If Lin knew this idea, then he would just laugh out loud. In the face of absolute strength. The so-called experience is just funny. Ants discuss how to break the elephant, oh no. It should be about how to look forward to reaching the earth. It's ridiculous, let him go tilde fit. It's a beautiful imagination. But there was one person who didn't bother to listen to what they were saying. The tense atmosphere is almost condensed into a physical entity. Thor watched as Hulk was easily subdued by Lin single-handedly. The anger in my heart was like ignited lightning. Explode instantly, he wields the legendary Mjolnir. Prepare to rush forward. Use the power of thunder to rescue Hulk, however. Just as Thor took a step forward, Captain America Steve Rogers quickly stood in front of him. Steve's eyes were firm. His actions were decisive and swift. It was obviously a well-considered decision. Thor calmed down, Steve's voice was steady and powerful. His words exuded unquestionable authority. We can't act rashly. Lin's power is far beyond our imagination. And we must proceed with caution, Thor paused. There was confusion and anger in his eyes. Clutching Mjolnir, the energy of lightning has begun to gather on the hammerhead. But Steve's words temporarily suppressed his impulse. Steve, what do you mean, I'm going to help Hulk? There was a hint of question in Thor's voice. His eyes were fixed on Steve, as if looking for a reasonable explanation. Steve took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a deep understanding of the situation. Thor, I know you want to protect the Hulk. But Lin's actions did not appear to be malicious. If he really wants to hurt us with his strength, we would not be able to stand here long ago, Thor frowned. He began to think about what Steve had said really. Lin's power is unbelievable. If he really had bad intentions, then the members of Avengers might have been in desperate situation. Steve continued, we need to observe and understand Lin's true intentions. We cannot destroy a possible peaceful solution because of the impulse of the moment. Fighting is just the worst option. Thor puts down Mjolnir. His expression gradually calmed down, knowing that what Steve said makes sense. Although his heart was still full of worries about Hulk and distrust of Lin. But he was willing to put aside the urge to fight for the time being. Waiting for more information, besides, didn't you see it? Loki is still here. Lin's action just now was probably because of Loki. Knoweth the enemy present we have to fight another person. This is unrealistic no matter how you look at it. Noreen never looked at the Avengers members again from beginning to end. Just still sitting on Hulk, silently watching Loki, who continued to act up. The dissatisfaction and resentment in my heart were like boiling magma, constantly rolling. Loki watched as Lin easily subdued the Hulk. Anger and jealousy mixed together in my heart. An irresistible impulse formed. I'm trapped in the illusion again. Green energy began to gather in Loki's hands. There was a gleam of determination in his eyes. He decided to use his magic to directly attack Lin's spiritual world. Buzz! Loki's magical energy surged towards Lin like a tide. His hands were shaking, sweat dripped from his forehead. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. His body also seemed a little weak due to the output of magic. But his will was extremely firm. However, all this seemed so insignificant in Lin's eyes. His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through everything. Loki's magical energy hit an indestructible wall in front of his mental barrier. Not even a tiny gap can be opened. Loki had a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't accept that his magic had no effect on Lin. His hands were shaking even more violently, but still didn't give up. Continue to output magical energy constantly. This is impossible, Loki whispered to himself. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He knew that his magic was top-notch in Asgard and even in the entire universe. But at this moment it seems so powerless. Nothing is impossible. There's always someone better than you, right? Lin's thoughts just fluctuated slightly. This led to a surprising reversal. All of Loki's magical energy suddenly rushed back. Silver-green magic exploded at Loki like a missile. The powerful energy swept in like a violent storm. Loki couldn't resist at all. He knelt on the ground and covered his head in pain. He gritted his teeth and let out a painful roar from his throat. Loki's mental world was instantly shattered. His consciousness was like being hit by a heavy hammer. Liao Dezhao, it was like a lump of flesh and blood being thrown into a meat grinder. A mess, it was instantly thrown into chaos. His eyes became emotionless at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had turned into a vegetable. Standing there in a daze, Loki. Thor watched from the side from beginning to end. In fact, I also want to see what else Loki can do. But he realized that his brother seemed to have been attacked. I rushed to his side immediately, grabbed Loki's shoulders. I anxiously shouted, "What happened to Loki? Tell me what happened," however. At the moment, Loki is really a vegetable. Even though Thor constantly swayed his shoulders, his eyes still showed no emotion. No. Thor looked at his brother Loki, who was like an idiot in front of him. The anger and grief in my heart were intertwined. An irresistible impulse formed. No. Thor let out a miserable roar. There was desperation and pain in his voice. Maybe sometimes he really hates his clever younger brother. But for Loki, who grew up with him, Thor has always regarded himself as an older brother and loved him very much. Countless memories flashed through Thor's mind. Those moments with Loki, the laughter and the quarrels. Those challenges and crises we faced together. He remembered every one of Loki's pranks. Remember every betrayal he made. But no matter what happens, he never gave up on Loki. I always hoped to bring him back to the right path. Even when the Chitauri invaded Earth, the first thing Thor thought of was to quickly bring Loki back to the right path. Even if he was backstabbed by Loki, he still loves each other deeply. I can't bear to see the other person fall into such a situation. Tears glistened in Thor's eyes. His heart was filled with self-blame and regret. He blamed himself for not protecting Loki. Blame myself for not stopping this from happening in time. He held Mjolnir tightly in his hand. The energy of lightning has begun to gather on the hammerhead. But his mind was in chaos. How he beat up Loki in the previous battle. That's because Thor knew that such damage would not be enough to kill a god like Loki. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson. I want to wake the other person up by force. Because he was a simple-minded man. He couldn't think of any other way to wake up his brother. In fact, he didn't want to do anything to the other party at all. Now looking at Loki, it seems that he is beyond redemption. Thor's eyes were already covered with thunder. It turned into 2 dazzling flashes of lightning. Around his body, thunder and lightning are like a violent beast, roaring and jumping constantly. Every flash of electric arc made the surrounding air tremble. His hair fluttered under the influence of thunder. Every strand of hair seems to be given life. They danced wildly in the air, as if expressing their master's anger. Dark clouds were gathering outside the Stark building. They hang low. It seems as if this modern giant tower will collapse at any time. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Every thunder was like the roar of heaven and earth. Deafening, even the space seemed to be trembling slightly. This is Thor's wrath. His anger has resonated with heaven and earth. His power is integrating with the thunder of nature. Forming an unstoppable destructive force, it's him. It's all because of him. Thor's eyes were fixed on Lin. The guy who he regarded as the culprit of everything. He clenched his fists and tensed his muscles. Every inch of his skin spoke of his determination. He would tear this enemy apart. He would avenge Loki. Thor's steps moved forward slowly. Every step was heavy and powerful. It was as if the ground wasn't beneath his feet, but the enemy's chest. There was no trace of hesitation in his eyes. Only firmness and determination. The lightning and thunder around Thor's body became more and more dense. They are under the command of Thor. Formed a series of sharp electric blades. Every electric blade flashed with the light of death. The Avengers members watched this scene. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. They know the complicated relationship between Thor and Loki. But I never thought that someone could subdue Loki so easily. I never expected Thor to fall into such grief. Steve gripped the shield tightly. Thor calmed down. Thor stopped, confusion and anger flashing in his eyes. "Steve, what do you mean? This is the second time you've stood in my way." His voice was as loud as thunder, full of unquestionable power. The thunder almost struck Steve. But Steve made no move to budge. His eyes were determined, looking straight into Thor's angry eyes. His words were clear and powerful, no matter what. This is all Loki's fault. He has brought this upon himself. What he has become is all due to his own faults. Do you want to take your anger out on New Lins? Thor's thunder seemed to pause for a moment at Steve's words. His anger seemed to be triggered by Steve's determination at this moment. Steve's words were like cold spring water. Let Thor's anger cool down a little. A trace of rationality emerged in his mind. The Avengers members next to them also looked at each other in confusion at this moment. Their eyes revealed their support and recognition for Steve. Immediately following, they stood beside Steve one by one. Stand on the same side with him, Iron Man Tony Stark. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye Clint Bartonthi are all members of Avengers. And obviously they think the same way as Steve. Looking at the scene in front of me, the anger in Thor's heart, which had eased somewhat, suddenly became even more intense. He roared, "Are you going to stop me? Are you going to organize me together? Loki did something wrong, but he is my brother. It's God. It's the son of Odin. No matter what mistakes I made, you shouldn't judge me." His voice was as loud as thunder, full of unquestionable power and fury. Thor during this time period. Although I have experienced many battles with them, but he still has the pride of being the son of Odin in his heart. He did not completely regard them as his teammates. In his heart, Loki's fate should be decided by the gods of Asgard, instead of these mortals interfering. Thor's roar echoed from the top of the Stark building. Do those innocent people who died deserve to die? Steve was slightly stunned immediately following. The words were filled with anger and pain. His finger pointed out the window. That once prosperous New York City, now it has become a ruin. The scene was devastated on the street. Ruins and corpses were intertwined. It created a heartbreaking picture. Steve's roar echoed in the empty hall. His emotions erupted like a volcano, can't be suppressed. Look at them, Thor say that again. Everyone from the Avengers. Partners who fight side by side on weekdays, at this moment. I was also feeling unhappy because of Thor's words. They looked at Steve, feel his anger and pain. This sentiment spread rapidly like an infectious disease. You're going too far, Thor. Loki is a criminal. Tony also said, don't think you can talk nonsense just because you fought alongside us. Thor took a deep breath. Following Steve's finger, he looked out. The devastated scene was reflected in his eyes. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in my heart. He is not the so-called god who is high above. As the prince of Asgard, he treats all his subjects equally. There is no such idea that ordinary people can be killed just because they are gods. And that's exactly why. He will fight against the Chitauri for the sake of Earth. Thor's body trembled slightly. His originally majestic figure now looked somewhat decadent. Like a tiger that has lost its fighting spirit. The power of thunder also subsided. No longer as rampant as before, his voice became hoarse. Full of self-blame and regret maybe. Maybe Loki really deserves everything. The words reveal a deep sense of powerlessness and self-doubt. This moment, Thor's sanity was finally fully awakened. He realized his words didn't just hurt Steve. It also hurt the innocent victims. Thor looked at the people standing next to Steve. A complex emotion surged in his heart, he knows. Steve is right, Loki's fate was of his own making. His anger should not be diverted to the innocent resistor Lin. But as Loki's brother, his heart was still filled with pain and helplessness. Steve could also understand Thor's thoughts, he sighed. He reached out and patted Thor's shoulder. Excellent, absolutely wonderful. Lin looked at the big show in front of him and couldn't help but applaud and said, but in fact, I really want to compete with you, Thor. The once majestic Thor, now it is like a body without a soul. The light in his eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was a deep sense of exhaustion and despair. Loki's current situation like a sharp knife. It pierced his heart deeply. It made it impossible for him to breathe, unable to think. What Loki did not only destroyed New York. It also destroyed the last glimmer of hope in Thor's heart. He couldn't understand, why did Loki make such a choice? Why did he choose betrayal and destruction, all that? For Thor, these are all unacceptable realities. Lin's words like gusts of cold wind, blowing through Thor's heart. He was no longer able to refute what Loki did. He really deserved it, however. Thor could not fully accept this consequence in his heart. He still remembered Loki's smile. Remember the time they fought side by side together. If it was then, Thor will definitely be able to stand up for Loki, however. But the reality is so cruel, Loki's betrayal. Thor lost all his strength and courage. He felt like an abandoned child, standing there alone. I don't know what to do, and Thor's decadence. It wasn't just because of Loki's betrayal either. It was also because of his disappointment in himself. He once thought, I can protect everyone. Can protect the peace of Asgard. Even to protect the peace of the entire 9 realms, but reality told him, he's just a human being who makes mistakes and fails. I won't take care of the aftermath, I'll leave it to you. Thor took a deep breath. The only thing he wanted to do now is to bring Loki back to Asgard. See if we can find a way to heal Loki's mental strength. Even though I know Loki has done many unforgivable things, but he still hoped to find a way to rescue Loki. Thor's movements were decisive and powerful. He pulled Loki to his feet. Ignore the eyes of people around you. Left the Stark building directly. Loki suffered no substantial physical damage, but his spirit was clearly broken. He was being dragged by Thor, his eyes were empty. It's as if I've lost all consciousness and thinking ability. The pace is mechanical and slow. Like a puppet without a soul, let Thor lead you forward. This made Thor even more heartbroken. The Avengers members watched this scene, different moods. Steve Rogers as a leader of the team. His mood was particularly complicated, he understood Thor. But he couldn't sympathize with Loki's experience. He knew it very well. Loki's actions have brought huge amounts of damage to Earth. The other Avengers showed more relief and satisfaction. They believed that what Loki had done was beyond anyone's tolerance. His actions not only betray Thor, it also betrayed the peace of the entire universe. A disaster for the Earth. They felt that Loki should have received the punishment he deserved. If Thor was here according to what Thor just said, Loki was obviously helpless against them. The look they gave Lin was full of admiration and joy. Especially Natasha Romanoff and Clint. These two are agents who kill without blinking an eye. To change their words if there is ability. He must want to kill Loki directly. Turning into an idiot is already the lightest punishment. There was a hint of sarcasm in Lin's laughter. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see into people's hearts. He had noticed the lucidity in Loki's eyes when he left. The regret and complex emotions in those eyes. It seems to be telling something silently. Loki's regret may be that Thor did not attack him. Such is the nature of the god of trickery. Even in such a situation, still not forgetting to stir up disputes. Try to find opportunities in the chaos. I can only say that Loki is quite smart. Want to get away with it this way otherwise. Even with Thor helping out, the attacks from the Avengers would also make him feel uncomfortable. It's already failed anyway. He might as well find a way to get out of this unscathed. Just take advantage of Lin's attack and use the same strategy against him. Take advantage of the opportunity to get off the mountain. It can also arouse Thor's anger. But I didn't expect that Thor didn't take action against Lin in the end. All we can say is that Loki's nature is not completely bad. But he always takes advantage of others. It's really hard to accept if Thor knew. Thor's mentality is probably going crazy again. Lin knew it from the beginnings. Loki hadn't turned into an idiot. His mental state was affected though. But it is far from the brink of collapse for a god like Loki. Such an attack is not enough to cause permanent damage. Lin has always known. Dealing with an opponent like Loki, we must remain vigilant at all times. There can be no slackness at all only. His absolute strength made him worry-free about everything. Lin's thoughts gradually drifted away. A sudden wail was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. It caused ripples. Lin's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality by the wailing. He looked down, only to find out that Hulk has now turned back into Bruce Banner. Bruce's fragile human body obviously couldn't bear Lin's weight. His brows were furrowed, expression is painful. He was obviously trying his best to endure the discomfort. No, Lin quickly stood up from Bruce. At the same time shrugged, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. His thoughts were so distracted that he completely ignored his surroundings. So much so that he didn't notice that Hulk had turned back into Bruce. Zero request flowers, the Avengers saw this. Take action now, they gathered around quickly. Carefully supported Bruce, what's your name, kid? There was a silence among the crowd. In the end, it was Steve who spoke first, looked at Lin. Lin didn't hide his meaning. Why are you here? Where are your parents, as a good guy? Steve didn't care about Lin's behavior just now. Instead, he asked with great concern, in his opinion. Lin is very powerful. But he is just a child around 10 years old. My parents are in another universe. I feel bored. So I come here to hang out. Lin's words were an understatement. It was as if they were talking about a very ordinary little thing. However, when these words reached the ears of the Avengers, but it was like a bolt from the blue. Their expressions froze instantly. They looked at each other. Zero. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion, obviously. They were all confused by the explosive amount of information contained in this sentence. My parents are in another universe. I feel bored. So I come here to hang out. This sentence is simple and direct. But it contains too many unknowns and possibilities. First of all, the concept of parents in another universe is original enough to open people's minds. Universe, this vast space, there is another one, and Lin's parents were actually there. What does that mean? It is the existence of a parallel universe. Or some unknown dimension. Secondly, Lin's tone was relaxed. It seems as if crossing the universe is an easy thing. This makes people speculate. What kind of ability does he have? Can you travel freely between different universes? This kind of ability, it is undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary people can imagine. Everyone from the Avengers, including Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Clint Barton, and the newly recovered Bruce Banner. They all fell into deep thought. They are all heroes who have experienced countless storms. But Lin's words. But it made them feel an unprecedented shock. Tony Stark was the first to break the silence. With curiosity and exploration in his eyes. Lin, what do you mean by another universe? How do you know where it is? There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Obviously very interested in this topic. That's where I came from, I definitely know. Isn't that nonsense? Lin rolled his eyes. I'm a little speechless. Steve Rogers seemed more calm. He frowned, asked seriously, Lin. You can travel between different universes. Is this your ability? Does this ability bring any risks? On Tony Stark, this tech mogul is known as a genius. Billionaire, playboy, and philanthropist. I have always had a strong interest in the mysteries of the universe. His curiosity led him to delve into the complex theories of astrophysics, quantum mechanics, and cosmology. Although this knowledge sometimes seemed too profound for him, Tony's mind was filled with endless speculations about the multi-universe. He imagined countless parallel worlds. Each world has its own unique history and possibilities. However, despite his wisdom and resources, he was never able to find any conclusive evidence to prove the existence of these universes. His question was like a sharp arrow that went straight into the depths of Lin's soul. But just at this moment, a more determined force intervened and stopped all this. Steve's figure appeared in Tony's sight. His hands firmly grasped Tony's iron armor wrist guard. It is an irresistible force. Steve's eyes were firm and deep. He shook his head slowly. The voice was steady and powerful. Tony, now is not the time to worry about this, in Steve's opinion. Knowledge of the universe is certainly important. It is an eternal topic for mankind to explore the unknown. But at this moment, the safety of the Earth is the most pressing issue. Cities are collapsing and people are crying. Tony was silent for a moment. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton exchanged a look. They are all experienced agents. For this extraordinary situation, they prefer to remain calm and observe. Natasha Romanoff asked softly, Lin, are you here just because you are bored? Or is there another reason? Lin's answer was unexpected, but it seems reasonable. He rolled his eyes, with a hint of disdain in his tone. If it's not because of boredom, then is it because of some other reason? It's really a bit boring to stay in my universe. Quite boring indeed. He basically beat up all the X-Men. The remaining supervillains are also said to be in the corners of the Earth. He was too lazy to look for it. The corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time she heard of someone traveling through the universe out of boredom. This statement is for her. It's really unbelievable. After all, with their perspectives, it is hard to believe that traveling through the universe is really just out of boredom. The vastness and mystery of the universe for them. It is synonymous with countless unknowns and challenges. It is the goal of exploration and conquest. Bruce Banner fell into deep thought. His scientific mind began to work rapidly. Try to analyze the scientific principles in Lin's words. Lin, when you mentioned another universe, do you mean the theory of the existence of parallel universes? If so, is it possible for us to communicate with that universe in some way? Lin nodded, responded to Bruce Banner's words with the affirmative, definitely yes. These are 4 simple words, but it contains an unprecedented possibility. But before that, actually it's not possible because of TVA. That is the existence of the Time Management Bureau. There is only one sacred timeline in the entire Marvel movie universe. Any attempt to go beyond this sacred timeline will be immediately cut off by the Time Administration. Like pruning the branches of a tree. Make sure the trunk of the tree is pointing straight up. Not disturbed by any trivial matters. But something happened in the future that changed everything. Loki becomes the god of stories and controls all timelines. This transformation, the X-Men universe is officially connected to other universes and the Avengers universe. The interweaving of timelines, the integrate of the universe, all of this became possible. Definitely, even if Loki doesn't do that. Let the multi-universe truly be born in this world. Lin will still appear, his appearance. It is an inevitable part of the universe. Just like the stars are destined to twinkle in the night sky. Rivers are destined to flow into the sea, his existence. It is not just a coincidence but also a necessity. It can even be said that this is the birth of the X-Men universe. It is very likely that it is because Lin must appear in this world. This universe 0, it's like a huge amounts of stage. And Lin, he is the protagonist chosen by fate. Definitely about fates. Lin has always been very disdainful. As long as he could be born into this world, it is impossible to deliberately do those things according to the changes in the timeline. He will never be bound alone, even if the other party is restricted by an entire timeline. Hear what Lin said. Tony Stark couldn't hold back any longer, even if Steve organizes it. An irrepressible excitement welled up in my heart. He couldn't help but ask, how can we travel through the universe? This problem for him, it is not only a technical challenge, but also a desire for the unknown world. Lin thought about it, spread his hands, shrugged and said, well, infinite gems will be enough. His answer was simple and direct, but it contains an unprecedented possibility. There are actually many ways to travel through the universe, but infinite gems is the easiest and most direct way. Just get infinite gems. You can travel freely among the universe's infinite gems. The 6 gems that contain the most powerful power in the universe. They are time, space, reality, mind, soul, and power. Each gem represents a supreme power. Their combination can create or destroy the universe. Not to mention traveling through the universe. And the Marvel movie universe is also different from the Marvel Comics universe. In the comic universe, infinite gems can only be used in a single universe. Even if you stay in that universe, using the power of infinite gems can directly radiate to the entire multi-universe. Want to go to another universe? It is entirely possible to fold that universe directly into your own universe. But once the infinite gems left the main universe, just 6 pieces of waste rocks. The cinematic universe is different. There are no limits to infinite gems of movies. You can still use it in another universe, therefore. It is completely possible to travel through the universe without restrictions. Infinite gems, the Avengers looked at each other. For them at present, they are still not clear about the concept of infinite gems. Infinite gems, also known as cosmic gems. Each gem has the ability to control a certain basic force in the universe. For example, Space Gem represents the space power in the universe. Able to manipulate space originally. Allows the user to instantly travel anywhere. Creates a space portal. Even change the position of objects. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Space Gem was originally encapsulated in Tesseract. It was later used to make Odin's weapon, the Spear of Eternity. The Mind Gem controls the power of the mind. 2 enables the user to read, manipulate and modify the thoughts of others. Enhance your spiritual strength. Even able to control the consciousness of an entire planet. In the movies, the Mind Gem originally appeared on Loki's scepter. It was later installed on Vision's forehead. Become the source of his vitality. Reality gems can alter reality. Allow users to realize any imagination. Turn any fantasy into reality in the movie. The reality gem is encapsulated in ether. It is a flowing, living form of matter. Power gems contain huge amounts of energy. Ability to grant the user immense strength and energy projection. It can even destroy an entire planet. In the movie, the Power Stone is kept in the OFP. It was later taken into the custody of the Nova Corps. The Time Gem controls the flow of time. Allows the user to travel through time, predict the future. Stop or accelerate time, even completely change history. In the movie, the Time Gem is embedded in the Eye of Agamotto. Held by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and later Doctor Strange. The Soul Gem has the power to control souls and can steal, manipulate and modify souls. Can even resurrect decedents. In the film, the location of the Soul Gem remains a mystery. It wasn't until Avengers 3, Infinity War that it was revealed to be hidden on the Vomir star. It requires sacrificing the soul of a loved one to obtain it. All in all, there are some infinite gems that are not that hard to obtain. And some of them are hard to accept. Infinite gems, what are those? Facing the Avengers' doubts. Lin was too lazy to explain. If you have any questions, just ask Thor. Speaking of which, he suddenly and inexplicably felt the urge to collect 6 infinite gems. Infinite gems seems to be very common. In fact, the power contained in it is outrageous. The power of these gems, if understood and used correctly, Almost any wish can be fulfilled, even beyond the boundaries of a single universe. Touching the field of multi-universe, especially Soul Gem. Its power is particularly impressive in the comics. Soul Gem possesses a deep understanding of the essence of life. It can touch the deepest soul and consciousness in the universe. In certain storylines, the power of the Soul Gem is used to create a whole new multi-universe. This universe is completely shaped by the will of the holder, with completely new laws of physics, life forms, and cosmic history. This creation is not a simple accumulation of materials. Instead, it involves the most fundamental structure and operating mechanism of the universe. It is a redefinition and creation of the nature of the universe. And what is the most outrageous thing? They are the infinite gems from the comics. More than just more powerful than the infinite gems from the movie. It does not require any qualifications to use it. Like the infinite gems in the movie. After all, the user needs to have a strong physique. In the comics, that's really not necessary. But if you want to use infinite gems to the extreme, you definitely still need to master a lot of knowledge about the universe. But this is no big deal for him. After all, Lin doesn't have a strong physique. But his energy. But it was enough for him to control the infinite gems with ease. Therefore, Noreen wants to collect infinite gems. It's not because of coveting the power of infinite gems. It's just a simple collecting addiction. But there is no need to rush now. Lin glanced at a few people and then disappeared in an instant. This left the Avengers confused. I don't know what Noreen meant by these words. I don't know where Noreen went next. In fact, Lin just returned to his own universe. Everything was as if nothing had happened. He lay in his dormitory and stretched comfortably. I looked at the chat group, still the same 137. But it is worth mentioning formed a Suna in the end. I followed Lin's advice and entered Sao's world. And I've experienced the time when the exit game button disappeared. I also live broadcasted it in the group at that time. Another thing worth mentioning is Batman, Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne in this time period has already experienced Man of Steel. Superman versus General Zod therefore. I hate those aliens very much. He never believed that any alien could truly contribute to the Earth. Actually, this idea is absolutely correct for a person who was born and raised on Earth. After all, Superman is not without bad guys in other universes. For example, Injustice Superman and Superman, etc. All of this proved that Bruce's idea was correct. But the right idea was applied to the wrong person. You have to know that this is Superman from the main universe. There is no possibility of becoming a villain. He shared his thoughts with everyone in the chat group. And Sun Wukong is the most qualified to answer this kind of question. The story of Sun Wukong bears a striking resemblance to Superman Clark Kent. Both heroes are the sole survivors of their planet. All were sent to Earth when they were young, and was adopted by a kind family here. Grow into a superhero who protects the world. Although their sources of power and fighting styles vary, and Sun Wukong's ideas are actually different. But what they have in common is protecting the innocent and upholding justice are so consistent. Son Goku's story begins with the destruction of his birth planet, Vegeta, when he was a baby. His father decided to send him to Earth. Hopefully he'll find a chance of survival there. Similar to the situation with Superman Clark being sent to Earth. Son Goku was adopted by the Earthling Son Gohan, and grew up in a loving and caring environment. Although his Saiyan blood gave him strong fighting instincts and strength. But his adoptive father Son Gohan taught him the importance of respecting life and protecting the weak. Over time, the power of Sun Wukong is gradually awakening. Although most of his fighting was because he was a martial arts fanatic. But most of what they end up doing is fighting against those evil forces that threaten peace. Who made him fight against villains from fighting Vegeta. Then to Frieza, Android 17 and Android 18. And also face the powerful Majin Buu. Every battle of Sun Wukong saved countless lives. Although Sun Wukong did not become a typical superhero like Superman Clark. His actions and decisions also reflect his persistent pursuit of justice. Thoughts on Superman? Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the one who has the most say. They all experience the destruction of their planet. They are all endowed with extraordinary powers. They all chose to use these powers to protect others. Their stories, though, originate from different cultures and backgrounds. But in the end, they all point to the same truth. True heroes are not those who are strong, but those who are brave. Sun Wukong obviously couldn't understand why Bruce wanted to eliminate Superman. It was like Bruce couldn't understand them either. This trait of his was pushed to the extreme in this film. Despite the constant persuasion from people around him, trying to make him see the positive side and necessity of Superman. However, Bruce could never let go of his vigilance and hostility towards Superman. Bruce's distrust and fear of Superman. It stems from his deep understanding of the trauma he has experienced and the suffering that has befallen Gotham City. As someone who lost both parents in childhood, Bruce knows firsthand the pain and death of innocent people. He witnessed the corruption and depravity of Gotham City. We have seen numerous examples of power being abused and justice being trampled upon. In this context, the emergence of Superman, an individual with almost unlimited power and ability. For Bruce, just a potential threat. It is also a symbol of uncertainty and potential disaster. Bruce's fear of Superman. Part of it stems from his awe of Superman's power. But there are greater concerns that this power could be misused or abused. In Bruce's opinion, Superman's power is so great. So much so that he can change the order of the world in an instant. And such a change could be catastrophic, Bruce worried. If Superman's judgment is wrong, or his power is being used by evil forces, then the consequences will be disastrous. This concern is highlighted several times in the film, especially in Superman's battle with General Zod. In the end, Superman won the battle. But it also brought huge amounts of damage and innocent casualties to Metropolis and Gotham City. Also, Russ's distrust of Superman also stems from his uncertainty about Superman's identity. Superman as an alien. His loyalties and motives remain a mystery. Bruce can't be sure if Superman will really always stand on the side of humanity, or whether he will one day become an enemy of humanity because of his race or beliefs. This uncertainty made Bruce uneasy. He couldn't place his trust in the safety of Gotham City and even the Earth on an unknown factor. Yuuki Asuna, isn't it great to have such a powerful hero protecting the Earth? A blood demon, that's right. It would be great if there was a hero like this in my world. How cool, I don't have to go fight against any damn demons. Nezuko, yes, eyes. It would be great if there was a Superman in my world. Then we wouldn't be bullied by evil spirits. Deadpool, Bruce, you think too much, that's Superman. The members come from different worlds. Each has their own unique background and experience. Most of them haven't gone through the trauma and challenges that Bruce Wayne has gone through. Nor does he understand as deeply as he does the relationship between power and responsibility. Therefore, they are confused by Bruce's motives and actions. You may even feel confused and opposed. For members of the chat group, the existence of Superman is undoubtedly a huge amount of gospel. In this context, a superhero like Superman possesses nearly invincible strength and a sense of justice. It is a symbol of hope for them. It is a force that can protect them from evil. The chat group members could not understand Bruce's fear and distrust of Superman. In their opinion, Superman is a selfless hero. Always stand on the side of justice. Protect the innocent and fight against evil. They might think having such a powerful Asgardian around. It is an extremely lucky thing. It is worth celebrating and being grateful for. They probably can't imagine it. Why would anyone want to eradicate such a hero? Instead of working with him, to fight together against greater threats. This difference in perspective. A lot of it stems from the differences in the members' experiences with Bruce. Bruce Wayne before he became Batman. Experiencing the tragedy of losing both parents. Witnessed the corruption and depravity of Gotham City. He is well aware of the dangers of power and the complexity of human nature. He knows even with the best of intentions. Strength can also be misused, even heroes. There may also be times when mistakes are made therefore. His distrust of Superman. It is the prevention of potential risks. It is the foresight of possible disasters. And for the members of the chat group, they may not have experienced similar trauma. Nor does he understand the double-edged nature of power as deeply as Bruce does. They may see more positive impact of Superman, without considering the possible negative consequences of Superman's powers. They might think, as long as there is a powerful hero guarding it, everything will get better and didn't realize it. This power can also become a threat. Batman, you still can't understand. Bruce talked about this in the group. It's not because of seeking public approval. Only children would seek approval, right? He said in the group, it's just because I feel it is necessary to let these children in the group know the dangers of society. Yes, in his opinion, these group members in the group. They are a group of children who have never experienced the beatings of society. But he obviously miscalculated. Since you have not experienced the beatings of society, how could they possibly understand Batman's thoughts? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, that's not the case. Bruce's thinking is still very normal, and he thinks much more than you do. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, but I still have to say, Bruce, her idea is correct. But you are using it on the wrong person, Batman. Bruce was just beginning to feel relieved that someone finally understood his thoughts. However, Lin's statement is very different from that of the group members. However, didn't you still recognize Superman in the end? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, after all. That's Superman. Batman, in that case, I will broadcast the action live. Please come and watch it and verify whether I am right or wrong. No one can make Bruce change his mind now, Lin shrugged. It doesn't matter. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, just do what you want to do. You will know everything in the future anyway. Batman, it seems that the plan needs to be put on the agenda. Bruce's actions were not impulsive. It is the result of careful consideration. He began collecting kryptonite in secret. This is what he learned. A mineral that originally fell to Earth along with Superman. A rare and dangerous substance. For ordinary people, it's nothing. But it is fatal to Superman. He leveraged his own resources and networks, find traces of fluorite from all over the world, and secretly transported them to Gotham City. Bruce uses kryptonite to create a series of weapons. Includes kryptonite bullets and kryptonite spears. Prepare to use it in the showdown with Superman. At the same time, Superman Clark Kent finds himself in an extremely dangerous situation. His mother Martha was kidnapped by Lex Luthor. This is an elaborate trap. The purpose is also simple. Forcing Superman to face off against Batman, Lex Luthor. This crazy billionaire, Superman's archenemy. Same with Batman. Feeling threatened by Superman's existence. He thinks Superman is an alien. Shouldn't have such huge amounts of power. He hopes to do this by provoking a fight between Superman and Batman. To reveal Superman's weakness. And ultimately destroy him, Superman was forced to fight. He knows if he doesn't fight Batman, his mother will be hurt. The 940th night of the showdown is coming soon. In the Wanji chat group Deadpool, fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight them all. Wade acted like a fun guy, clapping madly. Yuuki Asuna, I don't know why. Even though I don't support Mr. Bruce, I have an inexplicable expectation for this battle. Oh yes. Although most group members do not support Bruce's behavior. But they all have inexplicable expectations, you know. This is equivalent to a battle between humans and gods. Bruce fights against the god Superman with his mortal body. Who will win or lose throughout the ages? There are countless stories of mortals fighting against gods. But this was the first time he appeared in front of them. How can we not look forward to it? Lin acted as if it didn't matter. The outcome of this battle is actually obvious. No one can kill anyone finally killed Superman. It can only be Superman's nemesis, the forger of Superman's death Doomsday Knight. Superman's heart was filled with anxiety and helplessness. His mother, Martha Kent, kidnapped by a mysterious enemy. There is undoubtedly a bigger conspiracy behind all this. Clark knew he needs help, and Bruce Wayne, Gotham's Dark Knight Batman's, he was the only one he could turn to, however. As he descended into the Gotham Knight, trying to explain it all to Bruce. Bruce, we can't do this, this is all Lex's conspiracy. Clark's explanation didn't make Bruce hesitate at all. The conversation between the two quickly escalated into a conflict. Clark tried to explain again, but Bruce couldn't hear anything anymore. The two soon started fighting. Bruce confronts Clark. Press the button without hesitation. The machine guns stationed in the building quickly turned their guns and aimed at Clark. Da-da-da-da, bullets rained down on Clark. Hit his steel body, but it didn't cause any harm. Clark's skin and muscle tissue are tougher than any known substance. Ordinary bullets pose no threat to him. However, this scene filled Clark with helplessness. He knew how deeply Bruce misunderstood him. He wanted to continue persuading Bruce. Explain your true intentions and the dilemma you are facing. But before Clark could say anything, two more terrifying attacks came from both sides. It's a sonic attack, Buzz. This attack utilizes high-intensity sound waves, designed to interfere with and weaken Superman's sensory abilities. The sonic attack made Clark's ears buzz, some discomfort. He grinned and shook his head, trying to shake off this discomfort. Clark was not knocked out by the sonic attack. He flew up quickly up in the air. He adjusted his state. Two rays of heat shoot out from his eyes, which can instantly melt or destroy any substance. Clark used his thermal vision to instantly shatter the sonic weapon. Bang, although at the moment was under attack. Clark also showed his strength. But deep down, he still hoped to resolve the conflict with Bruce peacefully. He knows only through understanding and cooperation. Together they can fight greater threats. A force of evil like Lex Luthor. Clark's actions were not merely in self-defense. It is also to prove one's innocence and loyalty. I'm not going to hit you, at least not now. Hope to win Bruce's trust. But at the moment Bruce, who can still control him. Everything is ready, I won't give you a meal, okay? He faced Clark and punched him, bang. The result is that Clark at the moment also became a little popular. I was already extremely worried when my mother was kidnapped. Meeting someone as unreasonable as Bruce gave him a headache. My head is buzzing now and I was slapped in the face. Even clay figures have some temper, he is a saint. But that doesn't mean a saint can endure anything. Not to mention it's such an urgent moment. So he also went up and slapped him. The result is good now. Bruce's steel armor seemed fragile in front of Superman. He was slapped and embedded into the wall. He fell to the ground with a thud. Watching this scene happening in the live broadcast room, everyone in the group couldn't help but start to doubt Bruce. No, is that all? So many weapons were prepared. But there is no way to break the defense. Got beaten by Superman, is this true or false? Seriously. Batman is this, but Bruce was not unprepared. There is a saying that goes, fighting Batman is one thing. But fighting Batman is another matter. You can have a live fight with Batman, but it's best not to make an appointment for a fight. Give him time to prepare. Bruce watched the barrage float by. He laughed and didn't care, just wait and see. The surprise is coming soon. He knew that these ordinary weapons would have no effect on Superman. But he didn't care because these are just part of his plan. Bruce struggled to get up from the ground. Then take off a smoke bomb, he just threw it towards Clark. Bruce, listen to me. Clark at the moment was still thinking about talking to him nicely. So he just frowned and took the smoke bomb. I'm a little confused as to what Bruce is up to. Looking at the scene in front of me, Bruce smiled. He knew his plan had succeeded. With his knowledge of Superman, how could he not know that those weapons just now had no effect on Superman? These are just to create an illusion for Superman that he can't do anything to him. Let him slack off, just looking for that final winning blow. And the secret to success. Naturally, it is the kryptonite smoke in the smoke bomb. Green smoke quickly spread. When Clark inhaled fluorite fumes, he instantly felt a sense of suffocation and powerlessness. The effects of kryptonite are immediate and intense. It takes away Clark's super ability, made him extremely vulnerable. At the moment, his veins bulged. Looking at Bruce in disbelief, the whole person kept breathing air like an asthma patient, trying to ease that suffocating feeling. Clark's physical reaction was violent. It wasn't just that breathing became rapid and difficult. His muscles also began to tremble under the influence of the kryptonite. Clark as Superman, he actually felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. The feeling terrified him, but he couldn't do anything to resist. In this extreme pain and powerlessness, Clark actually knelt on one knee on the ground. And facing the pitiful Superman, Bruce showed no mercy. On the contrary, I feel very happy you have this day too, Bruce said slowly. There was a hint of sarcasm and relief in his voice. He knows. This battle was the result of his careful planning. It was an extreme measure he took to prove that he could fight against Superman. There was no hesitation in the movements of his hands. A heavy punch hit Clark in the face, bang. The power of this punch is enormous. Clark was hit so hard that he became dizzy. His head smashed into the ground, leaving a small hole. And he saw stars. Clark at the moment is no longer as powerful as he used to be. The kryptonite fumes weakened his powers. It made him extremely vulnerable. He felt a sharp pain. Difficulty breathing, barely able to support his own body. However, Bruce didn't let him off. He said, "Now tell me, can you bleed?" While grabbing Clark's feet with both hands. It spins like a windmill. Senna threw it out immediately, breaking through several walls. Clark's body drew an arc in the air, hit the wall hard. Every impact sent a sharp pain through him. His body left deep marks on the wall. Brick and stone fragments flew everywhere and dust rose up. Bruce's attacks were ruthless and precise. He seemed to be proving something to Clark in this way. Even Superman has a vulnerable side, Clark at this moment. I felt an unprecedented powerlessness. The physical pain certainly made Clark uncomfortable. But the feeling of powerlessness in his heart made him even more suffocated. He thought of his mother, Martha Kent, the woman who was like a beacon in his heart. At this moment he was kidnapped and in danger. And here he was being beaten. There was no way to rescue her immediately. This feeling of powerlessness is like a heavy hammer. It struck his heart again and again. Clark's mind recalled his mother's smile. That warm and loving face, it is the source of his strength. He remembered what his mother once said to him, no matter what happens. You have to be strong and believe in yourself, however. Him at this moment. But I feel that my strength is crumbling bit by bit. He thought of General Zod, the Kryptonian general who once threatened Earth. Face Zod, Clark felt huge amounts of pressure though. But he never felt powerless because he knows. As long as he persists, as long as he fights, he can protect the Earth, protect those he loves. But at this moment, he felt as if he was trapped in a cage from which he could not escape. No matter how he struggled, there is no way to escape this feeling of powerlessness. Clark's breathing became rapid. There was pain and despair in his eyes, he knows. He had to pull himself together. He had to find a way to escape this feeling of powerlessness. Clark closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Trying to calm my mind, he told himself that he couldn't give up. He couldn't let his mother down. Clark climbed up from the rubble with difficulty. With a determined light in his eyes, he knows. This battle is more than just a contest of strength. It is also a collision of beliefs. He looked at Bruce and said with all his might, "Bruce, I know the fear and anxiety in your heart. But please believe me, I am not your enemy, fear. Are you saying I'm afraid of you?" Bruce was so angry that he laughed. He now originally harbors great malice towards aliens like Superman. Now I heard Clark say that he was afraid. I was suddenly speechless. However, Bruce went a little too far instead. It gives people the feeling that he is indeed afraid. After all, that's the truth, he was really just afraid. No one knows what nightmares he had during this period. No one knew how many times he woke up in the night. The dream was all about Clark changing his mind and wanting to rule the Earth. Or it could be something that is done under someone's control. These nightmares are like shadows, it is always on his mind. It made him feel uneasy, he began to doubt, start to fear. I began to worry that Clark would really become a threat to Earth. It is because of these dreams he would make such a decision. Eliminate Clark. Bruce took a deep breath. Trying to calm myself down, he knows. He couldn't let these nightmares control him. He had to find a way to escape this fear. And the solution is naturally very simple: kill Clark. In the Wanji chat group, the group members were watching this battle, which was not that fierce. Their eyes were focused on Bruce. Marvel at his strategy and execution. They see how Bruce cleverly uses kryptonite fumes to weaken Superman's powers. How to hit Clark Kent with precision. This superhero is usually almost invincible. As expected of Batman, he actually beat up Superman. A group member made such an exclamation. His words were full of admiration for Bruce. Other group members echoed the sentiment. They appreciated Bruce's strategy. However, despite their recognition of Bruce's greatness, but this group of people obviously still couldn't fully understand Bruce's ideas. They looked at the beaten Superman. I couldn't help but feel a little sympathy in my heart. Poor Clark, he didn't deserve this. A group member made such a voice in the group. Her words revealed sympathy for Clark. Other group members also responded. They started speaking up for Superman in the group, hoping to catch Bruce's attention. Make him stop attacking Superman. Bruce, you're going too far, Superman did nothing wrong. Another group member gave this advice. There was sincerity in his words. Zero request flowers, however. Despite the constant voices of group members, their persuasion did not shake Bruce's mind. Bruce stood in front of Clark. His heart was filled with firm belief, he knows. His actions were brutal though, but it is necessary. He couldn't let Superman become a threat to Earth. He must do everything possible to protect this world. Although the voices of group members continued to sound in the chat group. But Bruce was not shaken, he knows. His decision was based on concern for the future and the protection of the planet. He can't change his position just because of a few words from others. Lin sat on the comfortable sofa, looking through the virtual screen, watching this battle live across multiple universes. There was a hint of boredom in his eyes, because he knew the plot of this battle very well. He knew what was going to happen next. Clark would say his mother's name, Martha Kent. Bruce will discover that this name is the same as his deceased mother's. This discovery will touch Bruce's deepest emotions, making him stop attacking Clark. The next thing is that Superman says his mother's name, and Bruce finds out it's the same as his own mother's name. So he stops fighting, Lin talked to himself. The turning point in this battle is coming. All this is nothing new to him, Lin continued to watch. But he no longer had the initial interest. I thought after joining the chat group, there will be something new coming. If I remember correctly, Clark will then go to stop Lex Luthor's conspiracy, and Bruce will go to rescue Clark's kidnapped mother. All this plot development for him. It's like an old movie being replayed. Every frame couldn't be more familiar. Clark goes to stop Lex Luthor, while Bruce goes to save Clark's kidnapped mother. Lin repeats the development of the plot. There was a foreboding calm in his voice, he knows. All this is just a prelude, the real crisis is yet to come. Lin's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. He has watched the film countless times. Every detail is familiar to me. He remembered how Lex Luthor had used his own blood and the body of General Zod to create Doomsday, the nearly unbeatable monster. He also remembers Superman's death, finally. Lex Luthor used his own blood and the body of General Zod to create Doomsday and caused the death of Superman. Lin turned off the virtual screen. He didn't want to watch anymore, a bit boring. For him, the battle had lost its novelty. After all, he knew every turn and every ending. Maybe when the war is destroyed, he will want to come and see. In front of the gate, a white-haired old man stood there. He was surrounded by a group of people wearing all kinds of weird costumes. Or maybe it's a mutant with all kinds of strange organs on its body. Magneto looked at the Xavier Institute in front of him. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been since he last came here. Ever since he parted ways with Professor X. He never set foot on this land again, he still remembers. When he founded Xavier College with Professor X. Their dreams are so pure, their goals are so clear. They hope to create a safe environment for mutants. Let them live freely and develop freely, however. But the reality is so cruel. Their dreams seem so fragile in the face of reality. The differences between them grew wider and wider. This eventually led to their breakup. Magneto chose another path. He 150 chose to use his strength to protect mutant. He chose to fight for the rights of the mutant. This road is so difficult and so lonely. Magneto knew that he could not go back to the past. He can no longer change reality. He could only accept reality and move on. It's been so long and it really hasn't changed at all. Magneto shook his head. Mystique glanced at Magneto. During this long period of time, Ish often came back after all. She had the ability to shapeshift. But Magneto is different, last time and last time again. Okay, let's go in. Magneto's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised his hand slightly, as if silently announcing his arrival. Following his movements, the gate of Xavier Academy was distorted in an instant. The metal undergoes shape shifting under the influence of strong magnetic force. There was a harsh metallic friction sound. Then Magneto waved his hand like a conductor. The gate was simply thrown aside, fell heavily to the ground. The series of movements is like a carefully choreographed symphony. Every note is full of power and resolution. These movements are quite significant. The entire Xavier Academy was alarmed by the commotion here. The mutant students were attracted by the commotion here. Some people who were inside the building looked out of the windows. They saw a swarm of people pouring into Xavier College. These people had different expressions on their faces. Some were curious, some were nervous, and some were shocked. "What's going on?" a student asked. There was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Other students echoed this. They were confused and worried about this sudden change. Magneto stood in the center of the academy. His eyes scanned the surroundings. He knew that his arrival would inevitably cause a stir. But he didn't care. Some students seemed to realize something. There was fear and anxiety in his eyes. They recognized the unexpected visitor, Magneto. This name is well known in the mutant world. His image is synonymous with the most wanted mutant around the world. As long as someone has cared, everyone can recognize it. "That's Magneto," a student exclaimed. There was a noticeable tremor in his voice. The students had expressions of horror on their faces. They know Magneto's arrival means trouble. Means possible danger these years. Magneto has caused a lot of big things around the world. His actions were always extreme and violent. He has only one goal. That is to fight for the rights of mutant, even dominance. His methods are fierce and his stance is firm. This has made him a thorn in the side of governments around the world. "Magneto, why is he here?" another student asked. There was doubt in his voice. Other students were also confused and worried about Magneto's arrival. John the fireman. The mutant was educated at Xavier College at this moment. He is standing in the mutant team led by Magneto. There was a smug smile on his face, feeling the frightened gazes of those students. The whole person felt a little dizzy. He felt this feeling was extremely refreshing. This kind of awe, the feeling of being scared. It was exactly what he had always desired. Great. That's right, John sighed inwardly. His eyes sparkled with excitement, sure enough. Following Magneto is much better than following Professor X. Under the leadership of Professor X, they always have to restrain their power. Always consider how to coexist peacefully with humans. But under Magneto's leadership, they can show off their strength to their heart's content. You can pursue your goals to your heart's content. This is the life I want, John thought firmly in his heart. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, wait for death. New Lin's. John's heart was filled with hatred towards New Lin. He clenched his fists. He still remembers the humiliation that New Lin gave him. That failure, that humiliation. It made him unforgettable till now, he thought foolishly. This time Magneto comes to Xavier Academy. It was for his revenge. He was ready to humiliate New Lin severely. John cursed inwardly. There was a flame of revenge in his eyes. This time he must let New Lin taste the taste of failure. We must let New Lin have a taste of being humiliated. He wants to let New Lin know he is John the fireman. Not so easy to bully. Soon Beast was attracted by the noise here. When he saw the troublemaker, his expression suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "Max, what are you doing at Xavier College?" There was clear wariness and dissatisfaction in his voice. He and Magneto are old acquaintances. I met Professor X almost at the same time. Magneto faces Beast's questioning, just a slight smile. Responded, "Old friend, it's been so long since we last met. And you didn't even ask how I am but only asked this." There was a hint of teasing in his tone. It was as if he had anticipated Beast's reaction. Beast snorted. His eyes revealed a firmness and unquestionableness. "You broke into Xavier Academy without permission. Do you think X-Men don't exist?" His voice was filled with warning. Knowing that Magneto's arrival is bound to be bad. Magneto chuckled. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. "It seems that you X-Men have no one who can fight." His words are like a sharp knife. Straight into Beast's heart, Beast's eyes widened. I almost screamed out loud, how did Magneto know this? They are clearly hidden tightly. His heart was filled with doubts and anxieties. Beast glanced over. Saw the fireman John in the opposing team. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "John, why are you there? Come back soon." His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. He didn't understand why John would side with Magneto. But John just lowered his head, seems a little embarrassed. But there was no intention to move this moment. Beast also understood John betrayed Xavier College. His heart was filled with disappointment and anger. He couldn't understand why John would choose to betray. Magneto watched Beast's expression change. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knows. His arrival has brought enough shock to Xavier College. His goal has been partially achieved. Magneto continued, "Beast, are you still so naive that you think everyone is as loyal as you are?" There was obvious sarcasm in his words, as if mocking Beast's naivety and ignorance. Beast glared at Magneto, his eyes flashing with anger. "Max, don't think you can do whatever you want. Xavier Academy is not a place you can just barge in." His voice was full of determination and unquestionableness. This point in time, several X-Men members lost their fighting ability. He knows he had to protect the Academy. Protect the students. Magneto smiled. His eyes revealed firmness and determination. "Beast, you are still so stubborn. But I am not here to argue with you today. His goal is not here." Beast stared at Magneto, his heart filled with confusion and anxiety. "Okay, get out of my way." Beast stood in the courtyard of Xavier Academy. His body was tall and strong. The blue fur shone in the sunlight, his eyes were firm. Faced with Magneto's provocation, it is naturally impossible to give way at the moment. The X-Men reserve students he had found for special training had also arrived. They are Iceman Robert Drake Rugrats and Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner. Iceman Robert Drake stands to the left of Beast. There was a calm gleam in his eyes. His ability is to control ice. He can condense the surrounding moisture into ice, forming ice sculptures in various shapes. His ability has great potential in combat. Rogue stands on the right side of Beast. Although a little scared, but he still stood up. Her ability is to absorb the vitality and abilities of others. The ability to manipulate others is only her weakest point of use. This gives her a huge advantage in combat. Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner stood behind Beast. He behaved even more like a coward than the little rascal. But I am still very determined. His ability is teleportation. He can appear anywhere in an instant, here 02. The strongest one is, of course, Iceman first of all. Iceman's abilities cover almost all areas of the East. He is able to create ice from nothing. Condenses moisture in the air into ice crystals, forming various forms such as ice walsiciclesis blades, etc. These ice products are not only as hard as steel, and it can be shaped at will according to his wishes. In battle, he can build fortifications quickly, or create a deadly offensive weapon. This offensive and defensive ability makes him almost omnipotent on the battlefield. Secondly, Iceman's ability is also reflected in his extreme control over temperature. He can not only lower the temperature, freeze objects, it can even drop the surrounding environment to near absolute zero in an instant. This ability can quickly freeze the opponent in combat, or change the battlefield environment. Create favorable conditions for yourself. Furthermore, Iceman's ability is highly malleable and growable. Over time, his ability is constantly evolving. He was able to create more complex and elaborate ice structures. It is even possible to manipulate the arrangement of ice crystals at a microscopic level. The development potential of this ability is almost unlimited. But in fact, in the early days of the Marvel Universe, Iceman Robert Drake's role was not as glamorous as it is today. His ability is set to relatively basic freezing and low temperature control. This does not stand out among many mutant heroes, however. As time goes by and fans dig deeper, Iceman's potential is gradually revealed. His ability was re-evaluated. He was eventually identified as an extremely terrifying character. The reason why Iceman's ability is considered terrifying. The main reason lies in his ability to create ice almost out of nothing. Compared to his nemesis, John the Fireman, the pyro needs to rely on a lighter or other fire source to start the fire. Iceman can create ice out of thin air. This difference in ability is not just on the technical level. It's more symbolic. Iceman's ability represents pure, raw creativity. He does not need any external medium. It is possible to create entity out of nothingness. Definitely that's all in the past. The current Iceman is not that powerful yet. Another person came out of the mountains, Storm. Storm was the least injured among the X-Men. After resting for a period of time, you will recover naturally. It is also because of her foundation. Beast has the confidence otherwise. The piano is broken and the laser eyes are autistic. He really didn't know how he was going to support the entire Xavier Academy by himself. To fight against Magneto's mutant brotherhood. Since you don't want to give way, then I will let you make way. Magneto slowly raised his right hand. There is an indescribable elegance and calmness in the movements. He waved his fingers gently. It was as if he was conducting a silent symphony. And every movement was precise and powerful. As he waved his fingers, the big iron gate that had just been thrown down seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. Begin to rise slowly, that heavy iron door. Under Magneto's control, it's like losing weight. Lightly drawing an arc in the airs. Its surface reflects sunlight. It sparkles with the unique cold luster of metal. Immediately following, Magneto's fingers clenched sharply. The big iron gate seemed to be given life. It smashed down towards the X-Men with amazing speed and force. Its trajectory is straight and firm. It was like a meteor falling from the sky. With a breath of destruction, he headed straight for the target. Storm snorted. She raised her hands slowly, as if summoning a storm in the sky. As she raised her hands, two tornadoes burst out from the palms of her hands. They are like two dragons roaring and spinning. With endless power, he rushed towards the big iron gate. The two tornadoes met in the air. formed a more powerful force. They are spinning faster and faster, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to draw everything around it into it. The big iron gate was hit by the tornado. Instantly lost control of Magneto. Its trajectory was completely changed. The iron gate that was originally smashed towards the X-Men. But now the force of the tornado was turned back and smashed towards the Mutant Brotherhood group. The iron gate tumbled in the air. Its surface is torn by wind forces. There was a harsh metallic friction sound. Facing Storm's counterattack, Magneto still just smiled faintly. It seemed as if everything was under his control. He waved his right hand gently. The door that was originally smashed towards Mutant Brotherhood changed direction instantly, being thrown aside. The gate drew an arc in the air, finally fell heavily to the ground. There was a deafening noise, bang, this loud noise. It was like a battle horns. The fighting spirit of both sides was instantly ignited. The Mutant Brotherhood and Xavier Academy. At this moment, a fierce battle began. Iceman Robert Drake versus Fireman John, two mutants. One that can create frost, one that can manipulate fire. Their abilities are inherently incompatible. Every confrontation is like a symphony of ice and fire. As Iceman waved his hand, cold air spread everywhere. Ice walls and ice blades constantly attacked the fireman. And the fireman responded with fire. The blazing flames melted the ice, rising as steam. A battle between two people. It's like a microcosm of the incompatibility of ice and fire in nature. Every collision generates amazing energy. Nightcrawler Kurt Wagner vs. the Red Devil. It is a contest of speed and cunning. Nightcrawler relies on the ability of teleportation, moving around the battlefield like a ghost. The Red Devil's ability is 293, which is similar to his. It's just that people are cunning and agile. Trying to capture Nightcrawler. His red skin shone eerily in the sunlight. Every dodge seemed extremely flexible. The confrontation between the two is like a game of cat and mouse. You were here 1 second and there the next. Storm faced Magneto head-on. Storm waved. Tornadoes, thunder, and lightning interweave into a web, trying to suppress Magneto's metal manipulation ability. And Magneto, with his unfathomable control, turn metal into a sharp blade or build a solid barrier. Defend against Storm's attacks. The confrontation between the two is like a contest between heaven and earth. Every encounter is thrilling. And the other members of the Mutant Brotherhood, although each of them seems arrogant, but their fighting power is not as strong as their momentum. Most of them, although it has a variant ability, however, the application of these abilities in actual combat is crude and limited. Magneto obviously noticed this as well. He shook his head. Next time, it seems that we will have to see if these people can join Brotherhood. Storm is more difficult to handle. But Magneto has a backup plan. His goal is not victory. Beast, who was enjoying the fight, suddenly reacted, etc. Where's Mystique? Raven? Oops. Mystique Raven is missing. It was clearly still there just now. What is their purpose of invading Xavier Academy? Magneto. Every move he made was full of confidence and composure. In between battles, he seemed to see the confusion in Beast's eyes. A slight smile revealed an unquestionable confidence and arrogance. He spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. You don't deserve a talent like Lin. These words are like a sharp sword, straight to the heart of Xavier College. Magneto was very clear about the purpose of his trip. He has only one goal, that is to take Lin away. Therefore, in the duel with Storm, he didn't use his full strength at all. It's not aimed at defeating it. Every move he made seemed to be done with ease. It's like a performance, rather than a life-and-death struggle. Beast's expression after hearing Magneto's words. It instantly became solemn and tense. His brows were furrowed. There was a determined gleam in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You won't succeed." This sentence is full of determination. But his heart couldn't calm down, he knows. Once Magneto's plan succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Beast turned around immediately, rushed towards the dormitory where Lin was. His steps were firm and swift. It seems like every step is a race against time. His heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He couldn't imagine it if with Lin's strength. Bewitched by Magneto and Mystique. What terrible consequences will it bring? From Lin's ability in Beast's opinion, it's like nuclear weapons in ancient times. He didn't dare to give it to anyone. Lin is not a mindless weapon though. But he was in Beast's opinion still young. Especially easy to be deceived. Lin's ability, if it is channeled incorrectly, it will have a devastating impact on the entire world. He imagined, if Lin was used by people like Magneto and Mystique, then the whole Americana, the whole Earth, the whole human race, there will be earth-shaking and terrifying changes. All sorts of horrific scenarios played out in Beast's mind. He seemed to see Lin's ability being used to create disaster. I saw countless lives disappear in an instant. I saw the world fall into chaos and panic. His heart was filled with fear and anxiety. He must stop this from happening, but how could Magneto allow anyone to stop Mystique? He backhanded it. A powerful magnetic field was formed instantly. Knock Storm away from you. Storm's body drew an arc in the air, fell heavily to the ground. Her ability seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. Unable to defend against Magneto's attacks, kid. Your abilities are good, but your combat experience and strength are lacking. Then Magneto turned his attention to Beast. He waved his hands lightly. The iron tools in front seemed to obey his command. It quickly condensed into a thick iron rod. This iron rod is under the control of Magneto. Like a flexible python, it instantly wrapped around Beast's body. Beast tried to struggle, but the power of the iron rod was too strong. His every movement was tightly restrained. Magneto didn't give Beast any chance to breathe. He controlled the iron rod and thrust the Beast fiercely into the ground. The tip of the iron rod is like a sharp blade. It penetrated the ground easily. The Beast was pinned deep underground. Beast's body was tightly bound. There was no way to break free from Magneto's control. "Let me go," Beast roared angrily. Magneto's eyes revealed a firmness and determination. He knew that the outcome of this battle was not important. What matters is whether he can achieve his goal. Magneto smiled, said to the bound Beast, "You can't stop us." A corner of Xavier College, Mystique appeared quietly. Her blue skin glowed eerily in the sunlight. There was a cunning and calm look in his eyes. She looked around, looking for Lin's trace. Finally found him in a quiet corner of the college. Lin naturally knew everything that was happening outside. He knew Magneto was here for him. I also know how fierce and dangerous this battle is. However, he did not show any nervousness or fear. Instead, he sat aside. It was as if he was watching a wonderful movie. There is a kind of detachment and calmness in his eyes, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Mystique did not immediately try to persuade Lin to go with her. Instead, he sat next to Lin. Her movements were light and graceful. It's like an old friend looking for a quiet corner. Share this moment of tranquility with Lin. There was a deep calmness in her eyes. She is not a fool. Naturally, I know that Lin is not someone who is easily persuaded. She needed to find the right way to communicate with him. Lin turned to look at Mystique. There was curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. I kind of want to know how they're going to convince themselves to leave. He knows Mystique's identity, also know her purpose. But he did not show any hostility or rejection. Lin smiled slightly, as if welcoming the witch. Mystique smiled back, her voice soft but powerful. "Lin, do you know why Magneto came to you?" There was a sincerity and concern in her tone. It was as if he was sharing an important secret with Lin. Lin nodded, his voice was calm and clear. "I know. He wants me to join his brotherhood." Mystique didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin quietly, as if looking for the right moment. Lin didn't speak either, but just watched the battle in the distance quietly without saying anything. He was also wondering if he should leave with Magneto. In fact, he wanted to leave. It's not because of any other reason, but he was simply bored of staying at Xavier College. And these guys are very resistant to him. This also made him feel a little boring. It's meaningless. It would be nice to play outside with Magneto. Speaking of which, even though he has the ability to easily control everything on Earth, haven't used it yet after all. Isn't it a good thing to add a little more unknown fun to life? Suddenly, Lin was slightly stunned. Then looked at Mystique. Maybe you need to wait a moment. Mystique was also stunned. What's the meaning? This is what it means, of course, just now. Lin's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden news. His gaze turned to the interface of the Wanji chat group. On the screen, messages flooded in like a tide. Each one is full of tension and urgency. He scanned it quickly. It was just as he expected. Lex Luthor had created the monster that was destruction. Doomsday, a biological weapon designed very carefully by Lex Luthor using Krypton, possessing unparalleled strength and near-immortal regeneration ability. Its emergence is undoubtedly a huge threat to the entire world. In the chat group, messages are constantly updated. Lin opened the live broadcast room. I saw the news that Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are fighting Doomsday together. Lin stared at the chat group, feeling a little confused. Has the plot been changed? In the original movie, Bruce Wayne, that is Batman, it should just be a supporting role. His mission is to assist Superman and Wonder Woman fight against Doomsday together. However, the situation is completely different now. Bruce was stared at by destruction. It became its main target of attack. Doomsday's mountain-like body. Each attack was delivered with devastating force. Every roar was filled with terrifying pressure. Bruce faces Doomsday's frenzied attack. It seems particularly strenuous, his equipment. Weapons that had protected him and helped him achieve victory in countless battles. In the face of Doomsday, but it is as fragile as cardboard. It can't pose any substantial threat at all. Bruce is in an extremely dangerous situation. If Clark hadn't been there to help, Bruce might have died in Doomsday's attack. Superman's power is undoubtedly the key to Bruce's ability to persevere. The existence of Superman, providing Bruce with a precious respite, allowing him to hold out against the frenzied attacks of destruction. In Gotham City at night, Bruce is seen driving his iconic Batmobile, like a flash of lightning in the dark night, galloping towards the battlefield. The chariot's engine roared like the roar of a wild beast. It broke the tranquility of the city. The black paint on the car body gleams coldly under the light, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. And at the center of this storm, Doomsday. This monster was just created. It is raging in an almost crazy state. Its body is extremely strong. The skin is like an indestructible armor. Every punch caused the air to crackle. Its eyes burned with a desire for destruction. The pursuit of power. It seemed as if it wanted to crush all life under its feet. However, the moment Doomsday saw the Batmobile, its behavior has changed dramatically. The original obsessive pursuit of Superman. At this moment, it seemed to be replaced by a more primitive impulse. Roars, it roared. The sound echoed in the city like thunder. The surrounding tall buildings began to tremble. The glass windows shattered under the impact of the sound waves. The fragments fell like raindrops. Dense cracks appeared on the wall. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Doomsday's eyes were fixed on the Batmobile. Its body leans forward slightly, as if accumulating strength. Prepare to deliver a fatal blow, and Bruce. This moment had been anticipated. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. The look is firm. Get ready for this unprecedented challenge. Under Bruce's control, the Batmobile flexibly shuttled between the streets, dodging every attack of destruction. The tank's armor hummed as Doomsday pounded the ground. Bruce took advantage of the chariot's speed and maneuverability, constantly looking for opportunities to strike back. Just at the moment when Destruction swung his fist again, Bruce decisively activated the chariot's special device. A powerful beam of energy shot out from the front of the chariot, strike right into the chest of Destruction. Doomsday was knocked back a few steps by this sudden attack, but it quickly regained its balance. The anger in his eyes assuaged became even stronger. Doomsday is like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. Its body is huge and twisted. Every muscle seemed to contain the power of destruction. The bone spurs on the body are like sharp swords, flashing cold light. It gives people an endless sense of oppression, it roared. The sound echoed through the city like thunder. It caused panic among the people. Doomsday rises into the sky. Its shadow drew a terrifying arc across the night sky. Head straight for the Batmobile. That huge body carried a breath of destruction. It seemed as if it wanted to crush everything under its feet. The Batmobile is very agile under Bruce's control. But in the face of Doomsday's attack, it seemed that there was no escape whatsoever. Bruce gritted his teeth. There was a determination gleam in his eyes, he knows. This moment he had to figure out a way. Otherwise it will all be over, Bruce's mind was racing, looking for any possible way to escape. But the destructive attack came too fast and too fiercely. It seemed as if all escape routes had been blocked. However, at this critical moment, a red and blue figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor. Heading straight to Doomsday, bang, that's Clark. His arrival like a ray of hope, lighting up this dark battlefield. There is no hesitation in Superman. He rushed directly towards Doomsday. The speed is amazingly fast. Almost instantly, he was faced with destruction. He stretched out his arms. He hugged Doomsday's body tightly. Then with incredible force, he lifted it off the top of the Batmobile. The figures of the two drew a long trail in the air, rushed out several kilometers in an instant. They are so fast and powerful. Countless buildings were smashed along the way. Fragments of glass and concrete rained down. The dust is flying. The whole city seemed to be trembling with this scene. Superman holding Doomsday after crashing all the way. It finally stopped in a deserted industrial area. Their impact is huge. It directly created a huge amount of holes on the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring vision. Doomsday roared again, move as fast as lightning. Almost before Clark could react, he grabbed Clark's head. The huge amounts of hands were like iron clamps. Tightly clamping his head, Clark felt a sharp pain. His vision blurred with the force of destruction. Doomsday didn't give Clark any chance to breathe. It swung vigorously, slamming Clark to the ground, bang. The power of this blow was enormous. It directly created a huge amount of holes on the ground. Dust and gravel flew everywhere. Clark felt his head spinning. It seemed as if the whole world was spinning. However, Clark was not defeated by this blow. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state. He couldn't just fall down like this, he must fight back. Clark immediately held out his hands. Hold tight to Doomsday's big hand. Use all your strength to break it apart. The power of destruction is strong. But at Clark's insistence, the huge amounts of palm were finally pried open bit by bit. Clark didn't give Doomsday any chance to fight back. Heat flashed from his eyes. The blazing energy was like two lasers. Strike directly into the chest of destruction. The moment the heat vision hits Doomsday, burst into a dazzling light. Illuminate the darkness around you. Under the impact of the thermal vision, Doomsday was constantly being repelled. However, destruction is Doomsday. Under Clark's heat vision attack, Doomsday was not defeated as expected. Instead, it showed amazing adaptability. Under the scorching heat of the sky, its huge body actually began to gradually adapt to the impact of the high temperature. Doomsday's skin turned red under the heat vision. But it did not back down, on the contrary. It withstood the attack of thermal vision head-on, walking towards Clark step by step. Every step was heavy and powerful. as if announcing to Clark, no matter how powerful the attack, nothing can stop its progress. Clark was extremely shocked. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Clark gritted his teeth and increased the power of his thermal vision. Buzz, his eyes were like two blazing suns. Releases a more intense light. The power of thermal vision increases instantly. Trying to prevent the approach of Doomsday, however. Doomsday seemed to be more resistant to this enhanced attack. Its pace has slowed down though, but still steadfast. There was a crazy gleam in his eyes. It seemed like he was enjoying every moment of this battle. Its body was buffeted by the thermal sight. There are some scorch marks though, but these wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clark felt an unprecedented pressure, he knows. If we can't find new ways to deal with Doomsday, then the battle will become extremely difficult. He began to try changing his attack methods, trying to find the weakness of destruction. Just at this moment, Doomsday is approaching Clark. It stretches out huge amounts of palms. Trying to catch Clark again, Clark backed away quickly. Meanwhile, continued to attack Doomsday with his heat vision. But Doomsday seemed to have anticipated Clark's actions. It nimbly dodged the heat vision attack. Then he threw a punch. It hit Clark right in the chest. Bang. When Clark was hit by the punch, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He adjusted his posture in the air, landed steadily on the ground. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. But he knew he couldn't just fall down like this. He took a deep breath and stood up again. Prepare for the next wave of destruction. The destructive force is like a violent storm, sweeping the battlefield mercilessly. Each of its attacks carries a breath of destruction, as if it wants to crush everything under its feet. Clark seemed so vulnerable in the face of this violent force. Doomsday swung its huge amounts of fists, and each blow was like thunder landing heavily on Clark. Clark tried to use his super ability to resist these attacks, but the power of destruction was too strong, and every blow caused his body to suffer unimaginable pain. Clark's body constantly retreated under Doomsday's attack. His steps staggered and he could hardly stand still. His breathing became rapid, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. As Superman, there is still an indomitable light in his eyes, but his body has reached its limit. Doomsday did not stop its attack because of Clark's resistance. On the contrary, its attacks became more violent, as if it wanted to pour all its anger and strength on Clark. Its fists fell like raindrops. Each blow made Clark's body tremble, and each blow made his consciousness gradually blurred. Clark felt his strength draining away rapidly. His vision began to blur, and his breathing became difficult. He knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to stand up again, but he did not give up. The fire of Indomitable will still burned in his heart, and he was determined to fight until the last moment. Protect the Earth, protect your family. Doomsday's attack did not slow down despite Clark's persistence. Its fist hit Clark hard again this time. Clark's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. His body slid hundreds of meters on the ground. Leaving a long trail, Clark lay on the ground. His breathing became weak, and there was a gleam of unwillingness in his eyes. His body was already at the point of dying. But he still didn't give up. He tried to struggle to stand up, but his body could no longer support his will. At the moment when Doomsday was about to deal a fatal blow to Clark, a dazzling light broke through the night sky like the dawn, bringing new hope. That was Wonder Woman. She finally arrived at the battlefield. Her arrival was like the arrival of a god of war, injecting new vitality into this almost hopeless battle. The Wonder Woman's posture is elegant and firm, with an indomitable fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. She slammed the artifacts on her wrists with both hands, the lasso of truth and the silver bracelet of protection. The two artifacts seemed to have life in her hands, and released strong shock waves as she moved when. The shock wave surged out like a tsunami. Its force was so strong and so fast that it hit Doomsday almost instantly. Doomsday was completely unprepared for this sudden attack. Under the impact of the shock waves, Its body lost its balance in an instant, just like a ship lifted up by huge waves. The huge body of Doomsday was blown away, drawing a long arc in the airs, and finally fell heavily to the ground in the distance. Dust flew up, and huge amounts of holes were smashed into the ground. Doomsday's body was struggling in the hole, trying to stand up again. Wonder Woman did not let down her guard because of the success of this attack. She knew that the power of destruction was extraordinary and it would not be defeated so easily. She quickly moved to Clark's side, checking his injuries while watching Destruction's every move vigilantly. //, Clark's weak voice rang out in the dust. Although his body was severely injured, his indomitable will still supported him. He forced his eyes open and looked at Wonder Woman, with gratitude and determination in his eyes. "Thank you, Diana, but we must continue to fight." Clark's voice was soft but full of power. Wonder Woman nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. "Yes, Clark. We won't let it succeed." She turned and looked at Doomsday, who was struggling to get up, with a look of determination in her eyes at this moment. Bruce also returned to the battlefield driving the Batmobile. The armor of the chariot was covered with traces of battle, but Bruce's eyes remained calm and firm. He used the tank's communication system to tell Wonder Woman and Clark, "We have to find its weakness. We can't just fight it head-on. Doomsday seems to be able to adapt to our attacks." Clark struggled to stand up, and despite the unbearable pain in his body, he tried his best to stand straight. "Bruce is right, we have to outsmart them, as I recall. Its power came from some unstable energy source." When Wonder Woman heard this, a gleam of enlightenment flashed in her eyes. "If that's the case, perhaps we can try to destroy its energy core." As she spoke, she drew the lasso of truth from her waist and prepared to launch another attack. Bruce quickly operated the control panel of the Batmobile, adjusting the weapon system of the vehicle. "I will use the chariot to attract its attention, and you will take the opportunity to look for an opportunity." Following Bruce's instructions, the Batmobile suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Doomsday. The chariot's engine made a deafening roar, like an angry beast rushing straight towards Doomsday. Seeing this, Doomsday roared and swung his huge amounts of fists again, smashing towards the Batmobile, but Bruce, with the chariot's flexibility and powerful armor, cleverly dodged the destructive attack, leaving a trail of sparks and smoke behind him. Taking this opportunity, Clark and Wonder Woman quickly approached Doomsday. Clark tried his best and sent out heat vision again, trying to find the core of the energy of destruction. Wonder Woman holds the lasso of truth tightly, ready to bind the core once she finds it. After a fierce battle and search, Clark finally found a faint light on the back of Doomsday, which was its energy core. He immediately yells to Wonder Woman, "Diana, there." Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman swung the lasso of truth without hesitation. The lasso quickly wrapped around Doomsday's body like a snake and accurately locked onto the light spot. As the lasso of truth tightened, Doomsday roared in pain and his body began to tremble violently. At this moment, Bruce also drove the Batmobile to the side of destruction, and he activated the ultimate weapon of the Batmobile, a high-energy missile. The missiles exploded above Doomsday, releasing huge amounts of energy waves that acted simultaneously with Wonder Woman's lasso of truth on Doomsday's energy core. With a deafening explosion, the body of destruction was completely destroyed, and its energy core turned into nothing in the explosion. Dust and smoke filled the entire battlefield, but in this chaos there was a glimmer of hope for victory. Clark, Wonder Woman, and Bruce stood on the ruins, looked at each other and smiled with relief. They knew that although the battle was extremely difficult, they would eventually win for Gotham, for the Earth. Clark whispered, his voice was weak but full of force. Wonder Woman and Bruce also nodded silently. They knew that this battle was just the beginning and there would be more challenges waiting for them in the future. But they believed that as long as they unite as one, nothing can stop them from moving forward. At the moment, Doomsday was completely destroyed. The tense atmosphere on the battlefield gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable tranquility and relief. Clark, Wonder Woman, and Bruce, three heroes from different worlds, are now closely connected by their common beliefs and missions. "We did it," Wonder Woman said softly, her eyes shining with hope as she looked through the dense smoke towards the rising sun in the distance. She knows that every victory is hard-won, but it is these victories that make their world brighter. Bruce patted the hood of the tank gently, as if to thank this silent comrade. "It's time to go back and rest. We need to prepare for the next challenge." His words revealed a calmness and composure, which are the qualities he has cultivated as Batman for many years. Clark nodded slowly, although his body was still weak. His eyes were full of determination. "Yes. We still need to find the root cause of this disaster and prevent similar threats from happening again." He looked into the distance with a new plan in his mind. Just as the three were about to leave, a weak energy fluctuation caught their attention. Clark immediately became alert and released a weak thermal vision to try to see the situation through the smoke. Soon, a blurry figure gradually became clear. It was another member of the Justice League, the Flash Barry Allen. "Hey, is everyone okay?" The Flash ran over panting. Obviously, he had just traveled through time using the Speed Force. "I received an emergency signal and rushed over." "We're fine, Barry," Clark responded with a smile. He was full of gratitude for this friend who always showed up at critical moments. "However, we may need your help to investigate the source of this disaster." The Flash nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "No problem, leave it to me, I'm the fastest." As he spoke, he began to use his Speed Force to analyze the residual energy around him. With the help of the Flash, they soon discovered a hidden laboratory where Doomsday was created. The laboratory is littered with various high-tech equipment and unfinished experimental subjects, showing the ambition of the mastermind behind the scenes. "It looks like we have a more powerful enemy to face," Bruce analyzed calmly. He carefully examined every detail in the laboratory, trying to find more clues. "No matter who it is, we will not let him succeed." Clark clenched his fists, and the fire of unyielding burned in his eyes again. "Justice League, never give up, Wonder Woman." The Flash and Bruce also expressed their agreement. They knew that the road ahead was still long, but as long as they united as one, nothing could stop them. As the four people investigate further, a huge conspiracy gradually surfaces. It turns out that all this was a disaster created by a mad scientist in order to prove his theory of evolution. He attempted to promote human evolution by destroying such biological weapons, but ignored the possible catastrophic consequences. Bruce frowned, examining every clue in the laboratory with a sharp gaze. His voice was low and powerful. "This scientist's theory sounds extremely crazy. He has completely ignored the devastating blow that this experiment may bring to the world." Wonder Woman clenched her fists, with kindness and determination flashing in her eyes. "We can't let this crazy experiment at the expense of humanity continue. He must be found and stopped from committing any further crimes." Clark nodded slightly, his voice weak but firm. "I agree, Diana. And we also need to ensure that this technology does not fall into more dangerous hands. This requires us to act quickly." The Flash Barry suddenly stopped analyzing, turned around and said to everyone, "I have an idea. Maybe we can use my speed to track his communication records or capital flows so that we can locate him faster." Bruce's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Good idea, Barry. You are responsible for tracking while Clark. Diana and I will prepare some equipment and strategies to deal with possible dangers. We need to make sure everything is in place." Wonder Woman nodded in agreement and began to pack her equipment. "I'll take the lasso of truth and the silver bracelet of protection, just in case. In the meantime, we can also tap into the ancient wisdom of the Amazon to see if there is a way to neutralize any unknown technology he may be using." Although Clark's body has not fully recovered, he said resolutely, "I will also prepare my equipment, especially bring enough energy sources to ensure that my ability will not fail at the critical moment." The four of them quickly divided the work. Bruce and the Flash focused on tracking and intelligence gathering, while Clark and Wonder Woman were busy preparing combat equipment and formulating action plans. After intensive preparations, they finally locked down the mad scientist's hiding place, a remote, heavily guarded underground facility. Are we ready? Bruce asked the other three. Standing next to the Batmobile, Clark took a deep breath and nodded firmly, ready. Wonder Woman clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit for justice. We are fearless. The Flash rubbed his hands excitedly. Then let's teach this crazy scientist a lesson together. Following Bruce's order, the Batmobile roared out, and the four of them rushed towards the unknown underground world like four arrows, vowing to stop this conspiracy that could cause another disaster. The four of them sped through the dark tunnel, the Batmobile cutting through the air with its unique roar, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Leading them towards their goal, Clark, Wonder Woman and the Flash followed closely behind, each remaining on high alert, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. As they got closer to the target, they gradually felt a depressing and dangerous atmosphere. The entrance to the underground facility is hidden deep in a dense forest, surrounded by high-tech monitoring equipment and concealed defense systems. With his years of detective experience, Bruce quickly analyzed an invasion plan and communicated it to others through the tank's communication system. Everyone, please note that the entrance is heavily guarded and well-equipped. We need to work together, the Flash. You are responsible for attracting the guards' attention and creating chaos. Clark and I will break in from the flanks and try to avoid direct conflict. Diana, you are responsible for clearing any obstacles that pose a threat to us. Bruce's voice was calm and clear, and every instruction was precise. Hearing this, the Flash raised a confident smile, then turned into a blue lightning and disappeared in an instant. A few seconds later, the guards' panicked shouts and the sound of weapons clashing were heard in the distance. It was obvious that the Flash had successfully attracted their attention. Bruce and Clark took the opportunity to use the tank's cover and approached the entrance silently. Clark released a weak thermal vision, scanning the surrounding defense system, looking for the weakest link. Bruce used the high-tech equipment on the chariot to accurately crack the security door locks one after another. Finally, with the tacit cooperation of the two, they successfully broke through the first line of defense and entered the interior of the underground facility. However, this place is far more complicated and dangerous than they imagined. The intricate corridors, dense traps, and patrolling robot guards make every step full of unknowns and dangers. Wonder Woman seemed like a natural warrior. She held the lasso of truth and moved nimbly through the corridors, easily dealing with several robot guards who tried to block them. Every time she swung the lasso, it was accurate, as if she possessed some mysterious power that made it impossible for the enemy to escape. After the four of them met up, they continued to go deeper into the underground facility, looking for the trace of the mad scientist. As they go deeper, more and more clues and evidence are revealed, proving the scientist's crimes and ambitions. His experimental records, unfinished experimental subjects, and the horrific equipment used to create destruction all shocked them. Finally, they found the crazy scientist in an airtight laboratory. He stood in front of huge amounts of consoles with a twisted smile on his face, as if he was extremely proud of his masterpiece. However, when he saw the four heroes barging in, his smile froze instantly. You are finally here, the scientist said coldly, but do you think you can stop me? Look at this. My ultimate evolution is about to be completed. It will surpass all life forms and become the master of this world. However, before he finished his words, Clark had already released a powerful thermal vision, directly hitting the key equipment on the console. The laboratory suddenly fell into chaos, with various alarms and explosions one after another. Seeing this, the mad scientist frantically pressed the buttons in his hand, trying to activate some kind of self-protection mechanism. But it was all in vain. Wonder Woman's lasso of truth wrapped around his wrist like a snake, binding him tightly. The Flash quickly rushed forward and knocked him to the ground with one punch. Bruce calmly analyzed the remaining threats in the lab, making sure everything was under control in the end. With the joint efforts of the four heroes, this conspiracy that could have caused a disaster was completely crushed. The mad scientist was taken away to face legal sanctions, and those horrific experimental equipment and unfinished experimental subjects were safely destroyed. After the mad scientist was subdued, the alarms in the laboratory gradually subsided, leaving only the heavy breathing of the four people and the occasional hum of machinery shutting down in the distance. Clark was the first to break the silence. Although his voice was still a little tired, his tone was firm. We did it. Not only to prevent this disaster, but also for all the innocent lives, Wonder Woman nodded, her eyes showing both the joy of victory and worry about the future. Yes, Clark, but we must remember that such threats may never truly disappear as long as we remain greedy and ignorant. Bruce looked up from the control panel of the chariot, his eyes deep. Indeed, Diana. We must continue to be vigilant and strengthen oversight to ensure that technologies like this do not fall into the wrong hands again. At the same time, we must strengthen education for the public so that they understand the true meaning of science. The Flash Barry seemed more optimistic. He dusted off his palms and said with a smile, "Hey, don't be so serious and calm. We are the Justice League. As long as we are here, nothing is impossible. Now isn't it time to celebrate our victory?" Clark smiled. And although his body was still weak, his eyes were full of warmth. Celebration is definitely important, Barry, but first, we need to make sure everything here is properly handled, including those dangerous experimental equipment and materials. We can't leave any trouble behind. Wonder Woman added also, we need to tell the truth to the outside world, so that the world knows the whole story of this crisis and how we can stop it. This will not only enhance public confidence, but also alert potential threat actors. Bruce nodded in agreement. I will arrange personnel to handle these follow-up matters, including communication with the government and the media. At the same time, we'll also need to summarize this action, find out where we can improve, and prepare for future challenges. Clark looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with thought. Also, we must conduct an in-depth investigation into the funding source and the supporters behind this scientist. Such an experiment cannot be completed by one person alone. There must be a greater force behind it. Wonder Woman clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with determination. Yes, we must trace the source and completely eliminate the source of this threat. Justice League never stop. The Flash rubbed his hands excitedly. Leave it to me. My speed is unmatched. Tracking the flow of funds and communication records is a piece of cake for me. Bruce patted the Flash on the shoulder, his eyes full of trust and encouragement. Thank you for your hard work. Barry, your speed is truly an indispensable asset to us. However, remember safety comes first and don't act rashly. The Flash smiled and nodded, full of confidence. Don't worry, Bruce. I will proceed with caution. And I have a feeling this pursuit will lead us to more clues about this conspiracy. Clark turned to look at Wonder Woman, with a hint of tenderness and determination in his eyes. Diana, your strength and wisdom are crucial in this operation. Next, we may need you to use the resources and wisdom of the Amazon to help us further understand the background of this scientist and his possible accomplices. Wonder Woman nodded in agreement, with determination flashing in her eyes. I will contact my people immediately. There are many wise men among them who are well-versed in history and intelligence. We will definitely find more clues and uncover the whole truth of this conspiracy. Bruce paused for a moment and continued, at the same time, we cannot ignore the public's reaction. This incident has had a significant impact on the public's psychology. We need to use appropriate channels to convey the message that justice will eventually triumph over evil and give them hope and strength. Degrees Clark nodded in agreement. Indeed, Bruce. The Justice League is not only a fighting force, but also a beacon in the hearts of the people. We need to demonstrate our determination and ability, and let everyone believe that no matter how great the threat is, We can protect the world, Wonder Woman added, moreover. We also need to strengthen our ties with other superheroes and organizations to build a tighter safety network together. In the face of future challenges, unity and cooperation will be our most powerful weapons, Tilda. The Flash heard this and his eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right. Just like us this time. 4 heroes from different worlds joined forces to defeat such a powerful enemy. Imagine how spectacular it would be if we could gather more forces. Bruce smiled and nodded, his eyes flashing with longing for the future, indeed. Boris, although the road to justice is long and full of unknowns, as long as we have faith in our hearts and move forward hand in hand, nothing can stop us. Now let us take action for a better tomorrow. As Bruce finished his words, the atmosphere between the 4 became more determined and hopeful. They looked at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust were deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. Clark spoke first, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Every time we fight side by side, I am more convinced that our strength comes from unity. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we work together with one mind and one strength, there will be no difficulties that we cannot overcome. Wonder Woman smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with tenderness and tenacity. Yes, Clark, each of us has our own mission and power. But when these forces come together, we can create miracles that change the world. That's what Justice League is all about. Bruce nodded slightly, his eyes deep and wise. Moreover, we must not only defeat the enemy in front of us, but also prevent future threats. This incident reminds us that we must continue to be vigilant and strengthen science and technology supervision to ensure that such disasters will not happen again. The Flash Barry excitedly interrupted, that's right. Moreover, we can also use this victory as an opportunity to strengthen cooperation with other superheroes and organizations. For example, we can organize a joint exercise to enhance our collaborative combat capabilities and make the force of justice more indestructible. Clark heard this and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. This is a good idea, Tian Li. We can invite more heroes to join us, jointly formulate response strategies, and form a network of justice covering the world. Wonder Woman added at the same time, we must not forget those who are being harmed during this crisis. We need to provide them with the necessary assistance and support to help them rebuild their lives and regain confidence. Bruce nodded in agreement. Indeed, Diana. This is not only our responsibility, but also our mission. I will arrange personnel to handle the follow-up assistance work to ensure that every victim can be properly resettled. The Flash suggested. Then we can use my speed to quickly transmit information and supplies so that aid can reach where it is needed more quickly. Clark patted the Flash on the shoulder and smiled. Good idea. Barry, your speed is indeed a big help to us. But don't forget to rest. You are ours, lightning. Don't tire yourself out. The Flash chuckled and acted relaxed. Don't worry, Clark. I'm a superhero, this little thing can't bother me. Moreover, the thought of being able to contribute my 97 strength to justice fills me with motivation. The 4 of them smiled at each other, and their common beliefs and mission made them closely connected. They know that the road ahead is still long and that challenges and dangers will continue to emerge. But they believe that as long as they unite as one, nothing can stop them from moving forward. Just then, Bruce's communicator suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. He quickly answered the phone and heard a hurried voice in the receiver. After a moment, he hung up the phone and his expression became serious. There's an emergency, Bruce said solemnly. There's an unidentified creature attack on the other side of the city. It looks like some kind of mutant creature. We need to get there immediately. 11 Upon hearing this, Clark, Wonder Woman and the Flash immediately stood up straight, with determination shining in their eyes. They know that a new battle has begun, and the Justice League will always stand at the forefront to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. Then what are we waiting for? Clark took the lead, his voice full of power for justice. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Bruce and the Flash followed closely behind, and the four of them disappeared quickly into the night like a flash of lightning, rushing towards a new battlefield. As the four rushed to the new battlefield at lightning speed, the city seemed even quieter and more mysterious under the night sky. Their figures stretched out under the street lights, and every step revealed their unquestionable firmness and determination. Do you have any guesses about the mutant creatures this time? Clark communicated with his teammates through the communicator while flying. His voice penetrated the wind, clear and powerful. Wonder Woman frowned. Her eyes were sharp from the description. It seems to have extraordinary strength and speed, which is probably related to the experiment of that crazy scientist. We must be careful, as these creatures may carry unknown dangers. Bruce pondered for a moment and analyzed. Indeed, we cannot rule out this possibility. We need to collect field data as quickly as possible to understand the specific abilities and weaknesses of this creature. At the same time, we must also prepare for the worst. If it was released intentionally, there may be a bigger conspiracy behind it. The Flashbari seemed eager to try, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Anyway, I can't wait to see this guy's true face. Don't worry, I'm here. No matter how fast it is, it can't escape my eyes. 11. Clark smiled slightly, applauding Bari's optimism. With your speed, we do have a better chance of winning. But remember, safety comes first, don't act rashly. Got it, Captain, Bari responded playfully, and then sped Upus if he couldn't wait to join the battle. Soon 4 people arrived at the scene. A huge, distorted mutant creature was seen wreaking havoc in the ruins of the city. Its roar was deafening, and each attack caused huge amounts of damage. The surrounding buildings were crumbling and the citizens were fleeing in panic. It seems we have arrived at the right time. Wonder Woman rushed out first, her lasso of truth drawing a graceful arc in the air, accurately entangled one of the mutant creature's giant claws, trying to restrict its movement. Clark followed closely behind, his heat vision shooting at the mutant's weak points like a laser, trying to weaken its power. However, this creature seemed to be unusually tenacious. The thermal vision only caused it to pause briefly, before it counterattacked even more violently. Bruce used his wisdom and tactics to quickly analyze the movement patterns of the mutant creatures and commanded the other 3 to launch a coordinated attack. The high-tech equipment in his hands continuously fired energy bombs, creating attack opportunities for his teammates. The Flashbari shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost. He used his speed advantage to constantly distract the mutant creatures and look for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow. After a fierce battle, the 4 finally found the mutant's weakness and successfully subdued it with a perfectly coordinated attack. The mutant creature let out bursts of wailing and was eventually safely tied up, awaiting further processing. After the battle, the 4 men stood on the ruins and looked at each other, seeing fatigue and pride in each other's eyes. They knew that this victory once again proved the strength and unity of the Justice League. We have defended this city once again, Clark said with emotion. But this also reminds us that the fight will never stop. We must remain vigilant and ready to respond to new challenges. Wonder Woman nodded in agreement. Yes, Clark. But as long as we are united, nothing can stop us from moving forward. Bruce looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with a deep light. Next, we need to investigate the origin of this mutant creature and its connection with the crazy scientist. At the same time, we must strengthen cooperation with other superheroes and organizations to jointly build a safer future. The Flashbari patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry. Bruce, with me here, no conspiracy can escape my eyes. Together we will uncover the truth and protect the peace and tranquility of this world." Clark smiled and patted the Flash on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. "Bari, your speed and keen observation are indispensable to our team. But remember, every challenge requires the wisdom and strength of our team to cope with it together. There may be a deeper conspiracy behind this incident, so we must be more cautious." Wonder Woman added, "That's right. We must conduct a comprehensive investigation, not only to find out the source of the mutant creatures, but also to eliminate all the dark forces related to them. The Justice League exists to prevent any conspiracy that threatens innocent lives from succeeding. Bruce nodded, his expression solemn. Diana is right. We need a detailed action plan. I will use my resources and technology to track down the mutants' manufacturing site as quickly as possible, and analyze all possible clues to find out the scientists' accomplices and funding sources. The Flash was eager to try. Then I will be responsible for monitoring every corner of the city, and no movement will escape my eyes, and I can use my speed to quickly transmit intelligence and ensure our team's actions are coordinated. Clark nodded in agreement. Very good. Barry's surveillance and intelligence gathering abilities are vital. We also need to develop a contingency plan in case more mutants appear. Bruce, you are responsible for coordinating this part and making sure we have enough capability to respond. Bruce nodded in agreement and quickly constructed the framework of an emergency plan in his mind. I will immediately begin preparations, including mobilizing additional reinforcements and equipment, and setting up emergency evacuation routes. At the same time, I will contact the government and other superhero organizations to ensure that we can get support quickly in the face of more. Wonder Woman added, I will also contact the Amazon warriors, who are not only powerful in combat, but also good at tracking and reconnaissance. Zero request flowers with their participation. Our intelligence network will be more complete. The Flash said excitedly, great. This way we have all-round protection. However, I have another idea. We can use this opportunity to show the public our strength and determination and enhance everyone's confidence in the Justice League. Clark thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Barry, but we must be careful about our methods and approaches, demonstrating our strength while avoiding causing panic. Bruce, you are responsible for the public relations work in this regard, ensuring the accurate transmission of information and the stability of public sentiment. Bruce nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will take care of everything and make sure the image and reputation of the Justice League is not damaged. At the same time, we also need to use this incident to remind the public to pay attention to scientific ethics and prevent similar disasters from happening again. Wonder Woman clenched her fists and looked determined. Yes. We must make everyone understand that the power of technology should be used to benefit mankind, not to become a tool of destruction. The Justice League will always stand on the side of justice and protect the peace and tranquility of this world. Clark looked around at the gradually calming city ruins, took a deep breath and said, Diana is right. Our actions are not just to solve the current crisis. It is also for long-term peace and stability. After this incident, we must strengthen popular science education, raise public awareness of scientific ethics, and let more people understand the double-edged sword nature of science and technology. Bruce nodded in agreement and added, at the same time, I also suggest that we establish a multinational science and technology supervision agency to review and supervise high-risk scientific experimental projects. Prevent the likes of this mad scientist from happening again. This requires the joint efforts and cooperation of the international community. The Flash Barry blinked. Although he was not as sensitive to complex political and technological issues as others, he also understood the importance of them. It sounds complicated, but I believe you can handle it. I will use my speed to run errands for these plans and ensure that everyone who needs help gets it in a timely manner. Wonder Woman smiled slightly, her eyes full of warmth. Barry, I feel your kindness. Your speed is indeed a valuable asset to our team. But what is more important is the persistence and belief in justice of each of us. As long as we think and work together, nothing is impossible. Clark looked at the rising sun in the distance and said firmly, yes. Diana, every challenge is a test of our will and ability. But it is these challenges that make us more united and stronger. Justice League is more than just a name. It is our common belief and mission. Let us move forward hand in hand for a better tomorrow. The four of them looked at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust had been deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. They know that no matter how great the difficulties and challenges they face in the future, as long as they are together, nothing can stop them from moving forward at this moment. A slight vibration came from the ground, which seemed to indicate that something new was about to happen. Clark reacted quickly, opening his arms to prepare for possible new threats. But this time he did not wait for any attack, but received an emergency communication message from afar. Clark, this is Batman's command center. We have detected a series of abnormal energy fluctuations, which may be related to the experiments of that mad scientist. A new crisis may be brewing, please prepare immediately. Bruce's calm but urgent voice came from the communicator. Clark responded immediately, Roger that, Bruce. We will gather immediately and prepare to deal with new situations. Justice League never give up. With the end of the communication, the four of them once again plunged into intensive preparations. Bruce was in Batman's command center, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard, with new data and analysis results constantly popping up on the screen. The energy fluctuations this time were more complex and unstable than before, and they seemed to appear in multiple locations at the same time, forming a network of huge amounts of energy. He frowned and shared the latest intelligence with his team members. The Flash Barry was collecting information from a distance through high-speed movement. His voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel with a hint of urgency. Bruce, I found an abandoned factory on the edge of the city. The energy readings there are abnormally high and are related to these hijacked sources. I suspect it is another experimental base of scientists. Wonder Woman Diana responded immediately. I will go to support Barry and make sure no innocent people are threatened there. She flashed, and the lasso of truth was wrapped around her waist. Ready to fight at any time, Clark looked up at the sky. And his extrasensory ability allowed him to perceive more, not only the energy on the ground, but also the energy in the sky was gathering. We need to split up. Clark and Bruce will be in charge of the sky, and your ground team will continue to track down the factory. Keep the communication open, we are here to support you. Bruce nodded in agreement and quickly adjusted his strategy. Okay. Clark, I will fly the Batplane into the air and use the equipment to conduct aerial reconnaissance. 3 at the same time. I will contact other superhero organizations to see if anyone can help us monitor these energy fluctuations. The Flash can't wait any longer, let's act quickly. Time is running out, we can't give this guy any more chances. Wonder Woman patted Barry on the shoulder and encouraged him, we're together. Bali, no matter what we face, justice will always be with us. The four of them acted separately. Bruce and Clark took off into the air, and the Batplane cut through the sky, heading straight for the area with the most concentrated energy. On the ground, Barry and Diana rushed to the abandoned factory at full speed. And every step was full of urgency. Soon, Bruce sent a message through the headset, Clark. I found that these energy fluctuations seem to be guiding the arrival of some unknown object. They are like coordinates pointing to a specific location. Clark stared into the distance, with a sinister feeling in his heart, whatever it is. We can't make it succeed, get ready to intercept Bruce. Meanwhile, inside the factory, Barry and Diana encountered numerous guards and traps. But with their extraordinary abilities and fearless courage, they resolved the crisis and gradually approached the core area of the experiment. Look, what is that? Diana pointed to a huge container in the center. There seemed to be some creature sleeping inside, surrounded by complex energy devices. Barry immediately realized this must be the final work of the crazy scientist. We must destroy it. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Just as they were preparing to act, Bruce's urgent call came from the communicator. Be careful, Clark, and I have discovered that 10 powerful energies are converging towards your location. It seems that scientists have initiated some kind of summoning ritual, trying to transport that unknown object to you. Diana and Barry looked at each other, without any fear in their eyes. Only firm determination. Come on. Let's see how powerful this so-called unknown object is. Barry, Diana, prepare to face the unknown, remember. Our speed. Strength and wisdom are the key to protecting this world. Clark's voice came through the communicator, steady and powerful, as if it injected invisible power into the two of them. "Got it, Captain," Barry responded, and his body seemed to be surrounded by an invisible electric current, which was a precursor to his speed power. He took a deep breath and prepared to respond as quickly as possible. Diana held the lasso of truth tightly, with a fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. "Whatever it is, we will fight side by side until we defeat it." Her words revealed unquestionable determination, and the lasso of truth danced gently in her hands, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. As the gathering of energy reached its peak, huge amounts of cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and dazzling light poured out from it. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge, distorted unknown creature slowly descended from the crack, with complex energy veins entangled in its body, emitting a heart-pounding aura. "Is this the final masterpiece of scientists?" Diana frowned. The lasso of truth was ready to catch the unknown creature off guard. "No matter what it is, we have to stop it," Barry flashed, almost turning into a flash of lightning, and rushed straight towards the unknown creature, trying to interfere with it with his speed advantage. However, the unknown creature was obviously not a pushover. It let out a deafening roar, and the air around it seemed to tremble with its sound. Soon after, more energy runes began to emerge on the surface of its body, and a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions with it as the center. "Be careful, its power is increasing." Clark's voice came from the communicator with a hint of anxiety. "Bruce, how's the situation over there?" Diana asked Bruce while dodging the attacks of unknown creatures. "I am trying to track the source of this energy, but it seems to be blocked by some powerful barrier. However, I have contacted other superhero organizations, and they are coming to support us." Bruce's voice was calm, but there was a hint of urgency. "Okay, let's try our best to delay it and wait for reinforcements." Diana nodded, and the lasso of truth drew graceful arcs in the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the unknown creature. Barry used his speed advantage to shuttle back and forth on the battlefield, looking for the weaknesses of the unknown creature. Each of his attacks was as powerful as thunder, but the unknown creature seemed to have endless energy and could always recover quickly. "This is not a solution, we must find the core of it," Barry said to Diana while attacking. "I agree, but it's not easy." Diana fended off the attack of the unknown creature while observing its body structure. Its energy source seems to be spread throughout the body, with no obvious core. Just as the two were engaged in a bitter battle, a familiar figure suddenly dropped from the sky and landed beside them. That was Superman Clark. He quickly came to support with his powerful flight ability. "Let me lend you a hand," Clark said, clenching his fists, with hot eyes focused, ready to launch a fatal blow to the unknown creature. "Okay. If the three of us join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat it." Seeing this, Diana became more motivated and danced with the lasso of truth more flexibly. Barry also smiled and increased his speed again. He shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, creating more attack opportunities for Clark and Diana. The three of them worked together and finally found a flaw in the unknown creature. Clark seized the opportunity and shot out his thermal vision like a laser, accurately hitting the core of the unknown creature. With a deafening explosion, the unknown creature finally lost all its strength and slowly fell to the ground. The battle ended 857, and the four of them stood together again. They looked at each other and saw the joy of victory and exhaustion in each other's eyes. They knew that this victory once again proved the strength and unity of the Justice League. "We have once again protected this world," Clark said with emotion, "but as I said before, the fight will never stop. We must remain vigilant and ready to respond to new challenges." "Yes, Clark," Diana nodded in agreement. "But as long as we unite as one, nothing can stop us from moving forward." Bruce sent a message from Batman's command center. "Good job, guys. I have arranged for cleanup operations and have also stepped up monitoring for potential threats. We will not let a disaster like this happen again. Bari patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry. Bruce, with us no conspiracy can escape the eyes of justice. We will always protect the peace and security of this world." Indeed, Bari. Your optimism and determination are our indispensable strength. Diana responded with a smile, her eyes flashing with a firm belief in the future. And don't forget, we not only have each other, but also the entire Justice League and those ordinary people who are willing to stand up and protect the world. Their courage and faith are also the source of our strength. Clark looked up into the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face, giving the hero a layer of golden glow. Yes, Diana. Every crisis brings us closer together and gives the world hope. We must not only fight against external threats, but also inspire the light within each person and make justice and peace the norm in this world. At the moment, Batman's calm voice came from the communicator, "Ladies and gentlemen, although the crisis has been temporarily resolved, we must deeply analyze the reasons behind this incident to prevent similar situations from happening again. At the same time, I also suggest that we strengthen cooperation with other superhero organizations to jointly build a more complete defense system." Bruce is right, Bari continued. We must not only meet the challenges at hand, but also prepare for future battles. I will use my speed to continue gathering intelligence and ensure we gain the upper hand. Diana nodded and added, "And I will use the power of the lasso of truth to explore more secrets behind this unknown creature and the scientists. Sometimes truth protects us better than power." Clark proposed a more ambitious vision. At the same time, we should also consider how to enhance the public's awareness and trust in superheroes, so that more people can understand our actions and be willing to lend a helping hand when needed. A united society is our strongest support. The conversation between the four people is full of expectations for the future and trust in each other. They know that although the road ahead is unknown and full of challenges, as long as they work together, nothing is impossible. At this moment, the communicator rang again. This time it was the voice of the new member of the Justice League. Green Lantern Hal Jordan. "Hey everyone. I just received an urgent message that abnormal energy fluctuations have occurred in another city, which looks like a new threat. Do you need me to investigate?" "Hal, you did the right thing," Clark responded quickly. "Stay alert, we will send reinforcements soon. Remember, no matter what we face, our Justice League will always be a whole, working together to protect the world." With the addition of Green Lantern, the Justice League is once again ready to take on new challenges. They know that every attack is to protect innocent lives and to maintain peace and tranquility in the world. And on this long and difficult road, we will never be alone. "Hal, thank you for your timely report." Bruce's voice came through the communicator, calm and with a hint of approval. "Please go and investigate immediately. Keep the communication open, we will be there soon. Remember, safety comes first to collect more information. And don't act rashly, got it, Bruce? I'll be careful and keep you updated." Hal's voice was full of determination, and the green light energy surrounded him, ready to set off immediately. Clark turned to Diana and Bari and said, "It seems that our work is far from over. But as we have said before, every challenge is a test of our beliefs and abilities. Let us fight side by side once again to protect this world from unknown threats." Diana nodded, her eyes flashing with firmness and determination. "Yes, Clark, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, we will persevere, because we are the Justice League and the light of this world." Bari clapped his hands, looking eager to try. "Let's keep running, using our speed, strength and wisdom to uncover the secrets hidden in the darkness. Protect the innocent and dispel fear." There is no need to explain the tacit understanding between the four of them. They each prepared themselves and adjusted their status quickly. Bruce and Clark continued to monitor the overall situation in the Batplane and coordinate support from other superhero organizations. Bari turns into a flash of lightning and goes to the city reported by Hal in advance for reconnaissance. Diana follows closely behind, using the power of the lasso of truth to prepare for possible battles or negotiations at any time. A few minutes later, Barry arrived above the target city. He quickly scanned the ground, looking for the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations. Found it seems to be hidden in an abandoned warehouse. And the energy readings are still rising. Barry reported to his teammates through the communicator. Good, Barry will be there as soon as possible. How's your situation, Hal? Clark asked. I'm approaching the warehouse, but the security system here seems to be very tight, and it will take me some time to bypass them. Hal's answer was cautious. Stay safe, Hal. We'll be backing you up soon, Diana encouraged. Speeding up to reunite with Barry soon. Members of the Justice League gathered outside the warehouse. They each used their own abilities and cooperated tacitly to quickly break through the warehouse's defense system. Inside the warehouse, a more complex energy device was presented to them. It was obvious that this was another conspiracy of the scientists. It seems that they want to summon some terrible creature or power through this method again. Clark frowned. We must destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Barry is ready to sprint towards the energy device. Diana raised the lasso of truths. Ready to restrain any threat that might escape. Be careful. This time may be more dangerous than before. In the tense atmosphere, the members of the Justice League once again launched a fierce battle. They used their respective abilities to deal with the traps and automatic defense systems left by the scientists, while looking for the best time to destroy the energy device. After arduous efforts, they finally found the core of the energy device and successfully destroyed it. With a roar and a dazzling light, the entire warehouse began to collapse. But the members of the Justice League had already evacuated safely. As the warehouse collapsed and the dust gradually cleared, the members of the Justice League stood outside the ruins and exchanged reassuring glances with each other. There was a sense of victory and relief in the air. But everyone knew in their hearts that this was only a temporary calm. Well done, everyone. Clark's voice was steady and powerful. He looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with deep thoughts about the future. Every challenge makes us stronger and more aware of the responsibilities we shoulder. Diana nodded, and the lasso of truth gently wrapped around her wrist. As if it were her most loyal companion. Yes, Clark. But we must also realize that these scientists' ambitions will not stop. We must find them and stop them from causing disaster again. Barry wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the battle was over, he still remained highly alert. I have begun tracking the whereabouts of those scientists. Their network is complex, but my speed allows me to find them before they can react. Bruce's voice came from the Batplane's communicator. With his usual calmness and analysis, very good, Barry. I will use the Bat computer to assist you in tracking and preparing a corresponding action plan. At the same time, we will strengthen intelligence gathering to ensure that no clues are missed. At this time, Green Lantern Hal's voice interrupted with a hint of excitement. Hey, everyone, I just found something interesting. In the basement of the warehouse, there seems to be a passage leading to a secret laboratory. I guess that might be the actual location where these scientists conducted their experiments. Secret laboratory. Clark frowned slightly when he heard this. That's probably where they created the unknown creatures and energy devices. We must act quickly and not give them a break. I agree. Diana said decisively. We will split into 2 teams. One team will consist of Clark, me, and Barry. We will go to the secret laboratory and directly destroy their research facilities. The other team will be led by Bruce and Hal. We will continue to track the whereabouts of the scientists and ensure that they cannot escape the punishment of justice. The plan sounds perfect. Barry was eager to try it out, so let's get started. I can't wait to teach them a lesson. Okay, that's it. Clark made the decision, then turned to Bruce and said, Bruce, you'll have to be careful over there too. These scientists may have other accomplices or backers. Don't worry, Clark, I'll pay attention. Bruce's voice was calm and firm. Keep the communication open. We are ready to support at any time, as the decision was made. The members of the Justice League quickly took action. Clark, Diana and Bari turned into three streams of light and headed straight for the secret laboratory, while Bruce and Hal continued to track the scientists' whereabouts, vowing to bring them to justice. On the way to the secret laboratory, Diana and Bari maintained a high-speed flight, and the communication channel between them was filled with tense and firm conversations. "Diana, what do you think about this secret laboratory?" Clark's voice sounded in the communicator. His eyes were sharp, as if they could penetrate the heavy fog ahead. "I suspect that's where all their evil plans come from," Diana responded, the lasso of truth dancing lightly at her fingertips, as if in anticipation of the upcoming battle. "We must destroy it completely without leaving any trace." Bari interrupted with a hint of excitement in his tone. "Besides, maybe we can find some clues there about the real purpose of these scientists and the people behind them. My speed will help us search the entire lab in the shortest possible time." Clark nodded in agreement. "That's right, Bari. Your speed is our big advantage, but at the same time, we have to be careful not to give them any chance to fight back." While they were discussing, a dense forest appeared in front of them. The secret laboratory was hidden deep in the forest. The three of them tacitly slowed down and started a low-altitude flight to avoid being discovered by the ground surveillance system. "It looks like this place is heavily guarded." Diana observed the movements below. "We need a perfect infiltration plan. Leave it to me." Bari smiled confidently. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was behind a big tree at the edge of the dense forest. He used his speed advantage to quickly scout the surrounding environment and shared the information with Clark and Diana through the communicator. "According to my observation, there are two main entrances. Heron is the main gate, which is heavily guarded. The other is a secret passage hidden in the forest, which looks more concealed," Bari reported. Clark pondered for a moment and made a decision. "We will enter through the secret passage to reduce the risk of a head-on conflict. Diana, you are responsible for using the lasso of truth to deal with any patrols we may encounter. Bari, you are responsible for leading us through the dense forest and avoiding all surveillance. I will provide fire support at critical moments." "Understood." The two answered in unison and then acted according to the plan. Diana jumped down from the clouds lightly, and the lasso of truth danced like a snake, quickly binding several patrolling guards to ensure that they would not raise the alarm. Bari transformed into a vague shadow, shuttling through the dense forest, guiding Clark and Diana after a careful infiltration. The three finally arrived at the entrance of the secret laboratory. The interior of the laboratory is brightly lit, and the various high-tech equipment and the strange liquids bubbling in the test tubes reveal the extraordinary nature of this place. "It seems that this is their lair," Clark said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination. "Prepare for action. We must completely destroy everything here." Diana held the lasso of truth tightly, her eyes blazing. "Yes, Clark, but first, we need to find and disable any safety systems that may be in place to ensure our actions do not trigger a larger disaster." Bari nodded and quickly scanned the surroundings. "Leave it to me. I will use my speed to find the location of the control system and try to shut it down remotely." After saying that, Bari's figure blurred again, turning into an almost invisible lightning, shuttling through the intricate laboratory. Soon, his voice came through the communicator. "Found it. The security system has been locked under my control. Executing shutdown procedures." As Bari finished his words, the alarm in the laboratory stopped abruptly, and the monitoring screens that were originally flashing red lights also went out one by one. Clark and Diana took the opportunity to move forward quickly. Their footsteps echoed in the empty laboratory, and each step seemed unusually firm. "Be careful. The experiments here may not be stable. We have to handle them with care," Clark warned, while releasing thermal vision to scan the surroundings for possible sources of danger. Diana used the lasso of truth as a weapon and walked ahead vigilantly. Her eyes were sharp and she did not miss any details. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed to a huge glass container in front of her. "Look there." It seems something is waking up inside the glass container. A blurry mass of energy was fluctuating violently, as if it would break free from its restraints at any moment. Bari saw this and immediately rushed forward. Ready to destroy it if necessary, I'll take care of this. You continue to search other areas. No, wait. Clark stopped Bari's action. He walked closer to the glass container and carefully observed the energy body. This may not be the target we want to destroy, it looks like. The product of some failed experiment, or energy that was activated by mistake. Diana also looked closer, her brows furrowed. Indeed. I can feel the struggle and pain inside it. If it is destroyed directly, it may trigger a greater energy explosion at this moment. The glass container suddenly exploded, and a powerful energy wave spread instantly. The three reacted quickly. Clark released a protective force field to cover the three of them. Diana used the lasso of truth to weave a net, trying to restrain the out-of-control energy. And Bari spun around them at high speed, forming a wall of wind to further isolate them from the outside world. After some effort, the energy was finally stabilized and slowly dissipated into the air. The three of them smiled at each other. Although the process was thrilling, their tacit understanding and cooperation once again proved the power of the Justice League. It seems that our mission is not only to destroy these facilities, but also to minimize the loss of innocent lives. Clark sighed. Diana nodded in agreement. Yes, Clark. We must not only fight against evil, but also protect every life in this world. Bari patted his chest and said with a smile, with us here, the world will have an extra layer of security. Keep going, the Justice League will never give up. As Bari finished speaking, the three of them organized their equipment again, preparing to go deeper into the core area of the laboratory. Clark's eyes became more determined. He took a deep breath and said, we must not only destroy the research equipment here, but also find all the relevant experimental records and data to prevent these evil plans from being copied or continued. Diana nodded, the lasso of truth gently wrapped around her fingertips, as if ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Yes. The conspiracy network behind these scientists must be eradicated. We want to make sure no clue is left unturned. Bari seemed extremely excited. He rubbed his hands eagerly. What are we waiting for? I can't wait to uncover all the secrets here. The three of them divided the work tacitly. Clark was responsible for clearing obstacles and guards on the road to ensure the safety of the path. Diana used the ability of the lasso of truth to question and bind the experimental assistants, who were manipulated or confused by the scientists one by one to obtain more useful information. And Bari used his speed to quickly search every corner of the laboratory for key documents and experimental records. They passed through room after room filled with high-tech equipment. And every research project they discovered shocked and angered them at the scientists' ambitions. These projects not only involve biological modification and energy weapons, but also technologies that attempt to control people's minds. These guys are really crazy, Bari said indignantly, with a thick stack of experimental reports in his hands. They want to use these technologies to rule the world. We must not let them succeed. Clark nodded heavily. We must speed up. Their research may be close to completion. We must stop them before they cause more harm. 11. Diana remained calm and wise as always. Also, we must pay attention to those creatures or humans who may have been transformed or enhanced by them. They may become our most dangerous enemies at this moment. A rapid alarm suddenly sounded, and the lights in the laboratory began to flicker. It was obvious that someone had triggered the emergency defense mechanism. The three of them immediately became alert and looked at each other. Without saying anything, they knew what to do next. Get ready to fight, Clark said in a deep voice, tensing all his muscles, ready to respond to any possible threats at any time. Diana held the lasso of truth tightly in her hand, her eyes flashing with determination, no matter who it is. No one can stop us. Barry turned into a flash of lightning, quickly shuttling through the laboratory, looking for the source of the alarm and trying to shut it down. Leave it to me. I will solve this problem as soon as possible. After a tense and fierce battle, the three not only successfully shut down the alarm system, but also defeated the last few guards and modified creatures in the laboratory. When they finally arrived at the control room in the deepest part of the laboratory, they found it empty, but a map was displayed on the screen with several unknown locations marked on it. It seems that this is just one of their many bases. Clark pointed to the map and said, "We must destroy all of these locations, completely cut off their network." Diana nodded in agreement at the same time. "We also need to pass this information to other superhero organizations so that they can assist us in our actions." Barry patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Let me pass on the information. My speed allows this information to spread throughout the League in the shortest possible time." As soon as Barry finished speaking, his figure became blurred, as if a ray of light flashed by and disappeared from the spot in an instant. A few seconds later, his voice came through the communicator. "Clear and firm, the message has been sent. The Justice League and other superhero teams are coming to support us." "Zero, we are not alone." Clark looked at Diana, his eyes flashing with approval. "Barry is always so quick and reliable. Now we have to start planning our next steps. These locations are spread all over the world, and we need a thorough plan." What? Diana pondered for a moment and suggested, "We can first analyze the characteristics of these locations to determine which ones may hide the most critical research or weapons reserves. At the same time, we need to ensure that there is sufficient support, with at least 2 to 3 superheroes operating at each location at the same time to reduce risks." Clark nodded and added, "Also, we need to consider how to safely transfer or protect innocent lives that may be used as experimental subjects by scientists. They are innocent victims, and we have a duty to protect them." At this moment, the laboratory's communication system suddenly rang, and a strange voice came, "Friends of the Justice League. I am a former researcher in this laboratory. I escaped from here, but my family is still under their control. I know you are looking for these locations, and I am willing to provide any information I know. Just asking you to rescue my family." Diana responded quickly, "Please stay calm. Tell us your location and we will arrange rescue as soon as possible. In the meantime, please send us any information you have. It is very important to us." As the communication ended, the three of them quickly took action. Clark used his X-ray vision to scan the entire laboratory, looking for any clues that might have been missed. Diana began to establish more detailed contact with the former researcher to ensure the accuracy of the information. And Barry, after confirming the information was correct, transformed into lightning again and went to meet the researcher and his family. "Barry, be careful and ensure their safety." Clark's voice came through the communicator, full of concern and trust. "Don't worry, Clark, I will bring them back safely." Barry's voice was full of confidence, and then he added, "In addition, I will leave marks along the way to facilitate the follow-up support team to follow up." Diana nodded and said to Clark, "Clark, let's continue to investigate here and see if there are any hidden clues or dangers. At the same time, I will also try to establish a more stable communication link with the former researcher to ensure real-time updates of information." Clark nodded in agreement. Then his eyes swept across the map again, silently calculating every possible threat point and route of action in his mind. "Diana, do you think we should focus our efforts on attacking those locations that appear to be the most critical or the most heavily defended?" Diana thought for a moment and replied, "I agree. But we must ensure synchronization and coordination of our actions. Perhaps we could devise a phased attack plan, eliminating those bases that pose the greatest threat to us first, while keeping an eye on other locations in case they move important data or initiate emergency measures." Clark nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "Okay. Let's start making this plan now at the same time. I will also try to use my ability to remotely explore the specific conditions of these locations to provide more accurate intelligence for our actions." As the plan was gradually formulated, the cooperation between the three became more and more tacit. Clark used his super ability to conduct long-range reconnaissance, Diana was responsible for keeping in touch with the former researcher and obtaining more internal intelligence. And Bari went at full speed, not only picking up the former researcher and his family, but also setting up multiple safety points and contact points along the way. Soon after, support from the Justice League and other superhero teams arrived one after another. Based on the intelligence provided by Clark and Diana, they quickly developed a detailed battle plan and began a simultaneous attack on various target locations. In this global operation, the Justice League demonstrated unprecedented unity and strength. Not only did they destroy all the research bases of the evil forces, they also rescued a large number of innocent lives that were imprisoned or killed. And those conspirators who tried to use technology to rule the world finally got the punishment they deserved. When everything was settled, the three of them gathered together again, looking at the city in the distance, which was gradually returning to peace. Their hearts filled with satisfaction and pride. "We did it," Clark said with a smile, his eyes full of hope for the future. Diana nodded with a gentle light in her eyes. "Yes, we did. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." After the Justice League successfully prevented a global crisis, on the other side of the Earth, a world completely different from modern society, the Inuyasha world, was also experiencing unprecedented turmoil. Lin, a 10-year-old genius with extraordinary wisdom and insight, has a strong interest in ancient legends and mysticism. He lives in a quiet small town. In addition to being obsessed with studying various ancient books, he also likes to tinker with various inventions in the small laboratory in his backyard. One day when Lin was flipping through an ancient scroll, he accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. A dazzling light illuminated his entire room. Then, he felt a powerful force enveloping him, as if he had traveled through a tunnel of time and space. In the distant cracks of time and space, Lin unexpectedly perceived a call from another world. It was an ancient and mysterious world called Warring States Period, which was the chaotic place described in Inuyasha. Monsters are rampant. The conflict between humans and half-demons is escalating, and the world is facing an unprecedented crisis. When Lin first arrived, he was shocked by the scene before him. Huge amounts of monsters were roaring in the mountains and forests, and the human villages were shrouded in fear. It is surrounded by dense forests, and in the distance you can faintly hear the roar of monsters. Lin soon realized that he might have come to this world through some unknown means. Faced with this sudden change, Lin did not panic, but instead aroused his curiosity to explore the unknown. But soon, he sensed the crisis from the tense atmosphere around him. The villagers looked panicked and fled in all directions, obviously facing some terrible threat at this moment. A half-demon boy wearing armor and holding a long sword rushed in front of Lin. "It was Inuyasha. Who are you? Why are you here?" Inuyasha asked vigilantly, but his eyes also revealed a desire for help. Lin quickly organized his thoughts, briefly explained the circumstances of why he was summoned here, and expressed his determination to help the Inuyasha world. "I am Lin from another world. I feel the crisis here, and I am willing to do everything I can to help you." When Inuyasha heard this, a glimmer of trust flashed in his eyes. "Okay, then you come with us now." The fragments of the Four Souls Jade are scattered everywhere again, causing countless disputes and disasters. We must collect them quickly to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. So, Lin fought side by side with Inuyasha and embarked on a journey to find the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. As the last rays of sunset sank into the horizon, Lin and Inuyasha shuttled through the dark and dense forest paths. The air around them seemed to be frozen, leaving only their hurried and firm footsteps, and the strange low hum coming from the distance from time to time. In this dead silence, an unprecedented sense of oppression quietly descended, as if even the space was trembling suddenly. A shrill hissing broke the silence of the night, and a huge, pitch-black monster spider head slowly walked out of the shadows of the dense forest. Its 8 eyes flashing with cold light were particularly eye-catching in the night. as if they could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. The abdomen of the spider head is hung with dense cobwebs, each of which contains enough viscosity to bind powerful forces. OTMPH. Mere humans and half-demons dare to step into my territory. The spider head spoke in a low and majestic voice, with unquestionable majesty and cruelty in his voice. Lin's eyes were sharp and he did not flinch at all. He quickly took out a device from his backpack that looked ordinary but actually contained high technology. This was the element manipulator that he had created based on ancient books and his own wisdom. As his fingertips lightly touched the button, circles of barely visible energy fluctuations spread out from him, and the air around him seemed to vibrate. Inuyasha, let's go together. Lin's voice was calm and firm. He knew very well that facing such a strong enemy, strength alone was far from enough, and he must be both wise and courageous. When Inuyasha heard this, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He gripped the sword tightly, stretched out his body, and pounced on the spider head like a cheetah. The sword flashed like a dragon, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, and went straight to the vital point of the spider's head. However, the spider head reacted very quickly, and with a huge amount of its forelimbs, it easily blocked the fierce attack, and at the same time spit out a huge amount of spider web in an attempt to trap Inuyasha. At this critical moment, Lin activated the special function of the Wusu controller. Eye of the Storm, he used his hand as a guide, and the surrounding air seemed to be given life. A strong wind suddenly blew up, carrying sand, stones, and leaves, forming a rotating wall of storm, which not only cut off the spider web's attack, but also enveloped the spider's head in the storm. Thunder and lightning were raging, and each bolt of lightning accurately hit the spider's head, causing it to wail. But the spider head is a powerful monster. After it roared, black aura swirled around it, and it forcibly broke free from the storm. It leaped up suddenly and launched an even more fierce attack on Lin and Inuyasha. Seeing this, Inuyasha burst out again. He used a combination of demonic power and swordsmanship, and each strike was extremely powerful, hitting the spider head's weak spot directly. Lin flexibly shuttled around the edge of the battlefield, constantly using the elemental manipulator to create various natural phenomena, such as ice cone stabs and flame jets, creating attack opportunities for Inuyasha while avoiding the deadly attacks of the spider head. The battle lasted for a long time. The roar of weapons clashing and the roar of monsters echoed in the forest. Fire and lightning intertwined to form a thrilling picture. In the endless night, the battle was like a violent storm, sweeping across the entire forest. Lin and Inuyasha, one with technology as wings and the other with demonic power as a spear, together weave a web of life and deaths. HMPH, you think you can trap me with just such a trick? The voice of the spider head sounded particularly low in the storm. It waved its huge forelimbs, and each swing was accompanied by the distortion of space, as if it wanted to tear apart the cage of the storm. Lin's eyes condensed, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He danced his hands quickly, and the light on the element controller became more and more dazzling. The storm is just a prelude, the real storm has just begun. After saying Thaith pushed the controller hard, and saw that at the core of the eye of the storm, a more violent energy began to gather, as if the most primitive power between heaven and earth was awakened. The storm instantly upgraded and turned into a raging tornado, which completely swallowed up the spider head with the momentum of destroying the world. In the tornado, lightning danced like an angry dragon. Each strike contained the power to create the world, tearing the spider head's body protection black aura into pieces. Inuyasha, it's now. Lin's voice penetrated the storm and reached Inuyasha's ears. Inuyasha's body stiffened, and he took advantage of the momentum to leap up, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, rushing towards the center of the storm. His sword seemed to have a soul at this moment. Every swing was extremely precise and aimed directly at the vital points of the spider's head. A mere human dares to challenge my majesty. The spider head roared. its body twisting and shapeshifting in the storm, trying to resist Inuyasha's attack. But Inuyasha's sword was like the scythe of the death god, breaking through its defenses time and time again, leaving shocking scars. HMPH, so what if you're a monster? In front of this world, you're all ants. Inuyasha's voice was particularly clear amid the roar of the storm. His eyes were like torches, burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Every time the tip of the sword collided with the hard shell of the spider's head, it stirred up circles of airwaves visible to the naked eye. As if even the space was shaking, the spider head let out bursts of shrill roars, and its huge body tumbled in the storm, trying to trap Inuyasha with its dancing forelimbs and dense cobweb. However, Inuyasha's figure was like a ghost. He always managed to avoid the fatal blow at the critical moment, and at the same time strike back with a sword, leaving even deeper scars. Lin, increase your strength. Inuyasha took advantage of the gap between attacks and yelled at Lin on the edge of the storm. Although his voice was torn apart by the storm, his firmness and trust were clearly conveyed to Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin's hands almost turned into phantoms, constantly changing complex hand seals on the controller. In the center of the eye of the storm, the violent energy became more violent, as if a sleeping beast had been completely awakened, eager to tear apart everything and devour everything. Come on, let me see the limit of you, a monster. Lin growled, and his whole body seemed to merge with the storm, controlling the most primitive power between heaven and earth and pouring it towards the spider head. The lightning and tornadoes in the storm were even more violent. They intertwined into an impenetrable web that tightly bound the spider's head. Lightning was like thousands of sharp swords, piercing through the spider head's defenses time and time again. Every strike was accompanied by its painful howls and the dissipation of the protective black aura. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The spider head's voice was filled with fear and despair. It could no longer maintain its superior posture, and its huge body was crumbling under the Stormlord. At this moment, Inuyasha found the best opportunity. He flashed and appeared above the spider head like thunder. Inuyasha's figure drew a brilliant trail in the storm, and his eyes flashed with a desperate light, as if he wanted to tear the darkness apart completely. He took a deep breath and all the muscles in his body tensed. His demonic power boiled to the extreme at this moment, as if even the air around him was ignited, making crackling sounds. Today I will let you, a monster, know what true power is. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm with unquestionable majesty. The sword in his hand seemed to have merged with him at this moment, and the tip of the sword was pointing at the spider head's defense line that was about to collapse. When the spider head saw this, a hint of madness flashed in its eyes. It knew that the moment of life and death had come. Then it released the last of its demonic power without hesitation. Its entire body swelled instantly, surrounded by black aura, as if it was about to transform into a ball of darkness that swallowed up everything. You are just a half-demon and you dare to talk about power. The spider head's voice was mixed with crazy roars, and it tried to fight back with this last struggle. However, Inuyasha remained unmoved. His eyes became more determined, and his body drew a perfect arc in the air, avoiding the crazy attack of the spider head. Then he took advantage of the momentum to fall, and the tip of the sword cut through the air like lightning, pointing directly at Spider's vital point. Your era is over, Inuyasha growled, and the tip of his sword collided with the hard shell of the spider's head again. This time it was no longer a simple confrontation, but a full-strength attack with the power to destroy the world. With a deafening roar, the shell of the spider head actually cracked under this blow, and black aura overflowed, as if even its soul was torn apart at this moment. Inuyasha used this force to pierce through the spider head's body like an arrow, completely piercing its huge body. After the deafening roar, the storm seemed to change color. Within the tornado, the collision between lightning and evil spirit reached an unprecedented intensity. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be trembling under this force. At this moment, Inuyasha's figure seemed to have turned into the brightest star between heaven and earth. and his sword was the dawn that broke through the darkness. The spider-head's huge body trembled violently in the storm. Black aura and blood intertwined in it let out a final roar. A voice that contained both unwillingness and despair. But there was no wavering in Inuyasha's eyes. Only endless will to fight and determination. His sword is no longer just a weapon, but an extension of his will. Every swing of it is a challenge to fate and an interpretation of strength. "Break it for me," Inuyasha growled. And the demonic power condensed on the tip of the sword, forming a dazzling sword light. The sword light was so sharp that it was enough to cut off all the shackles and restraints in the world. He leapt up like a meteor chasing the moons, and the sword gleamed across the sky, heading straight for the heart of the spider's head. The spider head fought desperately, waving its forelimbs wildly, and its cobweb was like a net, trying to trap Inuyasha in it. But Inuyasha's body was extremely agile, as if he had already known every move of the spider head. And every dodge was just right, while the sword light continued to swing, throwing those cobwebs. Cut off, the battle entered a white-hot stage, and every breath of air in the storm seemed to be ignited, bursting into brilliant light. The confrontation between Inuyasha and Spiderhead is no longer a simple fight of life and death, but the ultimate collision of two wills and two forces. At this time, Lin also joined the battle. The controllers in his hands lit up brightly again. This time he was not only controlling the storm, but also guiding the natural forces between heaven and earth to provide Inuyasha with the most powerful assistance. In the center of the eye of the storm, an even more terrifying energy is brewing. A force that can overturn everything and reshape the world. "Inuyasha, take my move." Lin's voice echoed in the storm with unquestionable firmness. He suddenly pushed the controller with both hands, and an unprecedented torrent of energy instantly erupted from the eye of the storm. The torrent was like an upside-down river in the sky, smashing towards the spider head with a devastating momentum. The spider head seemed so small in front of this force. Its struggle and resistance seemed so powerless at this moment. The storm, thunder, and lightning, and demonic power intertwined together to form an irresistible torrent that completely submerged the spider head. No, Spiderhead let out a final scream, but everything was irreversible. As the scream came to an abrupt end, the storm gradually subsided. The thunder and lightning dissipated, and peace returned to the world again. The huge body of the spider head also disappeared under this force, leaving only a devastated battlefield and the bloody smell that had not yet dissipated in the air. The aftermath of the storm gradually dissipated, and the world returned to clarity. But a hint of blood and resentment still lingered in the air. Lin stood side by side with Inuyasha, his eyes traversing the mess on the battlefield, and finally fell on a fragment that was shining with a strange light. It was a part of the Four Souls Jade, containing an ancient and powerful power. "Is this the purpose of our trip?" Lin asked softly. Although his voice was soft, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. He walked slowly towards the fragment, and every step seemed unusually steady, as if every step was stepping on the node of fate. Inuyasha followed closely behind, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, including joy of victory and awe of the unknown power. He knew very well that this piece of debris was not only the gain of their trip, but also the source of countless disputes in the future. "Yes, Lin, this is the fragment of the Four Souls Jade," Inuyasha said solemnly. His voice was full of solemnity. "But we must be careful, its power is too strong. If we are not careful, disaster will come." Lin nodded slightly. He naturally understood Inuyasha's concerns, but he knew better that he must master this power in order to protect the justice and peace in his heart. He squatted down and gently held the fragment in his hands. A warm and powerful force instantly surged into his body and merged with his spiritual power. "I feel this power," Lin whispered to himself, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to completely integrate this power into his blood. At this moment, surrounding space suddenly twisted, and an inexplicable force surged in the dark. Nuo Lin suddenly opened his eyes and saw a dark void slowly unfolding before his eyes, as if it was a portal to an unknown world. This is. Nuo Lin was shocked, and he immediately realized that this power was unusual. He tightly grasped the fragment of the Four Souls Jade, his spiritual energy boiling, ready to face the upcoming unknown challenges. Nuo Lin, be careful. Seeing this, Inuyasha immediately looked around vigilantly, but his voice seemed to be suppressed by some force and sounded unusually weak. The dark void grew larger and larger, and a powerful suction force surged out from it, trying to swallow Nuo Lin and the Four Soul Jade fragments together. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, and his spiritual power surged throughout his body as he fought desperately against the suction. "I won't let you succeed," Nuo Lin growled. The spiritual power in his body was like boiling magma, constantly impacting the suction force. But his face became paler and paler, and he was obviously reaching his limit at this moment. The fragments of the Four Souls Jade suddenly burst into dazzling light, illuminating the dark voids. An ancient and mysterious power surged out from the fragments and integrated with Nuo Lin's spiritual power, forming an unprecedented powerful force. "Break it!" Nuo Lin shouted angrily. The fragment in his hand seemed to turn into a sharp sword and slashed at the dark void. There was a loud bang and the void collapsed instantly, and the suction force disappeared without a trace. With the aftermath of the void collapse, the air around seemed to be torn apart, and strong winds howled, blowing up the dust and debris on the ground to form whirlpools. Nuo Lin did not move but stood firm like a rock. The Four Souls Jade fragment in his hand shone even brighter, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating this chaotic world. "This power is beyond imagination," Nuo Lin panted. Sweat slid down his resolute face, but his eyes were brighter, as if he had just experienced a baptism of the soul. He looked down at the fragment in his hand, feeling the ancient power contained in it, and felt both excitement and awe in his heart. "Nuo Lin, are you okay?" Inuyasha's voice was weak but full of concern. He tried hard to get closer to Nuo Lin, but the storm around him seemed to be hindering his progress, and every step forward was extremely difficult. "I'm fine, it's just this power." Nuo Lin looked up into the distance. There, the storm had dissipated, but the strange phenomenon after the collapse of the void was still continuing, as if foreshadowing that a greater change was about to come. "We must leave here as soon as possible. This force may bring more unknowns," Inuyasha nodded, and the two of them turned around tacitly, preparing to leave this place of trouble. However, just as they were about to step into the safe area, the ground suddenly shook violently, and an even more powerful force surged from deep underground, as if some huge creature was awakening. "This is." Nuo Lin's face changed. He could feel the terror and antiquity contained in this power, which was far beyond what he had seen before. "Inuyasha, be careful," before he finished speaking. A huge amount of cracks appeared on the ground, and a dark energy gushed out of it and rushed straight into the sky. That energy was mixed with roars and howls, as if tens of millions of souls were struggling and shouting. "What is this?" Inuyasha exclaimed. He had never seen such a strange sight, and he couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Nuo Lin tightly grasped the fragment of the Four Souls Jade, his whole body's spiritual power boiling, ready to meet this unknown challenge. He knew very well that the fragment in his hand might be the root of all this and the key to solving the mystery. "No matter what it is, we can't let it harm the world," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with determination and firmness. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength on the tip of the sword, and prepared to attack the dark energy. At this moment, the dark energy suddenly stopped gushing out, as if it sensed Nuo Lin's threat. Or perhaps it was motivated by some unknown will. It slowly condensed into huge amounts of black shadow, suspended in the air facing Nuo Lin from a distance. A dark shadow hangs in the sky, like a giant beast from an ancient myth. It is surrounded by a terrifying dark aura. Every wave of it seems to tear the space apart, making people despair. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other. Without saying anything, they understood each other's determination. "Come on, let me see your true face," Lin shouted in a low voice like thunder. Resounding through the sky, he stretched out his body, like a dragon soaring into the sky. And the fragment of the Four Souls jade in his hand shone brightly, transforming into a lightsaber, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the huge amounts of black shadows. The lightsaber cut through the air, bringing with it a series of sharp whistling sounds, and went straight towards the black shadow. However, the black shadow did not dodge. Instead, it opened its huge mouths, and an even more dense dark energy gushed out, colliding with the lightsaber, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The battle instantly became fierce. The lightsaber and dark energy intertwined. Like the falling of stars, the sky and the earth changed color. Lin is agile and his swordsmanship is as fast as lightning. Every strike he makes contains his dedication to justice and his ultimate control over the opponent's area. The dark shadow was not to be outdone, and each counterattack seemed so ferocious, as if it wanted to swallow up all the light. Lin, be careful, Inuyasha reminded anxiously. Although he could not directly participate in the battle, his concern and worry for his friend made him unable to stay out of it. He stared at the battlefield looking for possible flaws. The battle lasted for a long time, and both sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Lin's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes became more determined. He knew very well that this battle not only concerned his own destiny, but also the safety of the entire world. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, Lin suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that some special power contained in the fragments of the Four Souls jade was slowly awakening. He took a deep breath and channeled this power into the lightsaber. Sudden light of the lightsaber became brighter, as if it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. "Break it!" Lin shouted angrily, and the lightsaber suddenly accelerated, piercing the heart of the black shadow with an unstoppable momentum. The black shadow seemed to feel an unprecedented threat and let out a series of shrill roars, but was ultimately unable to withstand the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the black shadow shattered under the bombardment of the lightsaber, turning into black light and dissipating in the air. The moment the black shadow shattered, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and darkness and light intertwined to form a shocking picture. Lin's body shook, and the lightsaber drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, and finally slowly dissipated, returning to the fragments of the Four Souls jade. Lying quietly in his palm, he was still gasping for breath, but his eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could penetrate the void and stare directly at the black light that was about to dissipate. At this moment, the ground shook again, but this time it did not come from underground, but from the black light. "This isn't over yet," Lin whispered with a hint of disbelief in his voice. The black light that was about to dissipate suddenly condensed and formed a vortex. In the center of the vortex, a deeper and more ancient power was brewing. "Lin, be careful," Inuyasha's voice sounded again, filled with unprecedented tension and worry. He tried to get closer, but the barrier formed by that force was like a solid wall, isolating him from the outside. At the center of the vortex, the ancient force finally erupted. It was no longer pure darkness, but a chaos force that transcended light and darkness and integrated the origin of all things. This force instantly enveloped Lin, forming a huge amount of energy ball shining brightly. Lin let out a long howl, which was a desire for power and a fear of the unknown. He felt that the spiritual power in his body was colliding wildly with this chaos force, as if it was going to tear him in half, but he did not give up. Instead, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to guide this force and tame it. The battle unfolds deep in Lin's heart. He seemed to be in an endless battlefield, surrounded by the clash of chaos and order, and every breath was accompanied by the surge and collision of spiritual power. He didn't know how long he had persisted. He only knew that every time he fell, he had to stand up stronger. And every failure was a step towards success, finally. After countless struggles and efforts, Lin felt that he had established a subtle connection with the chaos force. He began to be able to harness this power and turn it into his own weapon. He opened his eyes and light shot out from them, illuminating the entire energy ball and everything around him. "I did it," Lin whispered, with excitement and pride hard to conceal in his voice. However, just as he was about to break out of the ball, an even greater force suddenly emerged from inside the energy ball and enveloped him again. "What is this?" Lin was shocked. He felt that this force was completely different from the previous chaos force. It was purer and more ancient, as if it could see through the essence of everything in the world. "Lin's." Inuyasha's voice came from a distance, full of concern and anxiety. But Lin had no time to care about it. He could only do his best to deal with this sudden force. Just as this ancient power was binding Lin tightly, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared as if even the earth was trembling for the upcoming battle. Suddenly the ground shook violently, dust flew up, and a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadows. It was the legendary monster Jutaro. Jutaro's body is as majestic as a mountain, covered with black scales that gleam with a metallic luster, and looks even more ferocious in the sun. Its eyes were like torches, flashing with cunning and ferociousness, and saliva hung from the corners of its mouth, as if it had already regarded Lin as a sure thing. A pair of huge amounts of fangs extend from its mouth, enough to tear apart anything in the world. "Lin, be careful. This is Jutaro, the legendary king of monsters." Although Inuyasha's voice was far away, it was full of anxiety and worry. Although he was blocked by the barriers, he was concerned about Lin and did not want to see her make any mistakes. Lin took a deep breath and looked at the huge monster with a sharp gaze. Without any fear in his heart, he knows very well that only by defeating the enemy in front of him can he solve all the mysteries and protect the world behind him. "Come on, Jutaro, let me see your strength," Lin shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow and rushed straight towards Jutaro. The fragment of the Four Souls jade in his hand once again emitted a dazzling light, turning into a lightsaber, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Jutaro's vitals. Seeing this, Jutaro roared angrily, and his huge body shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a jet of dark evil spirit, which collided with Lin's lightsaber, causing a deafening roar. The demonic energy and the lightsaber intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. Light and darkness clashed fiercely in the air, as if to tear the whole world apart. The battle instantly became intense. Lin was agile and his swordsmanship was as fast as lightning. Every time he swung, his sword spiritual power surged, forcing Shiju Taoyang to retreat again and again. Jutaro was not to be outdone. It waved huge amounts of its front hooves, and each attack was enough to shake the mountains, forcing Lin to respond with all his might. HMPH. A mere human dares to challenge the authority of Jutaro. Jutaro let out a deafening roar, his voice full of disdain and anger. It suddenly stretched out its body, turned into a black shadow, and instantly appeared behind Lin's, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow him in one gulp. Lin reacted quickly, twisted his body, and narrowly avoided Jutaro's attack. He took advantage of the situation to counterattack, and his lightsaber cut through the air like lightning, going straight for Jutaro's eyes. Jutaro cried out in pain and rolled his huge body in the air, barely avoiding the fatal blow. Lin's figure suddenly rose up like a falcon in the wind, forming a sharp contrast with Jutaro's huge figure. The lightsaber in his hand drew silver tracks in the air. Each strike carried the force of thunder and lightning, yet without any drag, fully demonstrating the exquisiteness of his swordsmanship and the tremendous power. HMPH, you think you can hurt me with just a sword light? Jutaro sneered, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Its body suddenly grew in size, pressing down like a mountain, its dark scales gleaming in the sun, as if every October contained the power to tear apart space. Lin looked solemn but not at all flustered. His body suddenly accelerated, and he shuttled between Jutero's huge body. Like a fish swimming in the water, extremely agile. The lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes turning into a sharp sword beam, piercing Jutero's vitals, sometimes turning into a lingering sword net, dissolving Jutero's offensive. Zutaru, although you are strong, it is just brute force. Lin's voice seemed particularly calm in the fierce battle, with a bit of sarcasm and confidence in his words. True strength lies in the heart and in the mind, not in the size of the body. Upon hearing this, Jutaro became extremely furious. He let out a deafening roar, and his entire body was filled with boiling evil energy, as if it was about to ignite the air around him. It leaped suddenly, and huge amounts of its body rushed towards Lin like a mountain, bringing up a gust of wind that made the surrounding trees tremble. Lin retreated violently, and at the same time, the lightsabers in front of him intertwined into an impenetrable sword net. Above the sword net, spiritual energy surged, as if thousands of stars were shining, releasing brilliant light. When Jutero's giant hoof was about to land on the sword net, the sword net suddenly exploded, turning into countless sword lights, pouring down like a rainstorm, and directly hitting Jutero's vital points. Bang! With a loud bang, Jutero's huge body was hit by the sword light. Huge amounts of impact force made it roll several times in the air, and finally it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, it did not fall down but roared even more wildly, and the weather became even thicker, as if it wanted to vent all its anger and unwillingness. What a kid, you can hurt me so much. Jutero's voice was a little hoarse and unwilling. But do you think it's over? Before he finished speaking, Jutero attacked again. This time he was faster and stronger, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into this attack. Lin was not to be outdone. He tightly grasped the lightsaber. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he was ready for the final battle. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every confrontation was accompanied by earth-shaking sounds, as if the whole world was going to be dragged into it. The air around seemed to be ignite, releasing a hot breath, making people feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Lin, be careful, Inuyasha's voice came again. Although he could not directly participate in the battle, his heart was always with Lin, cheering him on. Lin's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling back and forth in the intersection of dust, light and shadow. The lightsaber in his hand seemed to have become the sharpest brushstroke between heaven and earth, outlining a series of pictures of life and death. Every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by the roar of spiritual power. It was not just a collision between sword and flesh, but also a clash of will and belief. Jutaro roared repeatedly, and his demonic energy surged like a raging tide. His huge body tumbled in the air every time he landed. The ground shook, as if he wanted to tear the land apart completely. Its eyes were red, full of brutality and madness, and it seemed to want to devour Lin completely. Lin, you have indeed impressed me, but today is the end of you. Zhu Tailang's voice was like thunder, shaking people's minds. It kicked the ground suddenly, and the ground cracked instantly. Its body shot like an arrow straight at Lin. Lin moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided Jutero's fatal blow. He knew in his heart that facing such a strong enemy, he could not be careless at all. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body seemed to boil, and the lightsaber in his hand shone with an unprecedented light. It was his desire for victory and also his self-transcendence. Zutaru, you are wrong. Today is not the end of me, but the end of you. Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He jumped up and took the initiative to attack Jutaro. The two men engaged in a fierce confrontation in the air, with sword light and demonic energy intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. Lin's movements were agile and swift. He used his speed and skills to constantly look for flaws in Jutero's offensive. However, Jutero, with his powerful strength and tenacious defense, turned New Lin's attacks into invisible time and time again. HMPH, a mere human, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Jutelang sneered, and his attacks became more and more fierce, as if he wanted to completely submerge New Lin in the ocean of evil spirit. However, New Lin did not back down. He knew very well that in this battle, only by persevering to the end could he win the final victory. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the lightsaber in his hand. Every time he swung the sword, it seemed as if he was going to split the sky and the earth apart. Inuyasha, watch out. This is my determination to fight against the powerful enemy. New Lin muttered in his heart, and at the same time his body accelerated again, shuttled through Inataru's attack like a stream of light. He found the right moment and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, directly piercing through Jutero's defense and deeply into its body. Jutero roared in pains, and his huge body trembled in the air. It never imagined that this seemingly weak human being could burst out with such powerful strength. It's over, Jutero. New Lin's voice was calm and indifferent. He swung the lightsaber in his hand again. This time he showed no hesitation or mercy. The sword flashed, and Jutero's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Unable to move anymore. Just when New Lin thought everything was settled and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, something strange happened. Jutero's huge body trembled slightly in the dust, and then an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body, as if a sleeping ancient beast was completely awakened. I saw Jutero's body began to undergo amazing changes. The originally dark scales gradually metamorphosis into deep dark purple, flashing an ominous light, and each scale seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Its body swelled and its muscles became knotty. Its strength doubled, and it was surrounded by a thick demonic aura, forming a huge amount of black vortex that distorted the surrounding air. What was even more shocking was that Jutero's eyes turned blood red as torches, and there seemed to be flames burning in his pupils, revealing a heart-pounding madness and despair. The corners of its mouth opened, revealing even sharper fangs, each of which flashed with a cold light, enough to tear apart anything tough in the world. This is the second form. New Lin was horrified. He realized that his previous attack did not really defeat the king of monsters, but instead stimulated its even more terrifying power. At the same time, Inuyasha in the distance also felt this unprecedented sense of oppression. He anxiously wanted to break through the barrier, but he was powerless and could only watch New Lin face this sudden crisis. New Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the fear and anxiety in his heart. He knew that retreating at that moment was a dead end, and only by trying his best could he have a chance of survival. He gripped the lightsaber tightly, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, merging with the lightsaber, emitting a dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the dark night sky. Jutero let out a deafening roar, and huge amounts of his body pressed towards New Lin like a mountain. Every time he swung his claws, there was a roar that tore through the air, as if he wanted to destroy New Lin and the land together. New Lin suddenly jumped up like a seagull in the wind, and flexibly shuttled through Jutero's attack. The lightsaber in his hand swung out like lightning, clashing fiercely with Jutero's claws and fangs. Every collision burst out with brilliant light and deafening sound. In that space twisted by demonic energy and spiritual power, New Lin's figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor. Every 10 dodges and counterattacks contained an unyielding will and determination. Each of Jutero's attacks was like a landslide, with destructive force, but was always resolved by New Lin at an incredible angle and speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and a 130. HMPH, a mere human can force me to this point. Jutero's voice was low and majestic, and flames danced in his eyes, as if he could see through the deepest fear in people's hearts. However, New Lin's eyes became more determined. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean death. Only by moving forward courageously could he find a glimmer of hope. Just as the battle was becoming increasingly intense, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Inuyasha finally found a way to break through the barrier. He flashed and turned into a silver lightning, rushing straight to the center of the battlefield. His arrival added some variables to this life-and-death battle. Lin, I'm here to help you. Inuyasha's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. The Tessega in his hand shone with a cold light under the moonlight, as if it could cut off all the constraints in the world. Seeing this, Jutaro roared and turned his huge body suddenly. His huge amounts of tail swept across like a steel whip, aiming directly at Inuyasha. But Inuyasha was no ordinary man. He dodged easily by moving his body to the side. At the same time, he swung out Tessega, and a sharp sword energy cut through the air and went straight to Ayataro's flank. Lin was delighted when he saw this. He seized this rare opportunity and swung his sword like a dragon, transforming it into a dazzling arc of light that pierced Jutaro's heart. However, Jutaro's second stage form was indeed extraordinary. It twisted its body at the critical moment and used its indestructible scales to block Lin's 10 fatal blows. Ha ha ha, you're just an ant, you want to hurt me. Jutaro's laughter echoed on the battlefield, full of arrogance and disdain. 5-1, but then its smile froze on its face, because Inuyasha's Tessega had quietly circled behind it, and a more fierce sword energy burst out from behind, straight through his chest. You are wrong, we are not ants, but warriors who can shake fate. Lin and Inuyasha's voices sounded almost at the same time, and their eyes flashed the same light. It is the desire for victory and the trust in the deep friendship between each other. Jutaro roared in pain and his huge body trembled violently. But he did not fall down, on the contrary. An even crazier flame burned in its eyes, as if all its anger and unwillingness were about to be poured out. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are so naive. Jutaro's voice was like thunder. He kicked the ground hard and the ground cracked instantly. His whole body was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and he launched a final charge towards Lin and Inuyasha. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. The two men suddenly jumped up like two lightning bolts, attacking Jutaro from the left and right. The lightsaber and Tessega intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, neutralizing Inuyasha's attacks one by one and looking for opportunities to counterattack. The battle became stalemate again, and every clash was accompanied by earth-shaking noises, as if to tear the whole world apart. On the battlefield where chaos was intertwined, the heaven and earth seemed to change color. A strong wind suddenly arose, carrying with it demonic energy and spiritual power, forming a series of heart-pounding scenes. Lin and Inuyasha, like two unyielding lightnings, shuttled through Jutaro's violent attack. Every collision sparked brilliant sparks, illuminating the space shrouded in darkness. HMPH, a mere human dares to claim that he can shake fate. Jutaro's voice was deafening. His body seemed to be driven by endless rage, and every step he took made the earth tremble. Its attack became more ferocious. As it swung, its giant claws, the air seemed to be torn apart, causing gusts of whistling wind to go straight to the vital points of Lin 02 and Inuyasha. However, Lin and Inuyasha became more and more courageous as the battle went on. They cooperated perfectly, as if they had already become one. Lin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and each swing was extremely precise, targeting Aitoru's weaknesses, while Inuyasha used his agility to look for flaws in Aitoru's attack. And each swing of Tessega was accompanied by tearing air sounds, leaving deep scars visible to the bone. We are not fighting alone. We are fearless in order to protect. Lin's voice was firm and powerful. His words were like a horn, inspiring Inuyasha to burst out with a stronger fighting spirit. The attacks of the two became more and more fierce, and the lightsabers and Tessega intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net of death. Surrounding Inotaro, Jutaro roared continuously. His body seemed to have reached its limit. But the pride and unwillingness that came from his ancient blood made him unwilling to give up easily. It suddenly leaped up, and its huge body drew a black arc in the air. With the power to destroy the world, it launched a final fatal attack on Lin and Inuyasha. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Lin and Inuyasha did not retreat at all. They smiled at each other, their eyes full of trust and determination for each other. At this moment, they seemed to no longer be separate individuals, but had turned into the most indestructible fortress between heaven and earth. Let us prove our courage and determination with this battle. Lin's voice resounded through the sky, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling light, reflecting with Inuyasha's Tesseiga, forming a dazzling sword light that was bright enough to cut through the darkness. The sword gleamed like a dragon, rushing straight towards Jutaro. At this moment of life and deaths, a trace of fear and despair finally flashed in Jutaro's eyes. However, it had no way to retreat and could only use its last bit of strength to confront the sword light. With a loud bang, the entire space shook. The sword light and Jutaro's full-strength attack collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light like a falling star, tearing the surrounding space into pieces in the light. The roar like thunder was deafening, as if the heaven and earth were trembling at this moment, and all things lost their color. The figures of Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the light. There was no fear in their eyes, only determination and persistence for victory. At this moment, the lightsaber and the iron fang seemed to be given life. They intertwined and collided in the air, and every confrontation burst out with a devastating force, compressing the surrounding air almost to solidification. Feven, if I die I will let you know that my dignity Jutaro cannot be violated. Jutaro's voice sounded particularly low and powerful amid the roar, and there was an unyielding flame burning in his eyes. Even at this moment of life and deaths, he was unwilling to lower his proud head. However, are Lin and Inuyasha the kind of people who would give up easily? They share a common belief in their hearts, which is to protect and persist at this final moment. They cooperated more closely together. The lightsabers and Tesseiga seemed to have become an extension of their wills. Every swing was precise and deadly. Jutaro, your time is over. Lin's voice pierced through the roar, and his lightsaber suddenly burst out with unprecedented light, which contained his desire for victory and his persistence in justice. The sword gleamed like a dragon, rushing straight to Jutaro's heart. I vow to completely crush the arrogance of the Lord of Meilu. Inuyasha was not to be outdone. He flashed and turned into a silver lightning, going around Inotaro's flank. The Tesseiga was wielded with impenetrable force in his hand, and each strike landed precisely on Inotaro's weak points, leaving behind a series of shocking scars. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger and unwillingness in this final battle. Jutaro roared in pains, and his body gradually became fragmented under the attack of the lightsaber and Tesseiga. However, Revan, in this desperate situation, it still did not give up resistance. An even crazier fire burned in its eyes, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength into the explosion at this moment. In that moment of despair and madness, Jutaro's body seemed to be driven by the invisible power. Every inch of his muscle burst out with amazing strength. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the fatal restraints. The air was filled with a strong sense of blood and indomitable will, as if even the heaven and earth were shaken by this will. Lin and Inuyasha's eyes became more solemn. They knew very well that this final struggle would be Jutaro's most fierce counterattack. The two men's figures intertwined like two whirlwinds, leaving afterimages on the battlefield. Their movements were so fast that they almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye. Every collision stirred up layers of air waves, removing the surrounding dust and rubble into the sky. HMPH, a mere human, you want me to surrender? Jutaro's voice became hoarse and distorted as he roared. Although his body was broken, The wildness that came from his ancient blood became stronger and stronger. It suddenly leaped up, and its huge amounts of body drew a black arc in the air. And with a devastating momentum, it rushed towards Lin and Inuyasha. Lin and Inuyasha retreated violently. But they did not panic. It seemed as if they had anticipated Jutaro's move. The two men moved almost synchronously, one on the left and one on the right, avoiding Jutaro's attack respectively, and completed a tacit exchange of positions in the air. Inuyasha, get ready. Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amidst his rapid breathing, and his eyes flashed with determination. Inuyasha understood what he meant and he jumped up again, like a silver lightning, and rushed straight to Akiro's weak spot. His movements were as fast as lightning, yet as steady as a rock. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, hitting Jutaro's vital points directly. Lin took the opportunity to go behind Jutaro, his lightsaber flashing coldly in the darkness, like a lurking cheetah, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Jutaro roared angrily, rifling the threat from behind, but unable to take care of the attack from both sides. Its body twisted in the air, trying to adjust its posture to cope with this sudden crisis. However, its movements have become slow and clumsy, no longer as flexible as before at this critical moment. Lin's lightsaber finally found an opportunity. He swung the sword violently, and the sword flashed like lightning, instantly penetrating Jutaro's defense and piercing deeply into its body. At the same time, Inuyasha's fist slammed down on Akiro's flank, knocking his huge body into the air. As Jutaro's huge body rolled in the air, a powerful demonic power surged out like a raging sea, attempting a final struggle and counterattack. However, this power seemed so weak and pale under the tacit cooperation between Lin and Inuyasha. Lin's lightsaber was deeply embedded in Jutaro's body. The tip of the sword shone brightly, as if the power of the stars was flowing, constantly eroding the vitality of the monster. He gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and poured every bit of his strength into this fatal blow, not allowing the enemy to retreat in the slightest. Your struggle is in vain. Lin's voice was low and powerful, penetrating the roar and striking deep into Jutaro's heart. His eyes showed both the desire for victory and the respect for life. Even if it was his opponent, he hoped that he could understand that everything was destined. Inuyasha did not slack off at all. He followed Lin closely, his figure following him like a shadow. Every attack was precise and accurate, as if it was closely connected with every move of Inuyasha. His fists were like hammer sand every time they landed. There was a deafening roar, making Jutaro's already broken body even more vulnerable. Roar! Jutaro let out a final desperate roar, his eyes wide open with resentment and anger. However, in this despair there seems to be a hint of relief. It knows that its era has indeed ended, and no matter how unwilling it is, it cannot change this predetermined fate at this moment. Lin and Inuyasha increased their attack strength at the same time. Lin's lightsaber shone brightly, as if illuminating the entire world. The tip of the sword burst out with brilliant light, piercing Jutaro's heart directly. Inuyasha's fist was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, smashing hard on Akiro's head and completely crushing his huge body. Jutaro's body drew a parabola in the air and finally fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel. As Jutaro's body fell heavily to the ground, dust and rubble flew everywhere as if swept by a strong wind, covering half of the sky. However, this did not stop Lin and Inuyasha's attack. They pounced on the still struggling monster again like two lightning bolts. Lin flashed and was next to Jutaro. The lightsaber in his hand seemed to have spirituality. Every time he swung it, it was accompanied by the sound of the sword. The sword light was like a dragon, drawing gorgeous tracks in the air. His eyes were cold, and every movement he made revealed his unquestionable determination. as if he wanted to completely wipe out this monster from the world. Your era is really over. Lin's voice was deep and powerful, and his words contained endless majesty and irresistible power. The lightsaber suddenly accelerated, turning into a stream of light and heading straight for Jutero's vital points. Inuyasha was like a nimble cheetah, shuttling across the battlefield. His fists were as dense as raindrops, and each attack was precise and powerful, hitting Jutero's weak points directly. His body tumbled and jumped in the air, forming a perfect coordination with Lin. The attacks of the two were like an airtight net, trapping Jutero tightly. Roar. Jutero roared unwillingly, with the last bit of madness and stubbornness burning in his eyes. However, in this desperate situation, its strength is almost gone, and every counterattack seems so powerless and pale. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and Lin and Inuyasha's attacks became more and more fierce. The lightsaber and iron fist collided continuously in the air, emitting dazzling light and deafening roar. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and the space was twisted and torn apart at this moment. "We won't let you hurt anyone again." Inuyasha's voice was filled with determination and anger, and every punch he threw seemed to be seeking justice for those innocent lives. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, which showed his persistence in justice and hatred for evil. In the center of this battlefield filled with chaos and roars, Lin and Inuyasha's offensive was like a violent storm. Without a moment's pause, every time Lin's lightsaber swung, it seemed to split the void, leaving behind long and thin cracks in space. The faint light from these cracks reflected his resolute and unyielding face. "Your anger will only accelerate your destruction." Lin's words were cold and resolute. His lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air, and the tip of the sword pointed exactly where Jutero's heart was. Although Jutero's huge body was covered with scars, his ancient wildness made him try to resist tenaciously. But every effort seemed in vain. Inuyasha shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, his fists whistling, and each blow carried a force enough to shake mountains. His movements were smooth and precise, as if each attack had been rehearsed countless times, and hit Inatero's vital points directly. His eyes showed not only the desire for victory, but also the trust and reliance on his companions. Lin, let's end this together." Inuyasha's voice reached Lin's ears through the roar. The two people's eyes met at this moment. There was no need for words, as they had reached a tacit understanding with each other. With Inuyasha's loud shout, he suddenly jumped up and turned into a silver lightning, rushing straight towards Akiro. His fist condensed into a dazzling fist light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world and hit Jutero's head directly. Lin followed closely behind. The lightsaber in his hand turned into a dazzling galaxy, and wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut apart. His body was agile and his sword was as powerful as a dragon. Every time he swung his sword, it was extremely precise and aimed directly at Inatero's fatal spot. Jutero roared in despair, his body trembling under the attack of the two men. And the power derived from his ancient bloodline seemed to have come to an end at this moment. Its eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was a sense of helplessness and sadness. At this critical moment of life and death, the attacks of Lin and Inuyasha were like two destructive storms, crashing down on Jutero. The lightsaber and fist light met in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar, and the entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart at this moment. In this devastating collision, the heaven and earth seemed to change color, and space was distorted like ripples on the water, spreading outward in circles. Lin and Inuyasha's attacks were like the falling of stars, with unparalleled powers, completely submerging Itoro's huge body. Roar as Jutero let out his last heart-wrenching roar, which was mixed with endless pain and unwillingness. But it could not prevent the fire of his life from being extinguished. Its body began to break apart piece by piece under the ravages of the lightsaber and fist light. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, turning into a bloody rain that dyed everything around it red. The figures of Lin and Inuyasha were looming in the blood rain and dust. Their movements were still swift and tacit, as if this battle would never end. Lin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the shattering and reorganization of space. His eyes flashed with determination and coldness, a determination that showed no mercy to the enemy. "Your fate has already been determined." Lin's voice echoed in the roar, and his lightsaber suddenly accelerated, turning into a silver lightning that directly pierced through Jutero's remaining body and completely destroyed his last vitality. Inuyasha was like a raging wave in a gale, his fists carrying destructive force, bombarding the remains of Inataru again and again. And every impact made the void tremble, as if he wanted to wipe out every trace of the monster from this world. In the chaos of blood rain and dust, the figures of Lin and Inuyasha were like two inextinguishable flames, burning with the will to fight, turning the battlefield into an endless purgatory. Every clash between them seemed like the most primitive collision between heaven and earth, releasing energy zones that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin's lightsaber was no longer just a weapon. It seemed to have become an extension of his will. Every swing was accompanied by the distortion and reorganization of space, leaving behind shocking spatial cracks. His eyes were as cold as ice, yet burning with an undying will to fight. It was an obsession with victory and a challenge to his own limits. Feven in this endless darkness, I will let you see the end of the light." Lin's voice was low and powerful, and his figure shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost. Wherever the lightsaber passed, it was indestructible and cut Jutero's broken body into pieces. Inuyasha, on the other hand, was like a beast in the gale. His fists were like heavy hammers. Every blow was accompanied by a thunderous sound, compressing the air to the point where it almost solidified. His body was flexible and changeable, as if he could predict every move of Jutero and respond in advance, making every attack accurate and deadly. Inuyasha, your strength has been exhausted. It's time to accept the judgment of fate. Inuyasha's voice was particularly clear amid the roar, and his eyes were full of persistence in justice and hatred for evil. He knew very well that this battle was not only to protect innocent lives, but also to maintain peace and tranquility on this continent. Jutero let out a series of low roars. His body was riddled with holes from the attacks of the lightsaber and iron fist, but he still did not give up the resistance. The last bit of stubbornness and madness burned in its eyes, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength into the explosion at this moment. However, how could it easily shake Lin and Inuyasha? The cooperation between the two of them had reached a seamless level. Every attack was as smooth as flowing water, forcing Takatoro to retreat step by step. "Your struggle is in vain," Lin's voice rang out again, and his lightsaber suddenly accelerated, turning into a dazzling stream of light, rushing straight towards Jutero's heart. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be cut open, leaving long and thin cracks, which was a challenge and transcendence to the limits of life. Inuyasha took the opportunity to go around Akihiro's flank, and his fist condensed into a dazzling fist of light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world. He leaped up suddenly, like a ferocious cheetah pouncing on its prey, and went straight for Jutero's vital points, deep in the battlefield where chaos and blood mist intertwined. The offensive of Lin and Inuyasha was like two unstoppable torrents, stirring up every inch of space. The light was dim, and it seemed as if even the heaven and earth had changed color. The air around was torn into pieces by endless power, making bursts of shrieks as a humph. A mere demon beast dares to try to defy fate and change your destiny. Lin's voice was low and magnetic. He leaped up like a dragon soaring into the sky, and every leap was accompanied by a slight tremor in space. He held the lightsaber tightly in both hands, and a faint blue light flowed from the tip of the sword. That light seemed to be able to penetrate the past and cut through the illusion. Inuyasha was like a raging wave in a strong wind. His body shape was strange and changeable, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a thunderous sound. The air seemed to be directly compressed by his fist, erupting with a deafening roar. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, locking onto every subtle movement of Inataro, striving to hit the vital points with every 10 strikes. Ikataro, your doom has come. Your struggle will only make you a laughingstock. Inuyasha roared, and his body turned into a black lightning. He instantly crossed a distance of several feet and punched Chitaro in the side. Wherever the fist wind passed, the air seemed to be ignited, bursting into brilliant flames, illuminating everything around it as if it were daytime. Jutaro let out a series of shrill roars, and his huge body seemed to stagger even more as he was attacked by the two men. Its eyes were filled with reluctance and despair, but the wildness deep in its blood made it continue to struggle hard, trying to find a glimmer of hope. However, how could Lin and Inuyasha give it this chance? The cooperation between the two became more and more tacit, and the attack was like an endless rainstorm, shrouding Jutaro in a shadow of death. Lin's lightsaber drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing seemed to split the void, leaving long and thin cracks in space. Inuyasha's fist was like a sledgehammer. Every blow made the void tremble, as if it wanted to crush every inch of the monster's bones into powder. "Break it!" Lin shouted suddenly. All the strength in his body was concentrated on the lightsaber at this moment. The tip of the sword burst out with dazzling light, as if it could illuminate the entire battlefield. His figure flashed and he turned into a stream of light, rushing directly towards Jutaro's heart. Wherever the lightsaber passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. It was the ultimate challenge to the limits of life. Seeing this, Inuyasha launched a final charge without hesitation. He leaped up like a ferocious cheetah pouncing on its prey, and his fist condensed into a dazzling fist of light in the air, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world. His eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness, and he vowed to kill the monster right here and now. "Ikataro, your era is over." The two shouted almost at the same time, and the lightsabers and fist lights intersected in the air, bursting out with an unprecedented bright light. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be swallowed up by this force. Space was distorted, time was stagnant, and the sun turned into nothingness. In that devastating collision, Jutaro let out a last desperate roar, and his huge body collapsed under the ravages of the lightsaber and fist light, with blood and flesh flying and bones shattered. Its eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but more of it was a sense of relief and relief. On this battlefield stained with blood, it finally ended its long and tragic life. Lin and Inuyasha stood quietly in the center of the battlefield like two unshakable monuments. Their figures were vaguely visible in the blood, rain and dust, but their determination and perseverance burned like an inextinguishable flame. As Jutaro's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, the battlefield fell into silence in an instant, with only the melody of drizzle and dust echoing. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and there was no need for many words. The tacit understanding and trust between them had been deeply engraved in the marks of every time they fought side by side. Although this monster is powerful, it cannot escape its fate, Lin said softly with a hint of emotion in his tone. The lightsaber slowly fell, and the light flowing on it gradually converged, as if even the violent power between heaven and earth had subsided. Inuyasha walked silently to the broken body of Akiro, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings as if looking for something. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on an inconspicuous wound on Jutaro's chest, which was emitting a faint and mysterious light. "Look, what is that?" Inuyasha exclaimed, reached out his hand, and carefully took out a crystal-clear fragment from the bloody mess. 4 colors of light were flowing on it. It was the legendary Four Souls Jade fragment. The Four Souls Jade. Lin's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard it, and then he quickly stepped forward and looked at the ancient fragment with Inuyasha. The power of the Four Souls Jade is enough to distort people's hearts and trigger endless greed and desire. But it also carries the dual meaning of protection and hope. This monster actually has this thing hidden in its body. Could it be that its madness and power all come from this? Lin pondered, frowning, feeling uneasy in his heart. No matter what, the appearance of the Four Souls jade fragments is by no means accidental. We must handle it carefully to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Inuyasha said solemnly, holding the fragment tightly in his hand, as if he could feel the powerful power and complex emotions contained in it. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed. The originally dense rain suddenly turned into a downpour, with thunder roaring, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking with this sudden discovery. The air around them became heavy and oppressive again, and an ominous premonition spread in their hearts. Lin, we have to leave here as soon as possible. I feel there is a force watching us in the dark. Inuyasha looked up at the cloudy sky. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Yes. The appearance of the Four Souls jade will surely attract countless greedy eyes. We must find the remaining fragments as soon as possible and reseal them to prevent another disaster. Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them moved and turned into two streams of light, instantly disappearing in the vast rain, however. At the moment they left, a faint green light flashed quietly in the soil beneath Jutero's remains, as if something was awakening in the dark, quietly watching the direction the two were leaving. The rain became heavier and heavier, and the thunder rumbled like war drums, echoing between heaven and earth, as if foreshadowing that more drastic changes were about to unfold. Lin and Inuyasha shuttled through the rain so fast that the rain could hardly touch the corners of their clothes, leaving only two blurry shadows, speeding through the world of chaos. The rain comes strangely, as if even the power of heaven and earth is trying to stop us. Lin's voice came through the sound of rain, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. He stretched out his hand and waved it, and the lightsaber gently rotated in his palm. Circles of sword light spread like ripples, temporarily forcing back the surrounding rain, indeed. But the appearance of the Four Souls jade fragments means we cannot stay here any longer. Inuyasha responded, clenching his fists, the demonic power and spiritual power in his body intertwined, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. His eyes penetrated the rain and looked into the distance. There seemed to be some unknown call from there, making him uneasy. Just as the two were preparing to speed up and leave, the ground suddenly shook violently, and an indescribable force surged out from under Jutero's body, turning into a dark green beam of light that shot into the sky. The light contained an ancient and evil aura that froze the surrounding air. This is... Lin and Inuyasha's faces changed at the same time. They turned around quickly and saw a huge amount of translucent animal shadow slowly condensing into shape in the green light. It had no entity, but seemed to be able to control the elements between heaven and earth, making the rain more violent and the thunder more deafening. It seems that Jutero is not a simple monster. There are deeper secrets hidden in its body. Lin said in a deep voice, and the lightsaber lit up again, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the dark green beast Shad, ready to meet the unknown challenge. Zero request flowers, zero. No matter what it is, we can't let it succeed. Inuyasha roared, and his body suddenly rose up like a raging wave in a strong wind. And his fist was wrapped with the power to destroy the world and went straight to Zheng Ying. The two forces collided violently in the air, and the lightsaber and invisible fist wind intertwined to create a series of shocking pictures. The rain curtain seemed to be ignited, and every drop of rain turned into a sharp blade. Cutting through the space of thunder was like a war drum, adding a bit of tragedy and excitement to this invisible battle. However, the green beast was extremely cunning and powerful. It seemed to be able to predict the attacks of the two people, always avoiding the vital points at the critical moment, and using the surrounding elements to counterattack. For a moment in the battlefield, light and shadow intertwined. Thunder and lightning flashed, forming a doomsday scene. This won't work, we must find its weakness. Lin shouted, his lightsaber drawing brilliant trails in the air, trying to find the flaw in the beast's shadow. Its power comes from the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. Perhaps we can start from there. Inuyasha had a flash of inspiration, and the fragments in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light, resonating strongly with the beast's shadow. With the help of this force, he retreated violently and threw out the fragments in an attempt to seal it again. However, just as the fragment was about to touch the beast's shadow, an even more terrifying force surged out from the ground and bounced the fragment back. The beast howled miserably, as if it felt an unprecedented threat, and began to attack the two men frantically, intending to put them to death. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. They realized that this battle was far more complicated and dangerous than they had imagined. At this moment, a dazzling light broke through the sky from afar and headed straight for the battlefield. The light contained a pure and powerful force, as if it could purify all the evil in the world. The two were delighted, thinking that reinforcements had arrived. But they did not expect that the light would suddenly stop the moment it approached the beast's shadow, and turn into a mysterious rune that slowly merged into the beast's shadow. As the runes were integrated, the beast's shadow's body began to tremble violently, and eventually turned into points of light and dissipated into the air, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and the Four Souls Jade fragment lying quietly in the mud. What is going on? Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and confusion. They knew that although the battle was temporarily over, the secret of the Four Souls Jade and the appearance of the mysterious rune were just the tip of the iceberg. Although the rain had not stopped, it seemed a little confused by the sudden change. The raindrops splashed in the mud and quickly merged into the chaos. Lin and Inuyasha stood there, their eyes fixed on the fragment of the Four Souls Jade. The shock and confusion in their hearts intertwined into a complex web. Where did that rune come from? Why could it so easily resolve the fury of the beast? 943. Lin frowned and his lightsaber slowly dropped. But it still flashed a vigilant light. Yes. This power is neither demonic power nor spiritual power. It seems to transcend all things in the world. Inuyasha pondered. He squatted down and carefully picked up the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. The light on the fragments seemed softer than before, but also deeper, as if it contained endless stories and secrets. Just as the two were about to explore further, the surrounding environment suddenly changed subtly. The originally violent rain gradually became gentle, and the thunder gradually faded away, as if the whole world fell into a strange tranquility at this moment. However, beneath this tranquility lies an indescribable depression and uneasiness. Lin, do you feel it? There is an unusual atmosphere in the air. Inuyasha whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to capture the fleeting abnormality. Yes, this aura seems to have some connection with the Four Soul Jade fragments. Lin nodded and the lightsaber lit up again. He looked around vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible changes at this moment. The fragments of the Four Souls Jade suddenly burst into dazzling light, enveloping the two of them in the light. Ancient pictures flashed through the minds of the two people like a kaleidoscope of light. They were records of the history of the Four Souls Jade, its birth and split, and the countless disputes and wars it had caused. Is it showing us its past? Lin was shocked. But more than Thaith was in awe of this power, perhaps. It not only shows the past but also warns the future. Inuyasha's voice was low and firm. He held the fragment tightly, as if he could feel the solemnity and responsibility contained in it. The light gradually dissipated, and when the two men came back to their senses from the shock, they found that the surrounding environment had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally desolate battlefield was replaced by a strange scene, covered with ancient runes and patterns all around, as if it was a forgotten ancient relic. Where are we? Lin looked around, eyes full of disbelief. I don't know, but no matter what, we have to be careful. Inuyasha looked around vigilantly. He knew very well that in this land full of unknowns, any negligence could be fatal. Just then a breeze blew by, bringing with it a gentle call from afar. The voice was both familiar and unfamiliar, as if it was guiding them in some unknown direction. The two looked at each other, and an inexplicable urge surged in their hearts, as if something was calling them, leading them to explore the unknown secret. Let's go and take a look. Lin took the first step, and the lightsaber lit up again, illuminating the road ahead for this unknown journey. Following Lin's orders, the two stepped into the depths of the ruins covered by ancient runes. Every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of time, emitting a dull and long echo. The air around is filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. The interior of the ruins is intricate, with winding passages like a maze. Lin and Inuyasha walked side by side, their lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into an indestructible line of defense, vigilantly responding to any crisis that might arise. However, apart from the occasional pieces of stone falling from the stone walls and the strange sound of wind in the distance, it was extremely quiet here, as if the whole world was holding its breath. There seems to be some powerful power hidden in these ruins. Lin whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to interpret more information from those ancient runes and patterns. Oh yes, I can feel an aura that resonates with the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. It seems to be guiding us to a certain place. Inuyasha nodded, his demonic power surging in his body, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. At this moment, a strong vibration suddenly came from the depths of the ruins, and the entire space seemed to tremble at this moment. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. They knew that this vibration was not a natural occurrence, but a sign that some force was about to awaken. Be careful, Lin shouted, and the lightsaber instantly turned into a dazzling sword light, cutting through the air and rushing towards the direction where the vibration came from. Inuyasha was not willing to be left behind. He suddenly jumped up and turned into a black lightning, following Lin closely. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were like two meteors streaking through the night sky, and instantly rushed into the deepest part of the ruins. There, a huge amount of altars stood in the center. On the altar, a gem emitting dazzling light was slowly rising, resonating strongly with the fragments of the Four Souls Jade. That's... Lin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They realized that this gem was probably the true core of the Four Souls Jade and the root cause of all these changes. However, just as they were about to approach the altar to further explore the truth, an unprecedented force suddenly erupted from the gem, shocking the two of them back again and again. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to tear apart space and destroy everything. 0.5 This power is too terrifying. Lin's face turned pale, and the light of the lightsaber became dim. We must find a way to control this power, otherwise the entire ruinser, even the entire world, may be destroyed. Inuyasha gritted his teeth, his demonic power surging wildly in his body, trying to fight against this power. At this moment, the gem on the altar suddenly stopped rising and began to slowly rotate, releasing an even more dazzling light. In the light, the ancient runes seemed to come alive. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming complex and mysterious patterns, covering the entire altar area in a dazzling light. Lin and Inuyasha stood outside the light, feeling the power that was enough to shake the world. And they were shocked and anxious. This power seems to be looking for some kind of balance, or maybe waiting for something. Lin stared at the altar, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. No matter what it is waiting for, we can't just sit there and wait for death. A determination flashed in Inuyasha's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the demonic power in his body surged like boiling magma, preparing to make an unprecedented attempt. Lin, if we work together and use our strength to guide this unknown energy, maybe we can find a way to control it. Inuyasha suggested, his voice firm and powerful. Lin's eyes flashed when he heard this and he nodded. The lightsaber lit up again, and the sword light and demonic power intertwined to form a powerful energy flow, which slowly extended towards the gem on the altar. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and waves of power poured into the gem like a tide, trying to resonate with it and find the key to controlling the power. However, this power was far more complex and violent than they had imagined. It seemed to have its own will, sometimes obeying and sometimes resisting, making it extremely difficult for the two to guide it. "Hold on, Lin, we can't give up." Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Inuyasha's forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and tried his best. "I know, Inuyasha's. Our fate, the future of the world, all depend on this moment." Lin's voice was equally firm. His lightsaber shone brightly, perfectly integrated with the demonic power, forming an indestructible barrier to resist the backlash of the violent power in the gem. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, the gem on the altar suddenly burst into an even brighter light, and the entire ruins trembled in that light. It seemed as if an ancient and mysterious portal was slowly opened, and an indescribable aura emanated from it, causing the hearts of both men to tremble. What is this?" Lin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They felt as if they were standing at the end of the world, facing the abyss of the unknown and fear. However, at this moment, the power suddenly became unusually docile. It no longer violently resisted, but began to slowly merge into the bodies of the two people. Merging with their powers, Lin and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented power and freedom, as if the whole world was in their hands. But at this moment, everything suddenly became blurry again. The light, the portal, the powers, all disappeared like a dream bubble. Lin and Inuyasha stood there looking at each other, their hearts full of doubts and confusion. "Did we succeed?" Lin's voice trembled a little. "I don't know." Inuyasha shook his head, his eyes deep and complicated. "But I feel that this has just begun." As the two looked at each other, the silence around them was quietly torn apart by an inexplicable force, as if even the air had solidified. The unknown power that had just been integrated into Lin and Inuyasha's bodies was like a sleeping dragon being awakened, and began to rush through their blood. And every heartbeat was accompanied by a thunderous roar. "This power is beyond imagination," Lin roared, and the lightsaber seemed to come alive in his hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, releasing bursts of dazzling light, dispelling the darkness around them. His eyes flashed with unprecedented determination and enthusiasm, as if he was ready to meet any challenge. "HMPH, how can a mere force bind my heart?" Inuyasha sneered, and his demonic power condensed into a black storm around him. The rotation brought up gusts of wind, blowing the surrounding dust and debris into the sky. His figure was looming in the storm, like a death god traveling through the netherworld, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Suddenly, a low roar came from deep within the ruins, and the ground began to shake violently, as if some giant creature was awakening. Lin and Inuyasha's faces changed, and they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, only to see huge amounts of cracks spreading from the ground. From the cracks, an ancient and evil aura gushed out, making people's hearts palpitate. "What the hell is this?" Lin shouted and swung the lightsaber suddenly. A dazzling sword light cut through the sky and slashed straight into the depths of the crack. However, as soon as the sword light touched the edge of the crack, it was easily dissolved by an invisible force and dissipated into the invisible. "Be careful, this power is extraordinary," Inuyasha warned. And at the same time, his body suddenly jumped up, turning into a black lightning and rushing towards the crack. He clenched his hands, gathered his demonic power into a fist, and smashed it into the center of the crack. But wherever the fist wind passed, the space was distorted, but it still failed to stop the crack from continuing to expand. "Humph, a mere crack, you think you can trap the two of us?" Lin's sneer flashed and appeared next to Inuyasha. The two stood back to back, Lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into an airtight net. The space around the crack was firmly blocked. Combined attack technique Light of Dawn. Lin shouted and communicated with Inuyasha's mind. The two of them exerted force at the same time, and the lightsaber and demonic power were integrated into a dazzling light. As bright as the rising sun and crashed into the crack boom. There was a deafening sound and the entire ruins trembled. Where the light and the crack collided, a dazzling light and a strong shockwave erupted, instantly clearing away the surrounding dust and rubble. However, when the light faded, the crack not only did not disappear but became even larger, and an even more terrifying aura surged out of it. Suffocating people, how is this possible? Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other in disbelief. They knew very well that they had tried their best, but still failed to stop the crack from expanding. It seems that we underestimated its power, Inuyasha said in a deep voice. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, but even so. We can't give up, that's right, Lin nodded. The lightsaber lit up again. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the depths of the crack. No matter what it is, we must seal it. The two fought side by side again. Their lightsabers and demonic powers intertwined into a denser net, and they attacked fiercely towards the depths of the crack. However, the power in the crack seemed endless, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not seal it completely. Just when the two were about to exhaust all their strength, a strange wave suddenly came from the crack. The fluctuations seemed to contain some kind of ancient will and wisdom, causing the two men to feel an inexplicable awe and anticipation. What does this mean? Lin frowned. He felt that there seemed to be some information or guidance hidden in the fluctuation. I don't know, Inuyasha shook his head. But his eyes became unusually firm, but no matter what. We must continue to fight until we find a way to seal it. The two of them exerted their strength again, and the lightsabers and demonic power intertwined into a brilliant light, engaging in a fierce battle with the power in the crack. However, just when they were about to exhaust all their strength, the strange fluctuations suddenly became extremely strong, covering the entire ruins in a brilliant light. In the light, the ancient runes and patterns seemed to come alive. They intertwined and collided in the air, forming complex and mysterious patterns. These patterns slowly merged into the cracks, resonating strongly with the power within them. This could it be? Lin and Inuyasha exclaimed at the same time. They felt that the power was gradually subsiding and the cracks were slowly healing. However, just when they thought everything was about to end, the power suddenly erupted again, shaking the entire ruins to the point of collapse. In the light, a vague figure slowly emerged. It seemed to be closely connected with the power in the crack, yet seemed to be above all things in the world. At the moment of the brilliant explosion, time seemed to freeze and space trembled. A sense of vastness originating from ancient times surged like a tide, tightly wrapping the bodies of Lin and Inuyasha. This is no longer a simple showdown of power, but a contest across time and space, a collision of Tao and reason. The world is cruel and treats all things as straw dogs, but Tadeo too are determined to go against heaven. Lin's voice resounded in this chaos, and the lightsaber instantly turned into thousands of sword beams, each of which contained the determination to cut off fate and attack the vague figure fiercely. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was like paper and was easily torn apart. But it only caused ripples around the figure, making it difficult to get close. Inuyasha roared, his demonic power boiling. His whole body turned into a dark shadow, with endless wind and flames. He was like a dragon in the raging sea, passing through the flames and storms. Strike directly at the core of that figure. As his fist swung, the air exploded and the space twisted. But only a faint trace was left on the figure, as if he had touched an invisible wall. HMPH. You are just an ant. How dare you dream of shaking my authority? The blurry figure finally spoke. His voice was low and majestic with unquestionable power. As its words fell, the ancient runes and patterns around the ruins seemed to respond to the call and turned into chains. wrapping around Lin and Inuyasha, trying to trap them here never to be reborn. Destiny, you can't easily lock it. Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he danced with the lightsaber, abandoning the attack and instead turning it into a circle of exquisite sword nets to cut off those chains. Every time he cut off a sword, his sword intent became stronger, as if he was fighting against the sky and his life. Inuyasha held towards the sky high's demonic power ran wild, and he transformed into a giant beast, frantically tearing at the restraints. Ancient totems gradually emerged on his body. That was the power dormant in his blood, which was completely awakened by this battle. The giant beast roared, the wind and clouds changed color, and the chains in front of it seemed like fragile silk threads, breaking one after another. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate and the energy in the ruins had reached its peak, about to cause unpredictable changes, the blurry figure suddenly stopped, and an even more ancient and profound aura spread. It seemed to be examining and considering, and finally spoke slowly, "You are courageous, but you are inexperienced. This seal was caused by an accident. Today I will give you an opportunity. If we meet again in the future, I hope you will have the ability to live as long as the heaven and earth." After saying that, the figure slowly dissipated, along with the huge crack disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only a mess of ruins and two figures who were panting, but with more determined eyes. Is this the end? Lin looked at the empty space ahead. Somewhat incredulous, Inuyasha took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, and the demonic power in his body boiling again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the space that was once occupied by the blurry figure. There was both relief and reluctance in his eyes. No, this is by no means the end. Every challenge is a step towards becoming stronger. Lin, our journey has just begun. Lin smiled faintly when he heard this, and the lightsaber slowly calmed down, but it seemed to contain even more powerful power. That's absolutely true, Inuyasha. Perhaps there are more unsolved mysteries and more powerful trials hidden beneath these ruins. We should work together to uncover all this. Before he finished speaking, a strange energy wave suddenly surged in the ruins. Different from the previous vastness and antiquity, this time it brought a new vitality and temptation. The ground began to shake slightly, as if something dormant was about to wake up. It seems that this relic has a backup plan. Lin's eyes focused and the lightsaber lit up instantly, with the tip of the sword lightly tapping the ground, as if detecting something. HMPH, who cares about his backup plan, just come at me. Inuyasha snorted coldly, gathering his demonic power in his fists, ready to deal with unknown changes at any time. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the ruins. Unlike the previous terrifying crack, the light emitted this time was warm and peaceful, as if it was a portal to another world. Waves of pure energy flowed out from it, making both of their bodies feel comfortable. This is. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other and saw surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. No matter what it is, let's go in and take a look. Inuyasha took the first step, leaped, and stepped into the light. Lin followed closely behind, lightsaber tightly grasped. Inside the portal was a bizarre space with all kinds of strange crystals floating around. Emitting soft light, they seemed to be slowly rotating, forming a complex formation. In the center is an ancient stone statue with its eyes closed and focused, as if it is breathing and sharing the same fate with the heaven and earth. Is this a place of inheritance? Lin murmured to himself. He could feel the profound power and knowledge contained here. No matter whether it is true or not, since we are here, we must not return empty-handed. A determination flashed in Inuyasha's eyes, and he strode towards the stone statue, ready to explore the mystery within. However, just as they were about to touch the stone statue, the entire space suddenly vibrated violently, and the floating crystals began to spin faster, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire space like daylight. This is. Lin and Inuyasha felt an unprecedented pressure at the same time, as if the whole world was pressing down on them at this moment. Just when this pressure was about to crush the two of them, a low and long roar suddenly came from the depths of space, like an ancient giant beast waking up from its slumber, shaking the entire place of inheritance. The light suddenly dimmed, and a cold aura spread from the darkness, gradually gathering into a huge figure. It was a monster never seen before, the star music snake, with a huge body covered with scales that shone with the luster of stars. Each scale seemed to contain the secret of the universe, and it shone brightly under the weak light. Its eyes were like deep black holes, revealing endless greed and cunning. Its long tongue kept moving in and out, making a hissing sound, which was creepy. HMPH, mere humans and half-demons dare to trespass here. They are truly courting deaths. The voice of the star music snake echoed in the space, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty and power. Lin and Inuyasha looked at each other, and a look of determination flashed in their eyes. They knew that this battle was inevitable, and that only by giving it their all could they have a chance of survival. Zingle Snake, you and I have no grudge against each other. But if you block our way, don't blame us for being rude. Lin shouted in a deep voice, and the lightsaber instantly turned into a dazzling sword light, cutting through the air and going straight to the vital point of Zingle Snake. The Zingle Snake twisted its body and easily avoided Lin's attack. At the same time, its tail was like a whip, lashing towards Lin with a whistling sound. Lin retreated violently, waving his lightsaber, barely blocking the fierce attack. But the huge force still made his arm feel numb. HMPH, quite interesting. The star music snake sneered and leaped up again, this time. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs and the dark space that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Inuyasha, be careful, Lin shouted. And at the same time, the lightsaber turned into thousands of sword shadows, surrounding the star snackatreeing to buy time for Inuyasha. Inuyasha had already been ready to go, he roared, and his demonic power boiled over, transforming into a black lightning and rushing straight towards the star music snake. On top of his fists, the demonic power condensed into substance, like two meteors, slamming into the big mouth of the star music snake. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole space shook. Inuyasha and Hoshigaki's fists and fangs collided, bursting out with dazzling light and a strong shockwave. The two men and the demon were each knocked back several steps, but none of them were injured. What a powerful force! Lin and Inuyasha thought at the same time. They knew that the star music snake in front of them was no ordinary creature, and they had to go all out to defeat it. HMPH, a mere ant dares to compete with me. The star music snake roared angrily, and the star scales around its body began to flicker. Powerful forces surged out of its body and gathered into star arrows, shooting towards Lin and Inuyasha. Lin and Inuyasha retreated violently, using their own special skills at the same time. Lin's lightsaber drew a series of brilliant trajectories in the air, knocking down the star arrow, while Inuyasha transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely among the star arrows, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The battle became more and more intense, and the entire heritage land seemed to be ignited by this battle, with lights and explosions coming one after another. Lin and Inuyasha put all their efforts into every attack, and the star music snake also showed its terrifying strength as a powerful monster. In this fierce confrontation, the space seemed to be torn into countless pieces. Every collision between light and airflow was like the falling of a star, shocking people. Lin and Inuyasha with a sword, one with a demon and one with a fist. Their figures became blurred and firm in the interweaving of light and shadow. HMPH, a mere monster dares to act so rampant in front of me. Inuyasha roared, his voice full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and strike the soul of the star music snake. As his words fell, the demonic power in his body boiled again, transforming into a black storm that swept towards the star music snake. The storm contained endless strong winds and raging flames, Every gust of wind was like a sharp blade, and every piece of fire was like a meteorite, attempting to devour the star music snake. When the star snake saw this, a trace of disdain and anger flashed in its eyes. It shook its body and actually shuttled freely in the storm, as if the black storm was nothing to it. It opened its mouth wide and a deeper, colder dark force gushed out of its mouth, colliding fiercely with Inuyasha's storm, boom. With a deafening roar, the storm and the dark forces intertwined and collided in the air, bursting out with brilliant light and strong shockwave. The entire heritage site seemed to be torn apart at this moment, with space distorted and light dancing wildly. And Lin was looking for opportunities in this chaos. His figure was as fast as lightning, and his lightsaber was as fast as a shadow. He shuttled through the gaps between the star arrows. Every dance of the sword tip was precise and deadly. He seemed to have merged with the lightsaber, transforming into a streak of silver lightning on the battlefield, constantly cutting through the attacks of the star music serpent, while also looking for an opportunity to deal it a fatal blow. HMPH, you think you can hurt me with just a sword light? The star snake sneered with a sway of its body. Its star scales seemed to come alive, emitting a dazzling light and forming a solid defense. Although Lin's sword light was sharp, it could only leave shallow marks under the defense of the star scales. Really? Then let me show you what the true sword intent is. Lin's voice was cold and firm. He took a deep breath, and the light on the lightsaber suddenly surged as if some mysterious power was awakened. He leaped up and turned into a stream of light, going straight for the vital point of the star snake. This time, Lin's attack was no longer a simple waving of the sword, but was integrated with his deep understanding and perception of the way of the sword. Each of his swords seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, and each of his swords seemed to be able to sever fate and cause an effect. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing dark cracks. The star snake finally felt an unprecedented threat. It roared, and the star scales all over its body flashed wildly, and a powerful force burst out from its body. Under the explosion of this power, the body of the star music snake seemed to expand. What flowed between its star scales was not only light, but also an ancient and deep rhythm, which was the rhythm of the movement of stars and the breathing of the universe. Its eyes were as bright as cold stars, revealing an almost crazy fighting spirit and unwillingness. How could a mere human force me to this point? The voice of the star music snake echoed in the space, carrying with it a majesty and anger that should not be underestimated. It leapt up suddenly, no longer just dodging or defending, but actively launching a fierce attack. The star scales turned into sharp blades, cutting through the air, forming a dense rain of stars. Each blade was strong enough to penetrate metal and stone and directly hit the vital points of Lin and Inuyasha. Lin's body was agilined as he swung his lightsaber. The sword light weaved like a weave, defeating the rain of stars. But his expression became more and more solemn, because he could feel that the power of the star music snake was constantly rising and had reached a heart-pounding level. Inuyasha must join forces. Otherwise we will be hard to defeat, Lin shouted loudly. And at the same time his lightsaber shone brightly, forming a tacit response with Inuyasha's demonic power storm. Inuyasha roared when he heard this, and the black storm became even more violent, as if it was going to swallow up the entire space. He rushed forward with Lin towards the Zingle snake, and their attacks reached an unprecedented level of tacit understanding and coordination at this moment. Roar! The star snake was not to be outdone and also let out a deafening roar. Its star scales gathered into a dazzling beam of light, shooting straight into the sky and then suddenly fell down, trying to suppress Lin and Inuyasha together, however. At the moment when the beam of light was about to fall, Lin and Inuyasha shouted at the same time, and their attacks were like two lightning bolts, one on the left and one on the right, hitting both sides of the beam of light at the same time. The sword light and the demonic power storm intertwined at this moment, bursting out with amazing power, and actually tore the light column apart. What? The star snake exclaimed. It had never seen such a tacit and powerful joint attack. But at this moment it has no time to think too much. It must go all out to survive this battle, thus. A more intense and cruel battle began in the land of inheritance. Lin and Inuyasha's figures shuttled between light and shadow. They put all their efforts into every attack, and every defense was precise and correct. The star snake, relying on its huge body and the defense of its star scales, continuously launched counterattacks, trying to find opportunities to turn the tide of the battle. The three people in the battle seemed to have turned into three lightning bolts, constantly colliding and interweaving in this small space. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar and dazzling light. The entire inheritance land seemed to have become their battlefield. The space was distorted and the light was dancing wildly, as if even the heaven and earth had changed color. HMPH monster, today I'll let you see what true power is. Lin's voice was particularly cold and firm during the battle. His lightsaber at this moment seemed to have turned into the sharpest blade in the world, constantly cutting off the attacks of the star music snake. Inuyasha roared continuously, and his demonic power storm seemed to turn into endless gale and flames, tightly surrounding the star music snake. His eyes were filled with indomitable spirit and fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn the whole world to ashes. On this battlefield where chaos and light intertwine, Lin and Inuyasha's offensive becomes more and more fierce. Every confrontation between them is like the collision of stars, releasing the power to destroy the world. Lin's lightsaber was like a silver dragon, shuttling through the rain of stars. Every tap of the sword tip was accompanied by a slight tremor in space, as if even the void was cut open by him with tiny cracks. HMPH. You are just a monster, and you dare to talk nonsense about power. Lin's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were shining with an unyielding light, which was a desire for victory and a challenge to his own limits. He retreated violently, and his lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air. Then he suddenly jumped up, and the sword light went straight to the vital point of the star music snake like a streak of silk. The star music snake roared, and its star scales flickered again, forming a solid barrier to try to block Lin's fatal blow. However, Lin's lightsaber seemed to contain some mysterious power, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and going straight to the vital point of the star snake. Impossible, the star snake roared in horror. It never expected that this seemingly ordinary human could possess such powerful strength. But at this moment it had no time to think too much. It could only try its best and mobilize all the star power in its body to fight back. At the same time, Inuyasha's demonic power storm became more and more violent. He transformed into a black whirlwind, moving freely in the rain of stars, constantly looking for the flaws of the star music snake. Each of his attacks hit the star snake like a sledgehammer. Although it could not cause fatal damage to it, it made it feel unprecedented pressure. Roar. The star snake roared angrily and it suddenly jumped up. Its star scales turned into countless sharp blades, and it launched a more fierce attack on Lin and Inuyasha. At this moment, the entire heritage land seemed to have turned into a sea of stars, with light and sharp blades intertwined together to form a shocking picture. In the depths of this ocean of stars, the battle has sublimated to another dimension. Every confrontation between Lin and Inuyasha seems to be the most intense dialogue between heaven and earth. No words are needed. There is only a collision of strength and will. Lin's figure was graceful, like the brightest star in the night sky. His lightsaber was intertwined with the rain of stars. Every time the sword was swung, it was accompanied by the distortion and roar of space, as if even time was trembling under his sword. His eyes became increasingly cold, reflecting his persistence in winning and his desire for self-transcendence. Monster, your doom has come. Lin's voice penetrated the rain of stars and struck deep into the soul of the star music snake. He suddenly jumped up again, and the lightsaber drew a brilliant track in the air, like a pouring galaxy, directly hitting the heart of the star snake. Zero request flowers zero. This attack gathered all his strength and faith, and he vowed to completely destroy the monster. The star snake felt an unprecedented crisis. It roared, and its star scales burst into an even brighter light, trying to use its last bit of strength to resist this fatal blow. However, Lin's lightsaber was like an indestructible blade, easily penetrating the defense of the star scales and piercing straight into its heart. The star snake let out a shrill wail, its body trembling violently as the lightsaber pierced through it. The power of the stars seemed to have lost control at this moment, running wildly in all directions, emitting destructive shockwaves. At this moment of life and death, Inuyasha's roar sounded again, and his demonic power storm reached its peak at this moment. He turned into a giant black beast, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the scattered star power. His eyes were burning with a raging fighting spirit, as if he wanted to devour this ocean of stars. Lin, give me a hand. Inuyasha's voice echoed in the storm. He knew that he could not completely destroy the star snake by himself. Upon hearing this, Lin joined the battle without hesitation. His lightsaber and Inuyasha's demonic power storm intertwined to form an unprecedented powerful force. Loki. Lin responded, and his lightsaber drew perfect arcs in the air, coordinating with Inuyasha's demonic power storm to surround the star music snake. At this moment, they seemed to have become the masters of this sea of stars, controlling everything of life and death. As the combined offensive of the two men intensified, the wailing of the star music snake became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a deafening roar, the huge body of the star snake completely collapsed and disintegrated, turning into tiny points of starlight and dissipating into the invisible. And at this moment, the powerful star power was completely sealed deep in the land of inheritance, and could no longer bring harm to the world. The noise of the battlefield gradually died down, leaving only the sound of the wind echoing in the empty space, as if it was nature's silent response to this epic battle. Lin and Inuyasha, former rivals, stood side by side, in ragged clothes and covered in blood, but unable to hide the determination and exhaustion in their eyes.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.